Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Grimm Creation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Katsuki didn't know what was going on that day, but he was 900% sure that something was going to go wrong. Looking at the big UA door, he felt a little bit intimidated, not too much, just enough to show respect, but there was also something else. It was like someone shifted everything slightly to the left. You don't know what it is exactly, but you know it's there and it's annoying. It infuriated him to no end. That was the day of the UA entrance exam. It was supposed to be the beginning of his story, of his glorious rise to fame and power. But something was out of place. Katsuki glanced at every square inch in front of him, but saw nothing too scandalous. However, that feeling didn't go away. It persisted during the written test, passed without a problem, during the practical test, a walk in the park, and even when he returned home. He was certain, very sure, that something had gone wrong during that day, during the exam. But he couldn't really tell what. The hag began grilling him with questions about the exam, a fing joke, people he had met, what do I care about those extras, and stuff like that. The blonde at one point couldn't take it anymore and exploded, "You hag, will you cut it out? I've already had a shitty day, let me be for 5 fing minutes. His mother, as usual, answered him in kind, "What gives, brat? What's with you today, did you get up on the wrong side of the bed?" The blonde sighed, "At this point, I guess so. I've been feeling off all day, all fing day long, and it's driving me crazy." His father peeped out from the kitchen, "Oh dear. Do you have any idea what it could be? If I knew, I would have solved it by now, wouldn't I, you old geezer?" His mother smacked the back of his head. 1. Talk respectfully to your father. 2. Now the day is over, you have nothing more to worry about. It happens to everyone to have days that are a little less rosy, let's say. The boy huffed, "Whatever. I'm going to my room to rest, if you're looking for me," and without waiting for a reply he disappeared into the hallway. The following week was one of the longest that Katsuki ever had the displeasure of experiencing. 7 days of wearisome waiting, made so by that dread feeling that not only had not gone away, but it had gotten worse. Every step, every breath, every minute of training was filled with the expectation of something, with the anxiety that at last the safety would go off and everything would explode. The blonde began to have restless sleep, and towards the end of the week he was starting to have difficulty keeping his quirk under control, something that would normally be unthinkable for him. It all came to an end on Sunday night. Katsuki had just finished dinner and was about to go to the shower, when his mother's voice rang out from the doorway with such force that the knickknacks shook. "Katsuki. Come here now." The blonde was already on edge, so he darted to the doorway without question and with the quirk that was starting to act out. "What's going on? What are you yelling about?" The woman waved an envelope sealed with red wax. "The letter from UA is here. The exam results." Katsuki did not scream expletives, did not snort, did not comment on her mother's excitement. His anxiety was already sky high. The arrival of the letter took it beyond what is considered healthy. So he simply snatched the envelope from his mother's hands and opened it there, on the spot, without even sitting down. From the envelope fell a sheet of paper and a metal disc, which immediately lit up in a holographic projection of Principal Nedzu, in all his cryptic glory. "Am I a mouse, a dog, or a bear? What is certain is that I am the principal of UA, and I have the results of Bakugo Katsuki's exam with me." The entire family huddled around the projection, listening with bated breath. During the theoretical part of the test, you managed to pass with a superb 90% correct answers. A remarkable achievement, if you ask me. His mother shook his shoulder excitedly, but the boy batted her away and went back to listening. "As for the practical exercise test, I must say that I am impressed. You managed to accumulate 77 villain points, placing you first in the overall ranking." As he spoke, he displayed the aforementioned ranking. At the top was Katsuki's name, a 77 next to it and a 0 under the category Rescue Points, whatever that meant. However, the blonde was with his gaze set on something else, specifically to the name immediately below his own. Midoriya Izuku. His ears began to ring. The principal's voice congratulating him had become muffled, as had that of his cheering parents. The only thing he could see were those letters, that dread name he had hoped to have left behind. Midoriya Izuku. Deku. A flood of memories made their way through his mind, all the times before that nerd, that a-hole, that villain decided to do the right thing and disappear from their lives. The elementary school days, the times he had to stop him, all the threats, all the times he stood up to him. Deku should have been just a specter of the past, a shadow to be told to posterity when he would be no. Instead, it had come back to haunt him. In his school. Bakugo violently jerked away from his mother's embrace and ran into the garden, to the sandbag he had hung from the tree and began to blow it up, shouting insults and expletives at the face drawn on it. At the villain who ruined his mask of invincibility and, for the first time in his life, caused him genuine terror. Mom! I made it. I passed. At their home in the Tokyo suburbs, Midoriya Izuku was caught in a hug by his tearful mother. Aizu! My baby boy! I am so proud of you. Let's have Katsudon tonight to celebrate. The boy raised a fist in the air before remembering something. I have to call Auntie and tell her about it. Inko chuckled, I'll get cooking while you warn her. Remember to thank her, mister. Izuku nodded and went back to his room, picked up his phone and dialed the familiar number. After a few seconds a woman's voice answered, cold and terse. Hello, who is it? Auntie, it's me. The voice immediately softened. Oh, good evening Izuku. It's unusual for you to call me at this hour. Has something happened? The boy hopped on the spot. The results of the entrance exam came in. I passed. I'm going to UA. There was silence for 2 seconds, and Izuku immediately felt his enthusiasm fade. His aunt was extremely critical of heroes, and she was not afraid to express it openly, especially whenever the boy announced his dream. Sure. She had been the first to believe in him and help him control his quirk, but if there was one thing she did not like, it was heroes. The boy swallowed. Auntie? Are you still there? There was a flick of a cough on the other end of the phone, and a sigh. Yes, sorry Izuku. So, you've decided you're serious about this hero thing, huh? The boy nodded to himself. That's right. I've always wanted to do it, and I know you don't like them. But that's also why I want to be one. With so many flawed heroes, there's a need for actual ones. Izuku was pretty sure he heard his auntie shake her head. The real heroes are the dead ones, Izuku. The one today is a clown show that juggles with human life. The greenie didn't falter. I know, Auntie, you say that often. And that's why I want to be a hero. A real one, like those in the stories you used to tell me. There were 2 more seconds of silence, and Izuku feared he had offended her when he heard a giggle on the other end of the receiver. Sometimes I can't tell if you're more naive, idealistic, or just plain stubborn. But regardless of what I think about heroism, I am proud of you. The admission rate at that school is very low, and you managed to pass. You did a great job. The greenie blushed, scratching the back of his head with a smile. Well, it's only thanks to you and your training, Auntie. Don't start with the self-deprecation, mister. If it were only my merit, there would be me in your place in that class, don't you think? The boy chuckled at the woman's serious tone. Auntie, I think you're a little too old for UA. I'd like to say I'm offended, but I know better than anyone how old I am. Anyway, I'm proud of you, Izuku. I really am. The greenie wiped his eyes before he could start crying for real. Thank you so much. And thank you again for everything you did for me, Aunt Salem. The woman chuckled. Oh, it was nothing. Come on, go celebrate mister. I have a meeting I can't miss. Okay. Good night. Good night Izuku. And congratulations. The woman closed the call and turned to look out the window, the stars shining in the sky above the clouds. Below her, when the sky cleared, she could see the lights of the various cities scattered across the Japanese islands. The loudspeaker blared, we are about to land at Nara Central Airport. The local time is 9:15 p.m., the weather is stable. Please remain in your seats during the landing maneuver. The woman took a glass of wine from the small table placed next to her seat and swirled it a couple of times before drinking it all. There was no sense in wasting it, good as it was. Besides, it was a gift from Inko, and it would have to be centuries, literal centuries, before Salem wasted a gift from that woman. After all, Izuku called her Auntie for a reason. The plane descended, dived under the clouds, touched its wheels to the runway and, after a minute, stopped. The woman got up from her seat and picked up her bag, at the same time nodding to the subordinates she had brought with her. They took their suitcases and adjusted their uniforms nicely. Salem gave a small smile and exited the plane. Waiting for her at the airstrip were 2 people, a man and a woman dressed sharply. These paled noticeably when they saw her come out of the plane, her skin porcelain white and furrowed with red scars. She was wrapped in a long black and red dress, with veils that made her look like a specter made of pure darkness. Her white hair was pulled back into a low bun, adorned with jewelry made of rubies and black metal. Her eyes, crimson with black sclera, looked at the landscape below her like it was unworthy of her attention. Salem descended the stairs with calculated slowness, enjoying the awe of her future partners. The first rule for a profitable deal is a good first impression, and she was undefeated in this field, the merit of millennia spent terrorizing an entire planet. As soon as she was within earshot, her expression softened considerably and she slipped into the courtesy usual in ancient courts. I am terribly sorry to have inconvenienced you at this hour, I hope you have not lost sleep. The two individuals before her seemed to relax a little, and the man immediately bowed. Of course not, Mrs. Hex. Oh, this is my wife Kurumi. The woman nodded, honored, ma'am. Salem returned the gesture. The honor is mine, Mrs. Yaoyorozu. The man nodded his head. Well, what would you say if we walked to the car? Mrs. Hex must be exhausted, and we still have a long evening ahead of us. Salem nodded with a smile. As she followed Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu toward their limousine, she could not help but think back to what she had managed to build in such a tiny amount of time. After all, what is 11 years to an immortal? It happened at the park the first time. Katsuki was with two of his friends and was looking at the kid in front of him with irritation. Unkempt green hair, cheeks dotted with freckles, large emerald eyes shining with tears. Deku was shielding a little girl, protecting her from the blonde boy's attentions. Kaken, that's not how a hero acts. I can't let you continue. The child gritted his teeth. And what do you know about how a hero acts? Go back to mommy, quirkless Deku. The little boy shook his head, so the blonde, to let him know he wasn't kidding, took 2 steps forward and punched him in the gut. The nerd doubled over, holding his stomach with both hands and gagging. Katsuki chuckled, if you don't leave now I'll use my quirk next time. The greenie did not respond, his body beginning to shake. Bakugo's friends began to laugh. Hey, look. Deku is crying. What's the matter, did that hurt? The blonde gave a triumphant grin, but that disappeared when, instead of sobs, the blonde heard gasps coming from the greenie. All the boys took a step back, and the girl gave a shriek when she saw a pitch-black substance literally being vomited up by the boy. At first it was little more than 2 drops, then a spit, then he began to vomit steadily until a black puddle formed at his feet. The greenie stopped after a couple of minutes, slumping to the ground shaking and with black rivulets pouring out of his mouth. The little girl immediately backed away, getting up terrified and running away as fast as she could. The 3 bullies remained frozen in their spots, undecided whether to follow the little girl's example or stay to continue teasing the shivering nerd on the ground. Katsuki swallowed, then swallowed down the fear bubbling in his throat and approached the greenie lying on the ground, his hands popping. What kind of quirk is that? It's gross. It's a disgusting quirk, like you. When his shoe touched the puddle, however, his bravado mask disappeared in a flash, shattered by a shriek and a jump back that landed him on his butt. The reason? The black puddle had begun to bubble up. The 3 bullies backed away in horror, watching the liquid begin to recede and, in the center of the puddle, a white skull starting to emerge, followed by a mass of black fur studded with bone spines. Wide paws equipped with sharp claws pounded the ground, giving the monster stability as it shook away the last blobs of liquid. With a snarl, the monstrous wolf opened its eyes. Bakugo felt his blood begin to run out as he saw the 2 red orbs, glowing like burning embers and devoid of any form of humanity, scanning their surroundings and then locking onto him. The beast stalked the 3 boys with a bloodthirsty gaze, approaching with slow steps. Katsuki was convinced that at least one of his lackeys had wet themselves, but he could not blame them. The blonde, gripped by desperation, reached out his hand and created the biggest explosions he could manage. These were similar to the pops of firecrackers on New Year's Eve, as big as a tennis ball and very loud. The monster recoiled back with a whimper, and for a wild second Katsuki thought he had scared it away. His hope was short-lived. The monster quickly recovered from its fright and stood up on its hind legs, towering over the boys and showing how much more like a werewolf it was than an actual wolf. The mouth full of sharp teeth opened, letting out a bellowing growl that plunged the 3 bullies into terror. Katsuki felt tears roll down his cheeks as the monster continued to approach. However, before it could attack, a white flash appeared in front of it and hit it with such force that its head smashed into the ground. The 3 children looked wide-eyed at the hero in armor as it turned to them and asked, "Are you all right?" Feeling safe again, Bakugo's lackeys burst into tears, babbling about how scared they were and how they were going to die. The blonde, for his part, had the misfortune of seeing Izuku still lying under the tree, and saw red. "Deku, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You're a villain." "A villain?" The hero grabbed the blonde before he could assault the other child. Whoa, stop right there. Why don't you explain the whole situation first?" The 3 bullies began to screech about what had happened. The hero felt his headache begin to rise, but he had grasped the general gist of the situation and now his attention was on the trembling greenie on the ground. He slowly approached and put a hand forward. "Hey kid, are you with me?" Bakugo ran toward the hero with palms popping. "What are you doing? He's a villain. Defeat him, isn't that your job?" The man gave him a hard look. "Stay right there. There is no villain here, this looks more like a quirk accident to me." The blonde looked at him like he said the sky is green. What do you mean? He used his quirk, he attacked us, he is a villain. The hero shook his head. That's not how it works. But for now my priority is to make sure your friend is not hurt. His quirk seems to have exhausted him. Bakugo gritted his teeth and looked at the two for a second longer before hissing, he's not my friend. And with that he turned on his heel and walked away, followed closely by the other two children. The hero sighed before taking the greenie in his arms and shaking his hair from his forehead. Hey little guy, how are you? Izuku coughed away the last remnants of black sludge and opened his eyes. Ingenium? The hero gave a laugh. In person. You had a bad day, huh? Come on, let's go get your mom. The child nodded and collapsed exhausted in his arms, on his tongue still the taste of ooze. The second time was at his home. It had been 2 weeks since his quirk awakened, and his situation at school had plummeted. Bakugo and his lackeys had spread the rumor that Izuku was a dangerous villain, and that he wanted them to be eaten by the wolf he spat out. His classmates had taken to shunning or insulting him, some even pushing him off tables or out of rooms. The professors were no better, with many seemingly ignoring him or giving him detention for the most trivial things. The discovery that his hair was starting to bleach did not make things better, and some began treating him like an infectious disease. The greenie was sitting on the couch watching some documentary about heroes while his mother was preparing dinner. The woman was doing her best to support her son during this time, but it seems that many counselors didn't even want to try once they knew about his accident, or gave up when the child could barely get out 2 black spits. Not even those advised by Ingenium himself seemed to know what to do. The woman turned to the child. Izuku? Do you want to help me set the table? When there was no answer, Inko turned to look. Izuku? The child had curled up on the sofa and was looking at the screen listlessly. The woman lowered the stove fire and approached her son. Izuku. Baby, is everything all right? The greenie pulled up with his nose. With 2 fingers he pinched a strand of white hair and looked at it intently. I hate this. The woman sat down next to him. Oh, Izu. I know it is very difficult. Your power is complicated. But it will work out. The child shook his head. No. I will always have this power and I will always be a villain. Inko clutched his son tightly. A villain? My darling, you are not a villain. Who told you that? Someone at school? Izuku put his hands in his hair. It doesn't matter who said it, because they are right. I'm a villain, I only know how to hurt people. I should be in jail. The woman began to feel her eyes swelling with tears. Sweetheart, that's not true. You are such a sweet child who wants to help others, you always help me at home, you study hard. What makes you think you are a villain? I'm angry. Inko looked at the expression on his son's face, who looked increasingly hysterical. Swallowing softly he replied, Okay. It's only natural that being called those horrible things makes you angry, honey. The child shook his head. No. It isn't. Heroes never get angry, only villains get angry. Because if you get angry you hurt people, and therefore you are a villain. Inko brightened up, finally understanding what was eating away at her son. With a small smile she put a hand on his back, stroking it in small circles. Izuku. It's natural to get angry. Everyone gets angry from time to time, you, me. Even heroes. There's nothing wrong with that. The child looked at his mother with eyes swollen with tears. She continued, the important thing is to be able to understand that you are angry and be able to stop before you do something bad. Villains are not bad because they get angry, they are bad because they hurt other people. Izuku began to tear up, clutching even tighter to his mother. I want them to stop. The woman placed a kiss on his forehead. I want that too. And sooner or later they will. The child's figure shuddered from the silent sobs, and the woman began stroking his back. It will be all right, Izu. The sobs did not stop, however, on the contrary, they began to get worse, to the point that the boy seemed to be convulsing. Inko felt fear stop her breathing and clutched her son's shoulders. Izu. The child was holding his mouth with both hands as black liquid began to ooze between his tiny fingers. The woman began clapping his back and moving away his arms. Izu, spit it out. If you hold it in, you risk choking. Izuku could take it no more and obeyed. A torrent of black liquid came out of his mouth, much more than the first time, so much that it looked like it was going to cover the entire living room floor. The child held his throat, coughing out the last drops, while his mother stroked his back in circles. Like 2 weeks earlier, the liquid soon began to bubble up and retreat in on itself. This time, however, instead of a skull or mass of hair, what came out was a white hand, followed by an arm, a shoulder and, soon, the entire body of a woman who slumped to the ground coughing like she had water in her lungs. Inko clutched her son tightly to her, looking in terror at the figure who sit up on her knees. Her skin was as white as milk and crisscrossed with red marks that looked like veins or tendrils. Her hair was as white as her skin, long to mid-back and still damp with black liquid. her eyes, crimson with black sclera, were darting across the room before falling on its two occupants and widening. Inko paid no attention to the fact that the intruder was naked, frightened as she was. The woman tried to articulate a sentence before bursting out coughing, "Where.am.I?" Inko took a deep breath, cursing her poor grasp of the English language. Without stopping to pet her son, she replied, I don't know what you just asked me. B but you won't lift a finger against my son. The intruder brought her attention to Inko, looking at her with widened eyes. After a few seconds she replied, This is why your house? Inko knew it was irrational, but she could not help but feel relieved to hear the intruder speak her language. After a deep breath, she replied, yes, this is my house. But now tell me, who are you? What do you want to do to my son? The woman looked at the child in Inko's arms, staring intently before replying, I think I'm lost. Inko ordered Izuku to remain seated in the kitchen while she showed the other woman the direction to the bathroom. She had just realized she was naked, and did not want to destroy the child's innocence so soon. To the mother's enormous relief, the woman seemed more confused than hostile, so she allowed her to use the bathroom to wipe away the remaining black slurry. She also wanted to give her some clothes but the other refused them, saying they were not necessary, before locking herself in the room. When he saw his mother return, Izuku began to wring his hands. I'm sorry, Mom. Inko gave a small sigh and stroked her son's head. Baby boy, I'm not angry with you. Of course, this whole situation has me a little scared, but it's not your fault. The greenie kept his gaze down for a few seconds, then spoke again in a low voice. Are you going to send her away? The woman sighed. I don't know yet Izu. She doesn't seem bad so far, but it's still too early to talk. Inko went back to taking care of dinner, while Izuku picked up a paper and began to draw on it in crayons. A few minutes passed like this before a voice from the room called their attention. Sorry to keep you waiting. Inko turned, and had to stop herself from staring. Once clean and groomed, the intruder was one of the most beautiful women she had ever seen. Her hair, now clean, was gathered in a bun at the back of her head, her eyes were looking intently at her surroundings, and her black nails had been neatly manicured and looked like claws. She wore a long black and red dress, and when she walked she seemed to glide along the ground. The woman sat down, while Inko served dinner to her son and sat across the table, looking the other straight in the eyes. Izuku was looking at the two women alternately, and stiffened for a second when the silence was broken. My name is Salem. The woman spoke with a serene expression, bringing a hand to her chest as she introduced herself. Inko watched her for a few seconds before replying, Okay, Salem. Forgive me for being so abrupt, but I need to know, what are you? Salem stiffened at the question, but quickly found her composure. I'm afraid I don't understand the question. 2 weeks ago, my son, the child gave a shy greeting to the woman, who returned it with a nod, used his quirk for the first time, spitting out a monstrous wolf the same way he spit out you, and since then everyone has been calling him villain and insulting him. I want to know what you are, if you are dangerous, how you behave. Salem stood still for a few seconds with her eyes wide open before she put her hands together and took a deep breath. Okay, this is a lot to process. Let's do one thing at a time. What is a quirk? Inko felt her eye begin to twitch. Oh dear. Salem was not panicking. I mean, she was Salem, the Queen of Darkness. The force that has terrorized Remnant for millennia, manipulating entire kingdoms, leading men to betray one another while she enjoyed it all from her castle. She was intelligent, powerful and, above all, immortal. After living for literal millennia, there was nothing that could scare her anymore. Okay, she was panicking. But she could not be blamed. Being defeated by a bunch of kids and chained to the bottom of the pool of destruction to suffer for eternity had already put her in a particularly bad mood. Whoever had come up with this idea must have been particularly sadistic. Yes, I'm looking at you, Ashbin. When she felt the pool begin to empty and the chains loosening, the witch felt happier than ever. And, growing impatient, she had swum to the surface, eager to get back to breathing and walking. And she had found herself in an apartment, in the company of a terrified woman and child. Being confused is completely justifiable. At least they were well-mannered people, having even offered her a hot bath and clothes, which she had declined. She could make herself a robe whenever she wanted, but the thought was appreciated. 10 minutes later she was listening to the most absurd story she had heard since the days of the gods. Humans endowed with superpowers, she could live with that, it wasn't much different from what she was used to, but to be summoned by one of these powers? Belonging to a 4-year-old child? In a society where that of hero is a profession remunerated by the state? She was already starting to miss her wine stash. Taking a deep breath, Salem turned to the woman in front of her. If I hadn't re-emerged in your house, I would have had a hard time accepting everything you've told me as true. I must confess that I am still a little bit shaken by this whole situation. The woman raised an eyebrow at her. That was an odd way to put it.as if you hadn't been born 15 minutes ago. I mean, you've already given yourself a name. Salem could not refrain from smiling. You are smart, more than I expected. It's true, I wasn't just born. Whatever your child did, it's more like a summoning. The child widened his eyes. I summoned you? The witch felt something stirring in her, something she had not felt in millennia, something she believed had died along with her daughters the day she had first fought with Ozma. Keeping her tone cordial, she replied, that's right. In the place where I was before, I was kind of queen. The boy's big emerald eyes filled with stars, and he immediately started muttering to himself at the speed of light. The most Salem could grasp was cool and commanding monsters. His mother raised an eyebrow at her. A queen? Seriously? The witch sighed. I had a complicated history. Queen, it doesn't matter now, does it? The woman sighed. I guess not. But you will forgive me if I still have some doubts. Salem nodded. Of course. Ask away. First, again, what are you? Second, do you know anything about the monster Izuku created? Third, what are your intentions? Salem shuddered as she sustained the woman's steely gaze before her, and realized that, for the second time in her existence, she felt uneasy. Only the god of light had succeeded in that before, and even then it was for a few minutes. All this time in the pool of destruction must have softened me. The witch straightened her back. These are 3 difficult questions. Let's take one at a time. First, I am a human. A very old one, but still a human. Long ago I was bestowed with an extremely powerful regenerative power, shall we say. The woman raised an eyebrow. Oh really? In response, Salem took a knife from the kitchen and brought it to her hand. Before she could get on with her plan, she turned to the child. Kid Izuku, right? For your own sake, don't look. The greenie closed his eyes, so the witch brought the knife to her wrist and, without even blinking, cut off her hand in one clean slide. Under the woman's horrified eyes, a blackish mass began to form from her wrist, which soon grew and reformed her hand in perfect condition. Salem spent a few seconds loosening her new hand before addressing the woman again. I'm sorry about the knife. This one swallowed. Okay. So you can heal yourself from all the wounds you receive? Salem nodded, opening the tap water and cleaning the knife. Yes. I can be reborn from a single piece left around, but of course it takes me a while to dash. The sentence was interrupted by something slamming hard against her at thigh level. Looking down, she saw that Izuku had clung to her and was looking at her with wide eyes. This is incredible. That's an amazing power. Exactly how long does it take you to regenerate? Do your vital organs start working again right after they are recreated? How do you feel when your brain is not yet formed? Are you immune to disease? Can you not age? Are you actually immortal? It took Salem a good 2 seconds to grasp the meaning of the flood of words that came out of the little boy's mouth, but when she did, she could not hold back a genuine laugh. Oh my gods, how many questions! The child immediately stopped and turned red as a bell pepper, while his mother looked mortified. Izuku. Excuse him, when it comes to quirks and powers he can't help himself. The witch ruffled the greenie's hair, forgetting for a moment that she was Remnant's terror and slipping into a relaxation she had known little in her life. No problem, I like smart kids. To answer your question. She winked at the child. Yes. I am immortal. Izuku lit up, and Salem was sure she could see sparks in his eyes. The child hopped on the spot and asked with all the enthusiasm she could muster, You really immortal? How old are you? Fortunately, the witch had already put the knife in the sink, or she would have ended up dropping it. The child's mother sprang to her feet and returned him to his seat, mortified beyond belief. Izuku, these are not things you should ask a lady. Salem, for her part, had been so shocked that, for a few seconds, she stood motionless, staring into the void. In her state, her self-control failed, and she began to snicker, then giggle, until she laughed heartily, holding her belly with her hands and clinging to the edge of the kitchen to keep her balance. It was like she was rediscovering all those things that her hatred for Ozma had made her forget. In that laughter, she rediscovered the pleasure of living. She calmed down after a good minute, wiping her eyes with a finger and catching her breath. Feeling her cheeks hurt, she replied to the greenie who was looking at her worriedly, Yuf, I can't even remember when was the last time I laughed like that. Izuku, your mother is right, it's not nice to ask such things to a lady. Then she added with a wink, but I'm over 10,000 years old. The child brightened, while his mother huffed out a laugh. I'd call you a liar, but my knife would have something to say about that. After that she became serious. Rather, what can you tell me about the creatures created by Izuku's quirk? Salem brought a finger to her chin. At this point, may I see one? The child immediately closed in on himself, lowering his gaze to his knees. Salem furrowed her brows. Hey, what's wrong? Izuku swallowed. My quirk. I don't like it. It's bad. His mother stroked his back. Sweetie, that's not true. The other kids at school are just jealous. Salem looked at the scene in front of her with a furrowed brow. To be insulted for a power. I knew humanity wasn't this great, but even in Remnant I've never seen anyone get scorned because they have one semblance rather than another. Except maybe for Oz's lackey. But never to this extent. The witch approached the child and knelt before him, placing a hand on his knee. When he turned his attention to her, she spoke calmly. You know. A long time ago, when I was still a queen, there was a story. The story of how humanity was born. Izuku wiped his nose and stood listening as Salem began to narrate. Long ago, before man walked the earth, there were two brother gods, the god of light, the eldest, and the god of darkness, the youngest. The two spent their time discussing how the earth should be. The god of light created flowers, fruit, grass, all living matter. The god of darkness created fire, drought, famine, all the misfortunes that destroy life. The two went on for eons until, tired of their bickering, they decided to cooperate for one last creation, their masterpiece. This creation had the power to both create and destroy. They gave him the knowledge to understand the world around him and, most importantly, he was given the power to choose what to do with their destiny. As you may have guessed, this creature is humanity. The witch smiled, petting the child's curly hair. Mankind chooses how to use the gifts they have been given, to create or to destroy. No matter how destructive a power is, or how evil it may seem, you can use it in any way you like, and no one can tell you anything about it. Okay? Izuku nodded, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. Salem stood up and clapped her hands. Do you feel up to showing me now? The child rubbed his belly. Okay. But it's kind of gross. Inko shook her head. Don't worry, Izu, we are grown women. It takes more than a little slime to scare us. Izuku nodded and got up from the chair. He closed his eyes, took deep breaths and tried to concentrate, squeezing all his features in a sign of effort. After a minute spent like that, he gave up and caught his breath. I can't. Salem brought a finger to her chin. What did you feel when you used it the first few times? The child wrinkled his hands. Well. I was very angry. Or sad. And the first time my stomach hurt and I was scared. The witch widened her eyes. Monsters. Negative feelings. No way. With newfound determination, she put a hand on the little boy's shoulder. Izuku, listen carefully. Imagine before you a big tree, bright and flourishing, full of fruit and flowers. The greenie stood looking at her for a few seconds but obeyed, closing his eyes and concentrating. Salem continued, do you see it? Yes, Mrs. Salem. It is very beautiful. The witch nodded. All right. Now, destroy it. The boy's mother widened her eyes but said nothing. The child swallowed. Destroy it? But it's so beautiful. Salem sighed. I know, dear, but it is necessary. Imagine the bark turning black, the leaves burning and falling, the fruit rotting, the flowers withering. The child whimpered shyly but nodded. He focused with a deep breath and, after barely a minute, gave a gasp, bringing his hands to his mouth. Salem smiled. There it is. Don't hold it in, spit it out. Under his mother's astonished eyes, Izuku vomited the black slurry onto the ground as Salem stroked his back. The puddle soon turned into a wolf similar to the one from 2 weeks earlier, and its red eyes squared the 3 people in the house. When they stopped on Salem, the monster seemed to freeze. The witch stared at it with her mouth wide open, which soon became a smile and an incredulous laugh. I can believe this. The wolf growled at her, but Salem responded with a look that made him retreat into himself. With slow steps, she approached him with her hand outstretched and without taking her eyes off it. Sit down. The greenies shuddered when they heard the sharp tone of her voice, and so did the monster, who obeyed without a word. The witch stroked the white skull, smiling like a mother with her child. With her free hand she beckoned Izuku to come closer. Come here. The greenie swallowed and obeyed, approaching with his heart threatening to burst out of his chest. Salem smiled at him. Izuku, your power is extraordinary. The child did not take his eyes off the wolf, who seemed to target him. What is this? This is a Grimm. The 2 greenies swallowed. Grimm? That's right. Remember the story I told just now? The one about the brothers gods. Yes. What about it? Well, before they created humans, the god of darkness created something else. Something that shared his desire for destruction. He turned a glance to the wolf, who seemed increasingly interested in Izuku. The result was these creatures. The child whitened, and the wolf began to growl. Salem put a hand on his shoulder. Don't be afraid. The Grimm sense negative emotions and see them as a target. The mother swallowed. Normally with similar quirks, summons can be controlled. Izuku can't do that. Salem shook her head. I doubt it. Grimms are dangerous and unpredictable creatures. I've been working with them for millennia, and I've never controlled them, strictly speaking. Then she added, with a smile, but they can be commanded. Izuku glanced at her, commanded? The witch nodded. Grimms do not naturally follow a master, they must be subdued. Come closer, I'll show you how. The child shook his head, which made the wolf growl even louder. Salem silenced him with a look before turning to the little boy. Izuku, you don't have to be afraid. As long as you are afraid of them, they will see you as a target. You must be the one to instill fear in them. But how can I do that? I'm just a kid. Salem smiled, patting the greenie's shoulders. I'll show you. I won't let you get hurt, okay? The child looked for a second at the wolf, who stared at him with his teeth showing. A sudden burst of determination made his eyes sparkle and his fists clench. All right. The witch smiled and beckoned the wolf closer with a wave of her hand. This one approached slowly, like it was ambushing its prey. Izuku swallowed but kept his teeth clenched. You must convince it that you are more dangerous than it. Look into its eyes, hold its gaze. Izuku took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. The wolf in front of him stopped with a gasp, before lowering his head and sending a low growl. The two stood frozen looking at each other, with Salem and Inko next to them ready to intervene. Good job, Izuku. Come closer, let it know who is in charge. The child obeyed, but as soon as he stepped forward, the wolf's growl grew louder, and fear returned to full force. The greenie froze in cold sweats, and the wolf seemed to grow bigger. Its mouth opened wider and wider, and it stood up on its hind legs. Salem grabbed it by the neck and, without batting an eyelid, turned it so sharply that it snapped. The wolf's red eyes went out, and the body fell dangling on the ground, beginning to turn into black smoke. Izuku fell back and immediately burst into tears as Inko picked him up and stroked his back. Salem heaved a sigh and watched the corpse disintegrate. Well, I couldn't expect him to be able to control it on the first try. It's a difficult process for an adult, let alone a child. The woman cradled her sobbing son. It's okay, Izu, it's gone now. The child clutched his mother. I was SOS scared. Salem smiled. It's only natural. But you've done a great job for someone your age, especially since you've never dealt with them before. With a little practice you will soon be able to command them at will. Izuku pulled on his nose and nodded. You will continue to teach me, won't you? Salem found herself at a loss for words. Me? His mother nodded. These past few weeks we've been going around to every counselor we could, but no one had any idea where to put their hands. You, on the other hand, have done more in half an hour than specialists have done in 3-hour sessions. The witch looked at the two greenies in front of her and, for a moment, felt as if she were in a castle, sitting and watching 3 little girls ask her to teach them how to paint, or sing, or sew. I'm really getting soft. But, at this point, I can allow it. Of course I will. After all, I'm the only one who knows what you're dealing with. The child raised his fist in the air before yawning and collapsing asleep on his mother's shoulder. The woman smiled and turned to Salem. I'm going to take him to bed. Thank you so much for helping us. Oh, it's nothing. I'm here now, might as well do something productive. The mother tilted her head. Listen, how about if I teach you some jobs around here? The witch raised an eyebrow. You? I have lived 10,000 years, what could you possibly teach me? The other answered her curtly. Do you know how the laws of this place work? Okay, touché. But I don't want to abuse your hospitality. The woman chuckled. Well, since you're teaching Izuku how to use his quirk, I don't call that abusing. Besides, as long as you stay here you will help me around the house, dear immortal. Salem blinked a couple of times. Help you in the house? You know, cooking, cleaning, things like that. Being a single mother is hard work, you know. The witch swallowed. Oh poor me. The last time I did housework was. The woman interrupted her. Oh no, no flashbacks. Until you get the hang of it, just do what I show you. Then she added, much more quietly, but seriously, thank you. Salem smiled. No problem. What's your name again? Inko. Midoriya Inko. Okay. No problem, Inko. Salem was amazed at how fulfilling the life of a simple housewife could be. After spending millennia in a castle plotting the destruction of a world, a mundane routine like Inko's was a breath of fresh air. The greenie taught her again how to cook, how to clean the house, how to run appliances, and, most importantly, how to approach a completely different culture than she was used to. In return, Salem kept helping Izuku keep the Grimm in check. In his favor, the little boy had a brilliant mind and enviable determination. He memorized everything the woman told him, kept a notebook with the Grimm's characteristics, and went on for hours at a time to train, stopping only when Salem ordered him to. The results showed quickly. After a week, for the first time, a Grimm lowered his head in front of Izuku and carried out one of his orders. That evening, the 3 went out to dinner to celebrate. Not everything was rosy, however, and one of the downsides was the child's school. Despite his progress, he was still severely bullied, with the teachers even advising him to stop training for fear of his power. Salem was not happy to see the little boy come home with a new scratch or bruise day in and day out, and was seriously beginning to consider raising a school. The worst, however, was reached a couple of months after her arrival in the Midoriya household. It was Salem's turn to pick up Izuku from school, and the woman was going in a casual dress, courtesy of Inko. Her unusual appearance had attracted some attention, but much less than she had originally expected. Her sunglasses and wide-brimmed hat had also helped. When she arrived at the front door, she was surprised to notice that the greenie was nowhere to be seen. She asked the teacher for information, but they did not seem too concerned by his absence. This angered the witch in no small part, but the faculty's incompetence could wait. Caught up in the worry, she began to make her way around the building, keeping her eyes and ears open for any sign of the little boy, and indeed, a familiar voice was heard coming from the back of the building. "Kaken, our moms are waiting for us. Shut up, you dirty villain. Don't think you can get away like this after today." Salem looked over the fence. Izuku, with a black eye and his shirt askew, was being held pressed to the wall by a blond boy with red eyes, open in an angry expression. The blonde's hand began to crackle like a firecracker, and he was bringing it far too close to the greenie's face. "What were you planning? Why did you get so close to Kurii?" "Kaken, I just wanted to ask him for a pencil." The blonde gnashed his teeth. "Bullshit. You wanted to attack him, didn't you? You wanted to get him eaten by your monsters." The greenie swallowed. I don't dash. "Shut up. Don't try to fool me. Whatever you're going to say anyway, it's definitely a lie. That's the only thing you villains know how to do." The blonde man's arm went back, and Izuku squinted, preparing for the blast on his face. "What is the meaning of this?" The voice made the blood chill in the two boys' veins. Bakugo turned, finding himself face to face with the most frightening woman he had ever seen. Her white skin made her look like a ghost, her black and red eyes glowed as if possessed, and the red veins running through her clenched fists seemed to pulse with energy. Izuku felt a wave of relief pervade him, followed soon after by tears in his eyes. "Auntie." The woman grabbed the blond boy by the collar of his shirt and lifted him up to her eyes, which sent angry flashes. "You have 5 seconds to explain what you were doing to Izuku, and pray that it's a good explanation." Bakugo flailed in her grip, sending small blasts left and right. "Let go of me. You stupid old hag. You're a villain, aren't you?" "You must be." Salem sighed. "This heroes and villains thing is starting to get on my nerves." "Okay, mister, you're coming with me. I'm sure your mother will be thrilled to know what you were doing." The blonde tried to blow up her face. "Shut up. I'm not afraid of you, villain. I will overcome All Might, and blow you to smithereens." The witch ignored the blonde midget's rants and turned to Izuku. "How are you? Does anything hurt?" The greenie clutched at the woman's leg and began to pull up with his nose. Salem gave a sigh and took him by the hand. "Come on, let's go. Inko will end up worrying if we're too late." The three walked out of the school, Salem and Izuku hand in hand and Bakugo dragged by his shirt. Salem looked around and, as expected, spotted a familiar blonde hair in the crowd, attached to a woman with red eyes and an annoyed look. "Bakugo Mitsuki, I presume." The woman turned to hear her name, smiling as she saw the witch approaching. "Hey, you must be Salem, right?" Inko told. Why is Katsuki there with you?" The witch laid the blonde down in front of her mother and crossed her arms. "I caught him trying to raise his hands on Izuku behind the school. And I think I saw something pop." The blonde took a second to process the information, but when she did she turned to her son in an almost hysterical tone. "Katsuki, what on earth are you doing? Beating up Midoriya, are you crazy?" The child planted his foot on the ground. "I just wanted to make sure he didn't hurt anyone. He's a villain, he can't be trusted." Mitsuki abruptly took his arm and looked at him gravely. "You and I have some serious talking to do, mister. I'm not going to let you go on with this attitude." Then she turned to the other two and made a deep bow. "My husband and I will give him a piece of our mind. I am sorry for his behavior. I will personally apologize to Inko." Salem gave the other woman a blood-chilling look. "I hope you will. I would have preferred our first meeting to have taken place on more friendly terms, but whatever. I wish you a good day." And with that she took Izuku's hand and they headed home. That evening, Inko was inconsolable. She kept hugging her son, apologizing for being a bad mother, and 1,000 other things. Salem, for her part, was already mentally calculating how many Grimms she would need to destroy the school and get rid of everyone in it, but she kept that fantasy to herself. When Izuku had gone to bed, the two women discussed with each other how they could improve the situation, and eventually reached the same conclusion: moving out. They were just talking about the new house and district when Salem came up with, "I think I want to open my own business." Inko almost stumbled on her way to the refrigerator at that sentence. "Where did that come from?" The witch sighed. "Well, it's already been a couple of months, and as much as I like being here I need a more stable position. Plus, I want to see what the world is like outside this country. I might start a business here and then export it abroad. Inko gave a chuckle. I thought 2 months was little time for an immortal. Salem rolled her eyes. They are little time for an immortal who is used to making very long-term plans. So far I have lived day by day, and the passage of time is very different. Don't worry, I was teasing you. Rather, are you sure you can do it? Business manager is a complicated job. The other grinned, but it is also the closest thing to what I was doing in my world. I have many years of experience behind me. Give me a year or two and you'll see billboards with my face on the side of the road. Or maybe not, now that I think about it. I like the anonymity. Inko nodded. Okay. What about Izuku? How are you going to help him? I'll keep training him as long as I can, but at some point he'll have to fend for himself. He's grasped the basics, soon he'll start experimenting on his own. And when I decide that he can manage without me, I'll give him the last of the tools and leave him free to do as he wishes. Although I already have a vague idea of what he wants to do. Inko smiled. Yeah, he's going to be one hell of a hero. Salem huffed. I don't understand why everyone has this craze, especially since it does more harm than good. It did in my world, and it's even worse here. Please don't start with this. You become unbearable when you touch this subject. You can't blame me. Inko rolled his eyes. Ugh, I don't even want to try to continue this conversation. Salem chuckled. I will take it as a win. After another month, the family of 2 was emptying boxes in their new apartment in Tokyo. Izuku's new school was much better than Muzutafu's, though it didn't take much, and the child fit in immediately. Salem, as promised, did her best to continue training him, but she spent more and more time on the computer and making phone calls. Eventually, came the moment everyone knew would come. In the airport lobby, the witch mussed Izuku's hair, clutching tightly to her leg. Good luck, kid. Remember to send me reports of your progress from time to time, okay? And don't drive your mother crazy. The greenie pulled up with his nose. Alright, auntie. Why you'll visit us from time to time, won't you? Salem smiled. Of course, Izu. As soon as I have some free moments. Then she turned to his mother. Thank you for everything, Inko. I don't know what I would have done without you. The woman shook her head. Oh no, I'm the one who should thank you for helping me around the house. You will be greatly missed. Salem gave a smile. Don't worry, we'll call each other often. The voice from the intercom resounded through the lounge. Flight number 324598 to New York is now arriving at runway. Travelers, please report to the check-in. The witch sighed. This is my cue. Goodbye, and thank you for everything. The Midoriyas hugged her one last time. Have a safe journey, and good luck with the company. Bye-bye, Auntie Salem. The witch smiled and, feeling more human than ever, picked up her suitcase and headed for her flight, ready to face the world. Mrs. Hex? The man's voice roused Salem from her slumber. She was in a limousine, and in front of her sat Mr. and Mrs. Yayorozu, who were watching her apprehensively. The woman covered her yawn with her mouth. Excuse me, I must have dozed off. The man gestured casually. No problem, I understand that jet lag must be taxing. I wanted to tell you that we have arrived. Salem looked out the window in time to see the car stop in the courtyard of a giant mansion. Just outside the door, a line of servants were waiting for the hosts, composed and at attention. As they exited the limousine, they all bowed in perfect synchrony. Welcome back, Mr. and Mrs. Yayorozu. Salem raised an eyebrow. One butler would have sufficed, not the entire staff. I will never understand the Japanese elite. The consorts entered the house, and were greeted by a young girl who couldn't have been older than Izuku. Mother, father, welcome back. I have great news. The man turned a smile to the girl. Hello, Momo. I assume this news is about the outcome of your exam. The girl nodded. That's right. The woman smiled. We will have plenty of time to talk about it over dinner. Then she turned to Salem. Mrs. Hex, allow me to introduce you to our daughter Momo. She is aiming to enter UA, and she took the recommendation exam just a week ago. Salem had to restrain himself from making an annoyed sound. Another kid sold to this suicidal ideal. Aren't they ashamed to send her to her death? Paving her a golden path, to boot. She kept these thoughts to herself, focusing on other far more pleasant things. UA, huh? You know, I have a nephew who took the exam for the hero course. He's a good boy, I'm sure you would get along very well. The little girl stiffened for a second, and the witch began to fear she had said something wrong, when the father gave a laugh. Of course. We can't wait for Momo to make new friends at school. Why don't we talk more about it over some food? The family headed for the kitchens, and Salem did not fail to notice how suddenly their daughter looked disheartened. The witch clenched her fists, recognizing such a situation all too well. Mrs. Salem? Is something wrong? The woman took a deep breath and looked at her bodyguard. She rubbed one temple. I just remembered why I hate this country's society so much. Tsutsumi Kana nodded slowly. I understand. Japan has never treated the Japanese well. Salem sighed. Well, we're not here to philosophize just yet. Come on, let's go eat. I don't know about you, but I would kill for something better than airplane food. Yaoyorozu Momo had learned not to expect anything from any situation. As heir to the prestigious Yaoyorozu lineage, it was made clear to her from an early age that her image, her actions, her very existence is intrinsically linked to her family. Everything she does reflects the will of the Yaoyorosis, and will be treated accordingly. This means that, from an early age, she was burdened with the weight of expectations. Her parents treated her more like a doll than a person, her clothes were chosen ad hoc to enhance her appearance, her schedule was filled with activities that she had to follow strictly, even her diet, the element around which her entire quirk revolves, was meticulously controlled to keep her figure perfect. Her existence was tied to her name. People did not see in her a 14-year-old girl who liked soul and would cross the street just to pet a stray puppy, they saw the heir to the Yaoyorozu name. Yet another addition to her family's long domino. No one cared what she wanted, or what she expected. She was a doll, she just had to be pretty. It had also happened the day before, just before dinner, her parents had brought a future business partner, Mrs. Salem Hex of Remnant Industries, to dinner. The woman was menacing to say the least, with the ghostly appearance and cold eyes of a strategist. When her mother had introduced her, the lady made an expression like she had liked a lemon, and the girl felt a chill run down her spine, the familiar frost of disappointment. This lasted a moment, then the woman made a comment about her nephew. Momo felt her diaphragm get heavy, another tool for making contact. Of course. The girl had been a fool to think that UA would be anything other than a means for her family. She had lowered her head and nodded, doing her best not to look the adults in the face. At the dinner, Mrs. Hex seemed to have softened at least toward her. It was strange, she addressed her parents in a polite, professional, and at times cutting manner, taking the reins of the conversation and taking it where she wanted. But when it came to the girl, she spoke in a lower voice, used colloquial terms, let her talk about what she wanted. Momo did not know what to think, so she did exactly that, she did not think. She just nodded, answered questions and appeared polite. Alas, she did not notice the worried expression on Salem's face. Momo did not expect anything from any situation. Not even from UA. Sitting at her desk, she was warily watching the rest of her classmates begin to arrive and sit in their seats. Some of them seemed more interesting than others, but before she could judge, one had to wait. Jumping to conclusions would only have left her disappointed. Even so, she could already make some conjectures, first among them, that the blonde boy with red eyes was one of the most unpleasant people she had ever met. Get your feet off the desk immediately. This is disrespectful to the school and its values. Huh? What the F do you want, you four-eyed shithead? Keep this up and I'll redo your face. The blonde was already arguing with a classmate, a broad blue-haired boy. The tone and words used by the former were the stuff to make any decent person's skin crawl, and his attitude only made his image worse. Momo wrinkled her nose, vowing to interact with the blonde as little as possible. The classroom door opened again, letting in a boy who immediately froze at the scene. Momo took a good look at him, relatively short, thin, and with a reserved bearing, he looked out of place in a class of heroes. The big green eyes were locked on the blonde like a deer against headlights, and beneath them the cheeks were dotted with freckles. But what really caught the girl's attention was the hair. On the top of his head was an uncombed mass of forest green curls, topping a snow-white undercut. The girl did not fail to notice how unusually pale he was. That must be Mrs. Hex's nephew. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but he looks like Deku. The blonde's voice rang out like the roar of a chainsaw. Ignoring the scolding from the blue-haired boy, he got up from his desk and marched up to the newcomer, grabbing him by the tie of his uniform. And why was his hand popping? What the F are you doing here, you F villain? This is a hero school. My hero school. I don't know what you offered the faculty to get you admitted, but Whatever he was about to say was interrupted by a series of bandages that wrapped around his body, binding him like a mummy and gagging him. The entire class fell into stunned silence as, from behind the greenie, a man in a black jumpsuit stood watching the blonde man with long hair float by, holding the wraps he used as a scarf. Unauthorized use of quirk in class, inappropriate tone and vocabulary, threats to a fellow classmate. Are you actively trying to get yourself expelled or what? The blonde fidgeted for a few moments longer before being unceremoniously released, falling to the floor on his butt. The man looked at him for a few moments longer before blinking his eyes and letting his hair fall back into place. I would have tested your environmental awareness, but whatever. I am Aizawa Shoyuta, your homeroom teacher for the duration of your school term. Now, in a civil manner, in saying this he shot a glance at the blonde, take the gym suits the school sent you and meet me outside. Don't keep me waiting, and with that he exited the classroom. Momo swallowed. She had learned not to expect anything, but she could safely say that her school years were shaping up to be lively. Izuku could not stop shaking. Bakugo's rant had brought back unpleasant memories of his elementary school days, and the greenie felt like a 4-year-old again. A hand touched his shoulder, and it was like a glass shattered. He was at UA, he was 15 years old, and his lungs could breathe properly again. Refocusing on his surroundings, he saw a boy with glasses and blue hair looking at him worriedly. Are you okay? The way that boy grabbed you was completely unwarranted. I don't know what got into him. Ah, right. Kaken. His eyes scanned the classroom, but of the blonde no sign. A girl with a purple bob shook her head. Don't worry, he's not here. He left right after the teacher gave him a piece of his mind. Speaking of which, we should go too. Izuku held his head with one hand. Where exactly should we go? I couldn't hear the professor properly. The two boys exchanged a look, but whatever they were thinking they kept it to themselves. They summarized Aizawa's scolding as they walked the greenie toward the locker room. And then he left. Listen, how are you? Right now, I mean. Izuku smiled. Oh, am much better, thank you. The girl sighed. That's good. Oh, Jairu Kyoka by the way. The other boy adjusted his glasses. Ida Tenya. Are you sure you are comfortable changing together with that boy? I think you're justified in using the bathroom. Izuku shook his head. Thanks for the concern, Ida, but I can do it. I just have to ignore him. The other two exchanged another glance, but said nothing. The three parted in front of the men's locker room, and Jairu waved them off. If that a-hole does anything again, tell us, okay? We'll handle it. Izuku blushed and scratched the back of his head. Thanks for your concern, Jairu. The two boys entered the locker room. The rest of the male part of the class was just finishing putting on their suits, and many gave worried looks to the greenie. Those who didn't were busy glaring at Bakugo or commenting among themselves. The blonde, for his part, ignored all the other boys, focused solely on looking at Izuku as if he were planning his murder. Which was probably true. The greenie began to change, doing his best to ignore Bakugo and his venomous gaze. He was about to put on his shirt when a red-haired boy sucked air from his teeth. Man, have you ever thought about getting some sun? You're as pale as a corpse. Izuku chuckled as he finished dressing. Oh, this is a side effect of my quirk, as well as my hair. They're actually completely white. I have to dye them to keep them green. The boy gave a 90-tooth smile. You dye them too? My hair is naturally black. I use a lot of gel and red dye to keep them like this. I feel more like Crimson Riot, you know? Why you're a fan of Crimson Riot? He's a hero of the old generations. There aren't many of his fans nowadays. I know. But he's too cool. You, rather, do you die for some hero or? Izuku stroked his hair with a smile. No. I keep it this way to remember my family. Originally I had green hair, but as time passed my quirk completely bleached them. I wanted to keep feeling connected to my mother, so I dye them green on top, but I also keep the white part as a thank you for my aunt. The boy wiped his eyes, so manly. Oh, right, I'm Kirishima Ijiro. Beside him, another blonde turned a 90-tooth smile on him. Kaminari Denki. Quick question, why should you thank your aunt? Izuku smiled. Well, she's the one who taught me how to keep my quirk under control. His expression fell. It's dangerous, you know. Bakugo, from his seat, shook his head. Listen to him, making a scene. Manipulative BSTRD. Not far from him, a boy with a tail gave him a dirty look. What's your problem, anyway? You've done nothing but lash out and glare at him. Don't you have anything better to do? Bakugo gritted his teeth. Listen to me, monkey boy. I've known the BSTRD Deku since we were 4 years old, and all my reactions are completely justified. A boy with a black bob huffed. What did he do? Killed your dog? Because otherwise I feel like you're overreacting. The blonde slammed a hand against the wall and lowered his voice, as if he was about to say something outrageous. He tried to kill me. At 4 years old. Imagine what he could do now. The two boys exchanged a glance, took one look at the greenie in question, who was walking out of the locker room with a big smile on his face, and raised an eyebrow. You up. And of course it was completely intentional. At 4 years old. The blonde boy with the tail sighed. When I was little, my tail would occasionally get out of control and I would end up giving black eyes to my classmates. Are you saying I'm a brawling delinquent? Bakugo stood up with a cry of frustration. If you don't believe me, that's your own DMN business. But the day you find yourself facing that BSTRD villain's army of monsters, don't come and say I didn't warn you. And with that he left the room. He did not care if he found himself alone. He was going to keep fighting, to his last breath if necessary, to ensure that villain got what he deserved. Aizawa heaved a sigh. First day of school, and he was already feeling the need for a coffee. Bakugo Katsuki had already proved problematic, attacking one of his classmates the moment he entered the classroom. He had been tempted, seriously tempted, to expel him on the spot, but Nedzu had forced him to go easy on the expulsions, part of a series of measures that followed the scandal of the year before. If you ask him, all 20 students had deserved that expulsion, but whatever. So he had merely given him a verbal warning, but was intent on making it a suspension at the first sign of trouble. Nedzu hadn't said anything about those. And a suspension does not reflect well on a student's profile, especially in the final behavioral grade. So Aizawa kept his eyes open, looking at the class that was gathering in front of him. Okay kids, listen up. I guess you were expecting to go and listen to the principal's opening speech, but that won't be the case. There is a lot of work and little time, so we will start right away with a quirk assessment test. This consists of several exercises similar to those for physical assessment that you will surely have already taken in middle school, but with the difference that you will have to use your quirks as much as possible. Before you ask, if your quirk doesn't help you with the exercises, it's not a tragedy. This test is just to see what level you are at. You will not receive any grades. The professor took a ball from a pocket. Let's demonstrate. Bakugo, what was your ball throwing average? The blonde raised an eyebrow, something like 67 meters. All right. Take this ball and do the test again, but this time use your quirk. As long as you stay in the circle, and don't attack your classmates, anything goes. The man's tone of voice was not one to leave room for argument. Bakugo picked up the ball and entered the circle. After a moment spent loosening up, he gave a feral grin and threw the ball with a blast that shot it into the sky. Die. Aizawa heaved a deep sigh and showed the screen of his phone, which read 276 meters. The tests will be something like this. As it stands right now, quirk exercises are only done in high school, and only in heroics. If you ask me, it's nonsense that doesn't allow you to become familiar with dangerous quirks, but who am I to talk? The class, however, seemed more focused on the exercises, so we can get into it? Yay! Sounds like fun. Aizawa felt a vein of spite begin to boil in his gut. Fun, they called it. Fun. A profession where you wake up not knowing if you're going to sleep at night. Logically, he knew it was stupid to get angry at children whose only sin was being raised in an environment that glorifies a dangerous profession. But that was also why it was his duty to bring them out of their bubble. Okay, which one of you said this is going to be fun? Hands up, I want to look at their face. A girl with pink skin and horns raised her arm slowly. You think being a hero is fun? Let's play a game. Since you want to have fun, imagine you're standing among rubble, with civilians all around you screaming in despair or dead, with an out-of-control villain who keeps creating chaos. Now, find me what's funny about that situation. The class had fallen silent. Aizawa ran his gaze over the kids' expressions, lingering for a second longer on Bakugo's, who was looking at his classmate, Midoriya, if he remembered correctly from the entrance exam, like he was talking about him. He was going to notify Inui. But first he had to finish his scolding. Do yourselves a favor and get everything the media, newspapers, or television have told you about heroes out of your heads. This is a business where you risk your neck on a daily basis, and I'm not going to bury you before you'll bury me. So make sure you take these tests seriously, understand? If I catch you slacking, I swear I will double your homework and study load for the next 6 months. Without being able to threaten them with expulsion, Aizawa was forced to be creative. However, the prospect of extra homework also seemed to do the trick, because the children paled and became much more serious. The professor chuckled under his scarf. I still got it. The tests began, and all the kids were focused. During the running test, the pink-skinned girl used a layer of acid to skate on the track, finishing much faster than the blonde with the belly laser. Aizawa nodded at the change in attitude, mentally marking notes and corrections on style or quirk usage. He shifted his gaze to Midoriya, curious to see his quirk in action again. His power was extremely peculiar, and he had shown good control over it. Plus, he could not hide the fact that it was quite metal. The boy took a breath and put his hands on the ground. A pitch-black liquid came out of his palms, which gathered in a pool and began to bubble. More than one kid let out a scream of surprise or fear when a black werewolf emerged from the puddle, with white claws and thorns sticking out of its body, a skull-like head with red markings, and blazing red and yellow eyes. The monster looked around for a moment before lowering its head and having Midoriya pet its skull. Many of the children around looked at him in disbelief, some were excited, and Bakugo. Bakugo had turned as pale as Midoriya and was looking at the monster with wide eyes. The wolf glanced at him before returning his attention to the greenie who climbed onto his back. Aizawa looked at the two boys for a few seconds. There was something more to their situation, and he would have to investigate. However, he had exercises to manage first. Ida, take Bakugo's place beside Midoriya. He will run with Kaminari. The boys went to their places, and began the test. It was obvious that Ida would score well, but Midoriya's wolf was also fast. He crossed the 100-meter mark in only 4.5 seconds, an objectively impressive result. The monster stopped shortly after the finish line, allowing the boy to dismount and slide its head. Aizawa raised his voice, Midoriya, are you going to use that wolf throughout the trials? The greenie shook his head, and no sir. I was planning to use a different G-Grimm for each trial. So they're called Grimms. Good. To know, in that case you have to make it disappear, or it might distract your comrades. Actually his goal was to gauge how far the boy's control over his quirk extended, but he kept that to himself. The greenie nodded and took the wolf's head in his hands. Under the horrified eyes of the entire class, he turned it 180 degrees, causing it to drop dead. Aizawa felt his mouth suddenly go dry. Midoriya swallowed and explained, I am sorry that you had to DC it. But there's no other way. I can create and command the Grimm, but to make them disappear I have to kill them. The professor swallowed and regained the strength to speak. You realize that doesn't make it go away, yes? The corpse is dash. The professor shifted his gaze, only to see the black body dissolve in a cloud of smoke that soon dispersed into the air. The young boy explained, G-Grimms disintegrate when they die. That's the reason why it's so difficult to study them. Aizawa began to feel a headache pounding in his temples. With a sigh, he asked, I guess you'll have to do a similar thing for all the tests? The greenie nodded, that's right. Okay, let's consider this well. Positive note, he has good control over these Grimms, and he creates them relatively quickly. Negative note, I don't know how good it does his psyche to kill them every single time. He needed an aspirin. Especially after seeing the raven-headed boy, Tokoyami Fumikage, approach the greenie with the most serious expression he had ever seen. What is your name, denizen of obscurity? Midoriya Izuku. Tokoyami put his hands on his shoulders, Midoriya, in the name of the darkness we share, you and I will be best friends. Momo kept an eye on Midoriya throughout the tests. Something was not quite right with her. The greenie was a cheerful, good-hearted person who reserved advice for his classmates when he saw them struggling with some exercise and made sure that his Grimms did not make the rest of the class too uncomfortable. The girl had expected a very different person from the nephew of the infamous Salem Hex, more objective and opportunistic. Well, her own fault for expecting something. Still, the control over his quirk was admirable. Midoriya used a wide range of creatures, each specific to the exercise to be done. For the high jump he created a huge gorilla that launched him into the air. For the strength test he created a bear that bit the press with all the strength it had. For the long jump he created 2 colossal wasps. She would not admit it, but a shudder of disgust ran through her when she saw them, and got carried off into the air. Of course, there was not much she could do for stretching, side jumps or other such tests, but it mattered little. Momo did her best to pass the tests, but she did not have enough fat for everything she had in mind, so she had to ration, a high jump pole, a pair of skates for the speed test, and so on. The most complicated thing was a cannon to shoot the ball, and when she was done she was sure she had lost a pound. However, the result was good, so it had been worth it. No matter what her body thought. Midoriya's turn came, and the class stood watching with bated breath. Everyone wanted to see what other creature she would use to throw the ball, and some were making predictions. The most popular one being the wasps. The greenie pondered for a few minutes before laying his hand on the ground and creating the black puddle. However, instead of the animal seen before, what came out was a specter of sorts, with skeletal arms and a single yellow eye in the center of the white mask that served as its face. Midoriya stretched the ball out to him, and the specter went into it, possessing it and making it float farther and farther and higher until it disappeared from view. After a while the specter reappeared beside the boy, and the professor looked at his phone, 300 meters exactly. Okay Midoriya, you can go back to dash. The professor's eyes widened when he looked at the boy, and the rest of the class was no different. The specter seemed to get agitated, so the greenie grabbed its head and smashed it to the ground. When he was sure it was disintegrating he sighed, I know it will be difficult, but please try not to be afraid. Grimm are attracted to negative emotions. Aizawa swallowed, okay, that's good to know, but we were looking at your eye. Kaminari exclaimed, and your hands. Dude, are you okay? Midoriya tilted his head, before looking at his fingertips and brightening, oh don't worry, it's normal. The class swallowed. If it was normal for the boy to have one eye turning red with black sclera and red veins growing along his hands, they did not want to think what was not normal. The professor approached the boy, what happened? It's a side effect of my quirk, the more I use it, the more Grimm-like I become. Aizawa nodded, and the effect goes away on its own? Such things pass in an hour. The paleness and white hair, however, are permanent. I can still see, and the fingers don't hurt. Momo brought a finger to her chin, her mind working non-stop, same as Mrs. Hex. And he said he becomes similar to a Grimm? So she also has this quirk, or at least a similar one. And, now that I think about it, he's stuttering a lot less. The professor sighed, okay. At the end of the exercise go and have recovery girl see you, I don't want to risk it. Midoriya furrowed his brow, with all due respect, there's no need. It's not a harmful process. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, maybe not, but one more checkup is better than one less. Go on, get back to your seat. The boy huffed, leaving more than one classmate confused, and obeyed. Momo wrinkled her forehead. He is becoming more hostile and confident. More like Hex. Perhaps this process is having an effect on his personality. Her gaze fell on Bakugo, who was actually trembling with his gaze barred and fixed on Midoriya. She wasn't sure if it was fear or anger, but the blonde clearly didn't have a good opinion of his classmate. The girl looked at Midoriya, his arms crossed and his veins already beginning to recede. His expression was still hostile, but he had already softened. Momo smiled softly. Maybe it won't all be so bad. Aizawa sent the students off to change, looking at the test results on his phone. This year's class was promising, but some students had impressed him more than others, both positively and negatively. The most obvious problem were Midoriya and Bakugo. Taken individually, their preparation was excellent. They had shown great control over their quirks and creativity in applying and solving exercises. Midoriya was a tiny bit lacking on the physical side, but it could be fixed. However, their relationship was disastrous. The blonde didn't stop glaring at the greenie for a second, making quite quirkish comments and insulting him in a way that reminded Aizawa too much of his UA days. However, he was also clearly terrified of him, trembling whenever he got too close and always remaining defensive. He should have warned Hound Dog and set up sessions for both of them. And maybe take a thorough look at their backgrounds. He was always tempted to suspend the blonde, but he wanted to get to the bottom of it first. Another problematic student was Todoroki. His quirk was registered as half cold, half hot, but so far he had only used the first part of that name. This piqued his curiosity. One would expect that the son of Endeavor, the fire hero, had been trained in its use to an above-average level. Instead, nothing. And it wasn't that he didn't know how to do it, for he had seen him give off streams of fire above his head, probably to warm himself up. Aizawa began to suspect that Hero Number 2's family situation was not all sunshine and roses, if the scar on the boy's eye was any indication. Finally, there was Yaoyorozu. The girl was bright, observant, with an extremely versatile quirk and who knew how to use it. The professor was impressed with her problem-solving skills, not to mention knowing the structure of a cannon in great detail by heart. However, something was wrong. At the end of the exercises the girl was pale and gaunt, but she did not seem to be overly concerned. Which was concerning. The professor had a suspicion that she would become a regular presence in Recovery Girl's studio, and it was already starting to give him a headache. He put the phone in his pocket and headed for his classroom. He was walking down the hallway when he heard agitated voices coming from the locker room. Yaoyorozu. Is she okay? Call Professor Aizawa. The aforementioned man threw off all norms of good manners and entered the women's locker room. The girls, some more and some less dressed in uniform, were around the figure of Yaoyorozu, inert on the floor and pale as death. Uraraka was holding her legs up to promote circulation. Professor, please take her to Recovery Girl. The man silenced the chaos with a quirk-enhanced look and turned to the girls. Okay, one at a time. What happened? The girl with frog-like features, Azui Tsuyu, spoke as neutrally as possible. Yaoyorozu was changing into her uniform when we pointed out that she seemed to have gone pale. Karo. She said it was nothing, then turned around and collapsed. The professor took the girl in his arms, noting that she was too light for a 15-year-old, and turned to the rest of the girls. You go back to class as planned. I'll take her to the nurse's office. If they ask you questions, say they can ask me when I get back. Without waiting for an answer, he ran toward Recovery Girl's office. In his arms, the girl seemed to have recovered a little, but she could barely form words. She was far, far too weak, and Aizawa went even faster, dodging students and professors until he reached the infirmary door, which he opened with a shove. The first thing that reached his ears was the nurse's hoarse, annoyed voice, I mean Shota. Could you dash? The rest of the sentence died in her throat when she saw the girl in his arms. The woman immediately rose from her chair, followed closely by Midoriya. Right, he had sent him. What's going on? The professor laid Yaoyorozu on a bed and sighed. She fainted in the locker room. Chio, she is too light. The nurse took one look at her and shook her head. I can see from here that the girl hasn't eaten enough. What's her quirk? Aizawa shook his head. I haven't yet. She can create objects with her fats, I think. The two adults stared at Midoriya. Aizawa did not fail to notice that, while his eye and hands were still altered, his demeanor seemed to return to a more meek and peaceful state. It's just a tea theory, but during the test she pulled several items out of her body. And seeing her now in this state, I believe that the raw material is lipids. I don't think it's a storage quirk. She wouldn't be reduced like this in that case. The nurse took one look at the girl and sighed. Until we take a look at her files, I'll just give her an 4. But if indeed her quirk works as Midoriya says, I will have to draft her a specific diet. As Recovery Girl took care of Yaoyorozu, Aizawa turned to Izuku. How are you feeling? I already said that it's not harmful. Don't think I haven't noticed your change in attitude. If you use your quirk too much, do you become aggressive? The greenie lowered his gaze. Among other things. The professor nodded. I understand. Take a few more moments to cool off, then go back to class. You will find the syllabus and the class schedule. Izuku nodded, then turned his gaze to the girl lying on the bed. Will she be all right? She's in Recovery Girl's hands. She will be fine. But we'll have to find a way to keep her from being continually reduced to this state. I'll talk to the other teachers about it, don't worry. The boy sighed. All right. As he left the room, Aizawa took one last look at the boy. Oh, Midoriya? Yes? One last thing, but you don't have to answer right now. What's going on with you and Bakugo? The greenie stiffened, and then sighed, massaging his arm. Well, Kaken and I knew each other as children. When my quirk awakened he was with me and I put him in danger. Aizawa looked at the boy for a few seconds before nodding. I see. Thank you for telling me, Midoriya. I'll see if I can talk to him about it, okay? All right. Thank you, Professor. Momo opened her eyes again, finding herself looking up at the ceiling of the infirmary. Next to her, Recovery Girl was checking Izuku's condition. His hands had returned to normal, but the eye scara was still black. The girl tried to sit up on the bed, but the nurse's voice stopped her. Don't make any sudden movements, young lady. How are you feeling? Momo brought a hand to her temple, dazed. You've had a severe sugar crash. I took a look at the description of your quirk. Do you realize that you are in serious danger of going into malnutrition if you use it too much without having eaten enough? Yes. Recovery Girl nodded gravely. Good. Make sure you eat enough at home and don't hesitate to ask for extra portions in the cafeteria, okay? If necessary, get an authorization from Aizawa. Momo furrowed her brow. Her parents would never agree to let her eat like a pig. But she could not ignore direct orders from the nurse either. All right, I will try to eat more. The woman nodded again before handing the girl some cereal bars. Stay here a moment longer, and eat these. They are high-calorie bars, they will give you some energy back. Then he turned again to Midoriya. As for you, your situation is unique, and I honestly wouldn't know where to put my hands. I would have to talk to your counselor to get an idea of how to slow down this transformation. The boy sighed. I don't think it will be possible. Aunt Salem is a very busy woman. Momo downed a bite of cereal bar before replying. So you really are Mrs. Heck's nephew? Midoriya widened her eyes. Why, you know, Auntie? Remnant Industries and Yaoyorozu Group are negotiating to go into partnership. Madam came to my house for dinner a few days ago. She mentioned you, you know. The boy swallowed. And what did she say? Without showing expression, Momo replied, that you are a good boy. The greenie covered his face with his hands, making a teapot-like sound. How embarrassing. Recovery Girl brought attention back to the main topic. Well, that simplifies things. Tell her to call the school, and then we'll take care of it. Izuku nodded. All right. The nurse nodded. Perfect. Stay here a few more minutes, then go back to class. Yaoyorozu, between tomorrow and the day after I'll draw up an ad hoc diet for your quirk. I'll have Aizawa give it to you. The girl nodded, nibbling on the cereal bar. It was doughy, sugary to a fault, and probably with enough preservatives to last for 2 centuries. However, the only thing she could think was, it's good. Unbelievably good. Bakugo read the topic schedule for a few moments, then put it in his backpack with a huff. Deku wasn't back yet, thankfully, and he finally had a chance to take a look at the rest of the extras without pressure. The round-cheeked chick and the demed four-eyed one had been giving him dirty looks since the beginning of the day. The latter in particular was a pain in the butt, in every sense. From his perfectionist attitude to the way he spoke, he seemed to be there specifically to annoy the blonde. The girl was no less, cheerful and chatty as hell. She looked like something out of an ad for some little girl's candy. At least until she gave him dirty looks that, while they were at best a nuisance to him, anyone else would find chilling. The candy cane BSTRD was another who looked like he was actively trying to make fun of him. He looked down on everyone, conversations with him were limited to a couple of listless words at best. He did not seem intimidated or bothered by anything. He would have preferred the glares of the four-eyed rather than this unconcern. At least in the former case he was held in some kind of consideration. The rest was forgettable at best and a pain in the butt at worst. The monkey man and the tire elbows who had reprimanded him in the locker room were scarcely more interesting than the wallpaper in his house. The pigeonhead had proclaimed himself Deku's friend and that instantly made him an enemy. The odd-eared chick had made some comment about the blonde's volume of voice, to which he had responded with a snort and an instinctive popping of his hands. In short, the only one who had a chance of being anything more than an office sidekick was him. As usual. Maybe half and half was worthy of some consideration, if he decided to get off his pedestal and show the rest of them mortals what he could do. Hey! Bakugo huffed, watching the redhead come at him with a colossal grin on his face. If it weren't for the sharp teeth, it would be nauseating. What the F do you want, sheet hair? The boy put his hands in the air. Oh ho, grumpy are we? I wanted to ask you if you were okay. During the exercises you didn't look too good. The blonde made a face like he had eaten a lemon. I was in great shape, just so you know. I was just keeping an eye on the BSTRD Deku. Those who were closer to the two pricked up their ears, while Kirishima raised an eyebrow. Don't you think you're being a little harsh? I mean, this is already the second time you've called him that. He's a villain, it's not like I have to be nice to him. Shitty hair widened his eyes, taking half a step back. Whoa, okay, time out. What do you mean, a villain? What did he do? Bakugo gave him an incredulous look. Are you serious? Has your hairstyle somehow altered your brain as well? You saw it during the exercises, didn't you? The other wrinkled his eyebrows. Yes? I think I'm missing the point. What did he do wrong? The quirk, for FS sake, it's bloody quirk, Christ. Did you see the filthy monsters or not? The redhead suddenly took on an unreadable expression, very different from the cheerful smile used until then. Wait a minute. You call him a villain and you refer to him in that abrasive manner because of his quirk? Seriously? Bakugo rolled his eyes. Don't make that face, it looks like someone kicked your puppy. What, are you telling me I'm wrong? Kirishima lost control over his quirk for a second, making his head hard and spiky like a rock formation. Of course you're wrong. You can't call people criminals without them having done anything, just because their quirk bothers you. Bakugo began to crackle his hand, feeling his blood pressure begin to rise. Don't you get involved too. You don't know Deku, you don't know what he can do, you don't know what he's done, so don't get all self-righteous. And, dispassionate advice, don't trust what he says under any circumstances. He looks all innocent and cuddly, but he's a monster, worse than the ones he conjures up. A couple of desks away, the pink-skinned extra blurted out, I'm liking you less and less with each passing second. I heard that UA has zero tolerance for bullies, but apparently they let one slip through their fingers. The blonde man ranted, me, a bully? If I hadn't been there the population of this sheet city would be half of what it is now. The attention of the entire class was now on him, and it was not a positive one. The girl with the strange ears snorted, oh really? Then please enlighten us, how does half of Muzurafu owe his life to you? Bakugo clenched his fists, apparently lost in his memories. When Deku awakened his quirk he summoned one of those cursed wolves, and even at 4 years old one of those things would have been enough to kill not only me, but the rest of the extras around. For 2 months, he kept summoning monster after monster, training himself to make them more and more deadly. At one point he attracted the attentions of a BSTRD hag, some villain far too similar to him to be trusted. Anyway, all that time I had to keep him at bay, keep him from getting too close to the other kids, destroy his monsters, confront him when he got too confident, things like that. At some point I think he learned his lesson, because he finally left town and I never saw him again. Until today. Listen up, extras, Deku is a bloodthirsty, manipulative, ruthless BSTRD, and definitely not someone you can trust. If you have any sense of sanity, don't let your guard down and don't let him find allies, because otherwise he will become uncontrollable and we will all be in deep shit. There was dead silence in the classroom. All the kids were looking at the blonde with expressions ranging from disapproval, to fury, to horror. Kirishima's voice broke the silence, heavy and uncertain as if the boy was physically struggling to speak. So let me get this straight. You bullied Midoriya for his quirk. Actually, no, what you said bordered on abuse. You abused Midoriya for 2 months. Pushing him to move. When you were 4 years old. You see him again after 11 years? And your first reaction is to yell at him and hurl non-stop insults at him. And you brag about it? Mina echoed him, in a tone that seemed about to explode, and you ask us to do the same thing? Like it's the right thing to do? Bakugo blurted out, it is the right thing to do. Oh, do you hear when I speak? If you let your guard down around that villain, he will become dangerous. The only wise thing to do is to keep him at bay, hammer him down when he raises his head to prevent him from growing and becoming strong enough to kill us all." The blonde's words were again met with silence. After a few seconds, a low, seemingly neutral voice rose, "Enough." Bakugo raised an eyebrow. "Huh? What, frog face?" The girl gave the blonde a sharp look. Despite her deadpan face, "I said enough, Karo. Every word you said makes me want to punch you in the face more and more, so just shut up." Pigeon Face nodded gravely, his black feathers beginning to puff up. What a mad banquet of darkness. From his back emerged a black mass with two bright yellow eyes and a pointed head similar to his master, who blurted out, "I didn't think it was possible, but you're worse than Fumi's middle school classmates." From behind the blonde, a short boy with hair composed of purple orbs swallowed, I don't know. If Midoriya really is that dangerous, wouldn't it be better to listen to Bakugo? I mean, he seems to know him better than anyone. Isn't it wiser not to take risks?" The six-armed boy glared at the dwarf, which, plus the mask over his mouth and nose, made him look terrifying. "Are you seriously saying that it is acceptable to be treated like villains, just because you have a certain quirk?" Well, no. See, certainly not. I'm just saying that, you unlike Bakugo, we don't know Midoriya well enough to say that. The electric blonde's voice interrupted him. "What? That the stick of dynamite there is justified in abusing him? I thought this was a school for heroes, not villains." Ida clenched her fists, looking at Bakugo with something akin to hatred. "You know, I'm relieved that he only had to deal with you for 2 months. If he had been stuck in your school for all the years of elementary and middle school, I don't think I would have felt like blaming him if he had become a villain." Bakugo blurted out, "You say that as if he wasn't already." A pair of hands slammed hard on a desk, all gazes settled on round cheeks. "Cut it out. Villain this, villain that, do you hear yourself when you speak? You sound delusional, or obsessed with Midoriya. For your information, that villain, as you call him, saved my life during the entrance exam. With the quirk you like to hate so much." Bakugo snorted a laugh. "Okay, good one. That DMN quirk saving someone? You know, a joke comes good when it's believable." The girl clenched her fists tightly. "That's true. Toward the end of the exam, I got stuck with my legs under some rubble as the 0-point robot was approaching. Do you know what Midoriya did? He pulled out the ghost of the ball throw and made it possess the boulder, allowing me to escape. Not only that. The possessed rubble formed a huge stone golem that distracted the 0-point enough for the others to get to safety. Does that sound like villain behavior to you?" The blonde looked at her with narrowed eyes for a few moments before getting up and grabbing his bag. "Talking to you extras is the same as talking to rocks. Do whatever the F you want. At this point I don't care if you get yourselves killed or become villains on par with him. In fact, please try to actually become one. I can't wait to kick your butts when I go pro." And with these last, venomous words, he walked out of the classroom. The class was still in the chaos left by Bakugo's words when Midoriya and Yaoyorozu re-entered the room. The girl looked around confused. What's going on?" Ida took a few moments to compose himself and let out a sigh. "Just some disagreements with one of our classmates." The greenie's expression fell. "It was Kaken, right? We saw him leaving the classroom, and he seemed pretty angry." Kaminari shrugged. "Don't mind that chihuahua, man. Rather, are you okay?" Uraraka echoed him. "And you too, Yaoyorozu. How are you feeling? You scared us all." The girl gave a small smile. "Thanks for the concern, Uraraka, but I'm fine. I just didn't eat much before coming here, that's all." Jairu raised an eyebrow. "Girl, you fainted in the middle of the locker room. Are you sure it's just didn't eat much?" Now even the boys were alarmed. Ida began waving his hands like a robot. "This is very serious. Does Professor Aizawa know about this? If it's a condition he needs to be warned right away." Yaoyorozu put her hands out. "Ida, I'm flattered that you're concerned about me, I mean it, but there's no need. Aizawa knows what happened and Recovery Girl will make sure it doesn't happen again. Assuming and not granting that my parents approve of the diet." The boy nodded, albeit somewhat tensely, and turned to Midoriya. "How about you? Are you okay? You said the transformation is not harmful, but what is Recovery Girl's opinion?" The greenie rubbed the back of his head. "Well, mine is a unique case, so she doesn't know exactly where to put her hands. But I'll try to deconvince my aunt to talk to her. What I am sure of is that using too much of my Q quirk does no harm for me. But I can get aggressive and cruel. So be warned." There was more than one verse of understanding in the class. Kaminari gave a thumbs up. "Roger that, buddy. You know, it's still okay with you all things considered. If I use too high a voltage, my intelligence goes on par with that of a potato for a while." The greenie's eyes began to shine. Why you generate electricity, don't you? See, can you even manipulate it? Why you could reduce the C collateral effects if you run it all along the body, you know, reduce the blow T that the brain receives. The blonde chuckled, that's really great advice, but unfortunately I can only generate electricity. The idea of reduced voltage on the brain inspires me though, I'll work on it and let you know. Yaoyorozu looked at Midoriya with something akin to admiration. I didn't know you liked doing analysis. The boy smiled, I've been doing it for years, and now it comes naturally to me. I started W with my M mother, T then I switched to M my Grimms. They are incredibly C-complex and fascinating. I have whole B books dedicated only to a T type. And there are many T types. The Ravenet returned the smile. For me it's more of a hobby than a real passion, but I do enjoy occasionally reading a few pages of international analysts. I'm glad to find someone better versed in it than I am. As the greenie continued to lose himself in discussions of Quirk and Grimm analysis, Mineta Minoru muttered, DMNU, Midoriya. Aren't you ashamed to talk so casually to a knockout hottie like that? Fortunately, no one heard him. Except for Jairu and Mezu, but the latter was quick to put the midget back in line with a slap on the face. Tabita Danjuro fixed his tie in front of the mirror, made sure his mustache and beard were in perfect order, and, with a smile, left the house to go to work. On the way he stopped at a cafe and, as was his custom, ordered 2 teas, one for him and the other for his friend, partner and, as of that day, colleague, who entered the place shortly after and sat down in front of him. Good morning, Tabita. You seem to be in a good mood. The man gave the girl sitting in front of him a smile. And how could I not? Today is your first day of work. Ah, it seems like yesterday you were submitting your internship application directly to the big boss. Iba Manami rolled her eyes with a sigh. Tabita, please. You're acting like you're my father. The man chuckled, I have spent the last year watching you grow from a budding intern to an official employee of Remnant Industries. If you allow, I think I have the right to act as I please. The teas arrived, and the colleagues accepted them with thanks to the waitress. After taking a sip from the hot drink, Iba chuckled, I won't hide that I'm nervous. I'm press, social and IT worker for a multinational corporation. Danjuro waved his hand in front of him, you don't have to worry about anything. You will be under my supervision for a while, so if the work is too much, don't mind asking. The girl rolled her eyes, you can only help me with the press side, not the rest. But thanks anyway. The two finished their drinks, paid for by Danjuro, and left the venue, quickening their pace so as not to be late for the new press agent's first day of work. Iba swallowed. No matter how many times she saw it, the Remnant Industries offices never ceased to be ominous. The building was a modern urban-style skyscraper, tall and slender, designed to withstand earthquakes as well as hurricanes. The completely black exterior seemed to absorb the surrounding light, making the shadow it cast over the city even darker. Above the bulletproof glass doors, passers-by were informed of the building's purpose by the bright red sign, Remnant Industries Incorporated Legal Offices and IT Centers. The building was topped by the company's logo, and are growing from a vertically open eye, mounted on top of the building as if it should look out over the city. Those who had read The Lord of the Rings would have had no trouble drawing parallels between the skyscraper and Sauron's tower in Mordor. Some employees speculated that their boss had been inspired by exactly that. The girl swallowed and followed Danjuro inside the building, waving to the receptionist and taking the elevator to the 25th floor, where the IT stations were located. The hall they entered was a tangle of cables, screens and people, each with at least 2 computers in front of them and all busy typing non-stop. Iba looked around in wonder before the man pointed to a chair and a computer. This will be your station. The computer is connected to the company's Wi-Fi. If you want to connect your personal computer too, I can give you the password. The girl nodded, thank you, Tabita. The man made to leave, when the elevator door opened and the air seemed to thin. All the workers suddenly froze, standing at attention when they saw who had entered the office. Danjuro made a deep bow, followed by a terrified Iba and all the other workers in the office. Good morning, Ms. Hex. The woman glanced around the room before sighing and waving her hand, no need for all these formalities. Go back to work. The employees obeyed almost immediately, concentrating on their tasks in an unnatural silence for an IT office. Their boss wandered among the workstations for a few moments before stopping at Manami's and giving her the shadow of a smile. Oh, good morning Ms. Iba. Is the station to your liking? The girl tried as hard as she could not to appear nervous, with little success. Why yes ma'am. Thanks again for hiring me. The depth of the bow she gave her was not out of courtesy so much as to mask her anxious expression. The woman touched her chin with one hand and made her stand up, not ignoring how the girl had stopped trembling at her touch, Please, keep the formalities to a minimum, I'm not the type for excessive displays of politeness. And the credit for the hiring is yours alone, I would not have taken you on board if you were not the best of the best. Iba swallowed, trying to keep her voice neutral. Why yes ma'am. Salem looked at her for a few seconds longer before turning to the man nearby. Danjuro, when you have a free moment come by my office. I have just secured a partnership with the Yaoyorosis, you need to put their and their associates' contacts in the database. The man bowed, with great pleasure, ma'am. Oh, while I'm on the subject, I was able to get in touch with Shueisha Publications. But I can't help but be perplexed. The woman nodded. We will discuss this further in my office. I don't intend to take up any more of your time. Miss Iba needs to set up her station and start getting to work, doesn't she? He added, glancing at the aforementioned, who nodded vigorously. Very well. See you later, Danjuro. And, Iba? I hope you'll be comfortable here with us. With these last words she disappeared into the elevator. Afterwards, Manami did not hide the fact that she almost fainted when Salem spoke to her. Midoriya. Sit here. The greenie smiled as he saw Ida and Uraraka nod to him to sit with them at lunch. Holding the tray full of food firmly in his hand, he went to sit at the table with the two kids and a conflicted-looking Yayorozu. Yayorozu? Is something wrong? The girl shook herself out of her thoughts with a blush in her cheeks. Oh, and it's nothing, Ida. I was just thinking if maybe I didn't order too much food. Izuku shook her head. Yayorozu, you heard our recovery girl yesterday. T or quirk s based on your F fat mass, you have T to Ida L lot. Uraraka widened her eyes. Wait, is that why you fainted yesterday? The other girl nodded without looking up. Ida began to wave his arms mechanically. This is extremely risky, not to mention irresponsible. You need to take better care of yourself. Yayorozu said nothing, although she felt a streak of irritation begin to simmer under her skin. What did they know, after all, about what was best for her? Her diet was perfectly balanced to keep her figure intact but not to keep her healthy. Midoriya's voice brought her back to the present. Hey, Ida, how come you drink so much orange J juice? This is the third carton you've finished in 2 minutes. The girl was enormously grateful to the greenie for the change of subject, unaware that he had sensed her stress. The boy in blue smiled. Oh, juice is the fuel for my quirk. I don't want to run out of steam for today's class, you know. The green guy brightened. Really? What's the efficiency? Does it have to be orange juice or will any C citrus fruit do? Does the C concentration have any effect on the quirk? Ida chuckled. So, in order, a carton of juice is enough for an hour. It has to be specifically orange juice, but my mother uses lemon juice. I've never tried diluting the juice, and I think you can see why. Yuck. Ochako tilted her head, downing a mouthful of rice. Your mother? Does quirk run in the family? The boy puffed out his chest. It does. In fact, I come from a long tradition of heroes. You may have already figured it out by seeing my quirk, but the Idas are the founders of the IdeaHunter agency. Midoriya widened his eyes so much that Momo feared they would pop out of their sockets. After a few seconds he muttered, IdeaHunter? Wait. Do you happen to know Ingenium? Ida burst out laughing. Do I know him? He is my older brother. I admire him a lot, and he's the kind of hero I aim to be. The greenie looked at the other boy with wide eyes, which soon filled with tears. Ochako and Ida immediately panicked, while Momo was increasingly confused. Midoriya. You don't like Ingenium? The boy wiped his eyes, laughing shakily. Oh, on the contrary. Ingenium is one of my personal heroes. Ida's jaw dropped. Are you serious? Why yes. When my quirk manifested, I created a B Beowulf without knowing how to control it. Were it not F for your brother, I'd have L lives on my C conscience. Momo brought her hands in front of her mouth. I had no idea. I'm sorry that your quirk brought you such a traumatic experience. Ida looked at his classmate in concern, then recomposed himself and spoke in a low tone. Midoriya, I am honored to know that my brother helped you at such a crucial time, and I hope you can count on me in the same way. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to reach out for me. Ochako nodded vehemently. Yes. If you need help, come to us, okay? Even if it's just to chat. The greenie tried to keep his eyes dry, with little success. Thanks guys. You're awesome. Momo watched the boy smile with teary eyes, thanking his friends for their support. Without realizing it, she began to eat her food, her mind occupied by a question tangling her thoughts. Is this what it means to have true friends? Bakugo crossed his arms, doing his best to ignore the bird sheet behind him. He had been treated coldly all day by the rest of the extras in class, except for the purple midget, but he couldn't care less. If they wanted to look the other way, their loss. His mood improved dramatically when, through the giant door, walked into the classroom none other than All Might, wearing the Silver Age costume. And the day turned for the better when he announced that their first Fundamentals of Heroism class would be a practical test. And so they had to wear their costumes. Finally, something worth doing. The blonde grabbed his suitcase and darted into the locker room, trying to change as quickly as possible so as not to be late for practice, and to spend no more time than necessary in the same room with Deku. When he put on the gauntlets, the feeling of power sent a rush of tingles under his skin, and the desire to try them out on the field became almost intoxicating. The rest of the extras entered the room and began to change while he secured the mask over his face, and for a moment he caught out of the corner of his eye a piece of Deku's costume. It looked like some sort of helmet, white, with red markings. Like the skulls of his monsters. You don't even try not to look like a villain, do you? This thought buzzed in his head until he saw Pigeonhead's costume, a black jumpsuit with a cape over it that masked his entire body. The blonde walked out of the locker room without looking at anyone else. One would-be villain was enough for him, two were far too many. He reached Ground Delta after a few minutes, finding All Might there waiting for them. Bakugo used his presence to calm himself down, reminding himself of his motivation and his goal, to become not only the #1 hero, but the most powerful hero who had ever lived, so strong that his presence alone would be enough to deter any villain from trying any funny business. Like All Might. Like an atomic bomb. The rest of the class arrived shortly after. And the sight filled All Might with pride, a new generation of heroes, ready to take on the world and make it a better place. But first they would need a worthy education. Which he was there to provide. He shook the thoughts of admiration from his head and focused on the teaching side, courtesy of a crash course from Nedzu and Gran Torino. Some of the costumes would need a couple of design changes. The first problem was young Todoroki's costume. Even if one wanted to ignore the aesthetic side, covering half of his body in a layer of fake ice did not make the slightest sense. It was like wanting to suppress a side of him, the fire side, the scarred side, the endeavor side. That wasn't reassuring, and from a practical point of view it made it so much easier for hypothermia to work. Not to mention the ease of movement. Yes, it would have needed a complete overhaul. Kirishima's was way too exposed, even with his quirk. The moment the hardening failed, the kid was as good as dead. Same concept, but a worse situation for Yaoyorozu. What kind of lunatic had thought it a good idea to dress a 15-year-old girl like a STRPR? The uncovered skin excuse he had read in his file could be executed in 1,000 different, and better, ways. Leave the back uncovered, use a sports bra and shorts, use DNA-infused material, prices be d'med. Between UA and Yaoyorozu they could more than afford it. The young Hagakure. Let's drape a curtain over that. The rest were less serious things, such as designs a tad too simple or too threatening. In this sense, Undisputed Lord was young Midoriya. The boy was dressed like a knight of the apocalypse. The base, a dark green tunic, had red vein-like designs, and was topped with several pieces of white armor. Around his neck, an asymmetrical cloak covered his shoulders and was secured by a demonic eye-like clasp. The whole thing was crowned by a helmet that completely covered his face, also white and red, with a black mane covering his hair and making the boy look like an MMO avatar. The hero failed to ignore how Tokoyami tried to sneak glances at Midoriya, each time with an expression that could be described as religious admiration. He shook his head from these considerations and gave a laugh. Look at the spectacle you are. The dress may not make the man, but it sure makes the hero. Okay, students, it's time to start the lesson. Yesterday Professor Aizawa had you take tests to see your basic preparation, and today we're going to do something similar. We're going to test your self-control, your accuracy, and most importantly, you're going to start getting familiar with your costumes. And all this will be done through a combat simulation. The hero studied the reaction of the class. Many seemed eager to begin, as was to be expected from teenagers, others more placid seemed puzzled or worried. And then there was young Bakugo. The 90-toothed smile and wide eyes were alarming to say the least, not to mention the way he rubbed his hands together letting go a few small explosions. Aizawa had said that the boy had behavior problems, but perhaps he hadn't quite conveyed their magnitude. Trying to control the enthusiasm and bloodlust of his students, All Might raised a hand and his voice. Okay, everybody calm down. I know you are eager to begin, but first it is good to draw up the rules. The class will be divided into pairs and the pairs will face each other in ground delta. The goal of the attackers is to find the exit or catch their opponents. The goal of the defenders is to knock out the attackers before they can escape. Both teams will be given a pair of HNDCFFS. To take out an opponent, just handcuff any part of his body. Now, I know I said you can use ground delta, but that's no excuse for demolishing it. A software is programmed to take into account the integral structure of every single building in the mock city, and it will calculate how much the cost of damage inflicted would amount to. The moment a student exceeds the 7 million yen threshold, they will be automatically eliminated. The students began to discuss among themselves, and immediately a hand went up in the crowd. All Might gave the floor to young Ida. "Sir, how will the teams be decided?" The professor nodded. "It's very simple. In the field you will not always have the luxury of being able to choose your teammates, so the pairs will be drawn by lot." And so it was. The professor watched the boys divide into pairs, some more and some less perplexed. Young Uraraka seemed quite comfortable with young Ida, while Yaoyorozu was already discussing a strategy with young Midoriya. On the other hand, young Mineta's every attempt to socialize with Bakugo was ignored by the latter, who was properly securing the bracelets and harnesses of the costume. All Might swallowed and picked up another batch. "Well, students. Teams made, it's time to find out your opponents. The first round will feature Team Point 5 as attackers." Yaoyorozu and Midoriya nodded as the professor took the second sheet, and Team 3 as defenders. Bakugo glanced at the other team, and immediately his grin turned inhuman. Mineta's gaze, on the other hand, was swinging between ravenous when he stopped on Yaoyorozu's form, and frightened when he looked at Midoriya. The professor swallowed, but gave the city map to the two teams and watched the defenders disappear between the buildings. As he led the rest of the class into the monitor room, he could not help but think that perhaps he should have changed the pairings. Nah, he was overreacting. Besides, he couldn't play favorites, right? Izuku took a deep breath. Then another. And one more. It wasn't enough to calm his nerves, but he was shaking a lot less now. He was against Kaken. All his nightmares of the last 10 years were materializing before him, and this time he couldn't escape with a little analysis or a HeroTube video. It was a school exercise, and there was no way out. Actually, there was one, but hoping to make it out of Ground Delta without Kaken finding him was like hoping for snow in August. The greenie glanced at the city map. The central street connected the entrance to the exit in a direct way, while the rest of the city was a maze of alleys and tangled streets that made orientation a challenge. Its only advantage was the maximum damage limit. Kaken would have to be careful what he blew up, and that gave him some breathing room. Perhaps he could have used some Grimms to keep him distracted as he ran. "Midoriya? Is everything okay?" The greenie shook himself out of his thoughts. Right, he was paired with Yaoyorozu. And Kaken was paired with Mineta. In his anxiety, he had forgotten this detail. WL.N no. Kaken hates me, and this exercise is a dream come true for him. I am sure he'll ignore everything else to see come after me. Or he'll wait at the exit for me to see come to him. One way or another, I'll still have to fight him. The girl wrinkled her brow. That's hardly heroic behavior. Izuku gave a bitter laugh. Heroism for Kaken means winning. Heroes win, villains lose. WWE both G grew up admiring All Might, but he saw the strongest hero, and not the symbol of peace. I believe that peace and power are the same for him. Yaoyorozu snorted. What a brute. But if he really has tunnel vision like this, we can exploit him, don't you think? The boy brought a finger to his chin. It won't be easy. Kaken has a natural talent for sea combat, and not to mention that he's smart. It's possible to fool him, but it's a high-stake gamble. If we fail, he might decide that blowing us up is more important than winning. The girl widened her eyes. Is he really that ill-tempered? Izuku sighed. Why, you have no idea. Our best possibility is to get him away from the exit far enough to allow us to escape. And that's SN not taking Mineta into account. Yaoyorozu nodded. We could use your Grimms as a distraction. How far can you control them? The boy shook his head. I don't see control them, I see command them. They listen to my orders, but I don't always know what they do, and decide to do their own thing if things go wrong. I see create them, but they are not part of me. The girl brought a finger to her chin. I see. But it still remains our best option. Izuku nodded and put away the map. With a deep breath, he placed his hands on the ground and created the black puddles. All sorts of beasts, bears, wolves, some wasps, even some boars and deformed-looking bipedal reptiles began to emerge from them. When he had created enough of them, the puddles disappeared and the boy stood up, spread around the city, look for the blonde and urge him to chase you. Distract him as much as you can, but don't hurt him or destroy anything. The Grimms gave growls and groans of assent, and the boy pointed to two wolves. You two, stay with Yaoyorozu. In saying this he pointed to the girl, follow her orders and make sure she is not caught. Do not harm her or her opponents. The monsters approached the girl and, after staring and sniffing at her for a couple of seconds, went to her sides like two hounds behind their master. The Ravenet looked at the array of creatures in front of her for a second, trying not to be too startled, and then turned to Izuku. Midoriya, how are you? You've stopped stuttering. The boy opened his uncovered hand, showing how it was already full of red veins. I'll be fine. Hopefully, I won't have to create any more Grimm, and the transformation will already begin to recede. Yaoyorozu nodded. Okay. Let's avoid the central road, then. I'll detour through the side streets, trying to avoid Mineta and Bakugo. And I will let the Grimms make a racket and attract Kaken's attention as I head for the exit by passing across the rooftops. A siren rang through ground delta, announcing the start of the exercise. The kids nodded to each other and went opposite ways, while the Grimms scattered around the city letting out wild snarls and roars. Boom! Bakugo perched himself above the lamppost, looking down the central street. Shortly after the siren sounded, it was like a portal to hell had opened, roars and monstrous cries had risen from the streets and alleys, continuing to ring out unperturbed, a cacophony that promised carnage. The blonde gritted his teeth and jumped down, using small explosions to speed up and move without touching the ground. He had to find Deku. He didn't give a shit about Ponytail, the purple dwarf could deal with her all he wanted, but Deku was his. He began to run through his mind at least a dozen different ways to tear him apart without having All Might intervene. What good would it do to destroy the villain if he was not going to win? The city damage clause was a nuisance, but he could work with it. There was no price for breaking Deku, after all. It was only through sheer talent that she was able to sense and avoid the attack at his side. A black, round object darted down the road, curved, began to slow down and finally stopped, revealing its nature, one of the villain's monsters, a stocky, sturdy boar with 4 red eyes and 2 tusks more like sabers than teeth. This let out a hoarse screech, then curled in on itself and started charging. Bakugo gritted his teeth and sprinted using explosions to accelerate, jumping on top of it at the last moment and creating 2 explosions on either side of its head, so strong that the boar tumbled to the ground and began disintegrating. The blonde stood up and wiped the remains of the monster from his costume, sneering, "Filthy thing." A second growl caught his attention, and when he turned around his blood pressure reached dangerous levels. The street was infested with monsters, and they were all zeroing in on him with gnashing fangs. Bakugo let his hands pop, his features distorted into a mask of fury and hatred. Is this what the villain Deku can do? TSK, and then they say I shouldn't hate him. But I'm the hero in this story. Come on, let me kill you. The explosion that rang through the city, for the blonde, was a promise of war. To everyone else, it was a sign of instability. Momo had one of the wolves, or Beowulf. She should have asked Midoriya for names. Go ahead to make sure the road was safe. The Grimm did not seem alarmed, so she ran up to it and continued to navigate the alleys. Once you spent enough time with them, they weren't so bad. Sure, their appearance was not reassuring, but Midoriya had told them to listen to her, and in their favor was that they were obedient. They didn't even look too displeased when she had ordered one to allow itself to be ridden, continuing to move forward while she checked the layout of the town. Suddenly, the Grimm froze, sniffing the air and beginning to growl. The girl dismounted from the back of one of them and flattened herself against the wall, starting to create a baton with which to defend herself. When she leaned out from the corner, she realized what had alarmed the Beowulf. The street was covered with purple orbs. They were everywhere, on the pavement, on the walls, on the balconies. It was virtually impossible to cross it without tripping over them, and she definitely did not want to know what would happen in case she had to touch them. The 2 Grimms, behind her, kept growling and aiming in a specific direction, as if they smelled danger or prey. Momo took up the city map again. The blocked alley went directly in the direction of the exit, therefore, she would have to take another route. Assuming those were not blocked as well. She could have taken the rooftops as well, but she was not sure if the Beowulf people could reach her, and she did not feel safe leaving them. So she decided to try her luck and take an alternative route. Nodding to the 2 Grimms, she resumed her way through the alleys, being careful to stay in the direction of the exit. She encountered other streets blocked in the same way, and each time she decided to take an alternative route. The wolves were increasingly agitated, and more than once the girl feared that they were about to abandon her or, worse, attack her. In the end, her fears proved to be justified. Her path led her out of the alleys and into the main street. The girl did not like being so exposed, but Mineta had made the side streets unserviceable. Bakugo's blasts were getting louder and louder, so the girl gritted her teeth and raised her voice. Grimm, let me get on your back and run for the exit. Nothing happened. Momo looked at the 2 wolves, and saw them focused on the explosions, starting to growl louder and moving away from her. The girl swallowed. No, Grimm, listen to me. You can't go to him, we have to dash. The sentence died in her throat as the 2 Grimms howled and ran toward the source of the explosions. Momo felt a pang of fear grip her heart. She was out in the open, close to a danger zone, and she had just been left alone. After a few seconds, spent wallowing in the frost of panic, the girl shook her head and ran for the exit, trying to stay as close to the buildings as possible. Her goal was to get out of ground delta, and she could not afford to stand still in one spot. She had to move and ignore the rest. She had to trust Midoriya and his plan. Midoriya was terrified. He was running from rooftop to rooftop, using the two lancers buzzing around him to help with the longer jumps, struggling not to look in the direction of the explosions. His plan to distract Kaken had not taken into account the fact that the blonde's hatred would turn him into a Grimm magnet. It was hard to send him on a goose chase if it was the goose that came to him. Counting the fact that he had given orders not to hurt him, it was only a matter of time before the blonde finished tearing the monsters apart and came after him. Fortunately, he had managed to keep a couple of lancers aside. The wasps were an invaluable aid in jumping between rooftops, and his only real hope for avoiding direct confrontation. If he could put enough distance between himself and Kaken, he could get out before the blonde could reach him. Ground delta was huge, after all, and no matter how fast Kaken was, he could not teleport. If Momo could reach the exit via the back routes, the exercise would be a resounding success. Suddenly the explosion stopped, and Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. A myriad of different hypotheses began to dart through his mind, but all his thoughts were drowned out by a thundering voice. Deku. The greenie dared to look behind him and, as he feared, Kaken was on his heels, using explosions to fly from rooftop to rooftop much faster than he was. That's why I couldn't find you. Did you think you could get away from me, you coward villain a-hole? Stupid villain. I can't let you escape. For a second the two voices overlapped, and Izuku felt his body stop reacting. That moment of hesitation was more than enough for Bakugo to reach out and punch him in the stomach, which was followed by an explosion that threw him into a billboard. The blonde gritted his teeth, popping his hand out with an expression more monstrous than any Grimm. If it weren't for the stupid damage clause, I'd send you to the ground floor of the building and bring it down on you, you bstrd a-hole. Instead I have to do it this way, up close and personal. You know, I almost prefer it this way. You don't know how much I've dreamed of tearing you apart. Izuku held his hand over his stomach, thanking his common sense for specifying that he wanted the tunic to be fireproof. The helmet had protected his head from the impact, but that did not remove the fact that he was stunned for a few seconds. The greenie scrambled back to his feet, in time to avoid a series of explosion-propelled swings. At a whistle, the lancers began attacking Kaken, firing harpoon stingers at him and trying to pin him down. The blonde got rid of the two wasps in less than a minute, catching them by the stingers, pulling them to himself and then blasting them. However, the time it took for this attack was enough for Izuku to get his hands on the ground and create two ursas, which set off to charge the blonde with all their immense bulk, while the greenie turned on his heels and resumed running. Kaken gritted his teeth. Still running, you shitty Deku? How pathetic can you be? The blonde managed to avoid the paw of one of the two monsters with a leap, then jumped on its back and released a series of explosions so powerful that they rattled the glass of the buildings. Once the first Ursa fell with its head mangled, the second quickly met the same end. Izuku could sense the blonde's hatred. It was frightening, a red flame, dripping with blood, completely dominating his being. The greenie felt overwhelmed by the force of so much negativity. But, at the same time, it was beautiful. Warm and inviting, like a still-beating heart just waiting to be eaten. The greenie shook his head, banishing that line of thought before he could really consider it. The transformation is more advanced than I thought. I can't afford any more Grimms, I must dash. His thought was interrupted by a hand grabbing him by the scruff of his neck, creating continuous explosions. Kaken gave a growl. Are you really in such a hurry? All right then. I'll send you to the morgue right now, if you really want to. What followed were the most painful 5 seconds the greenie had ever experienced. Kaken began to spin around, using a continuous barrage of explosions to speed up and envelop himself in a tornado of fire and smoke. When he was fast enough, the blonde shot Izuku into the main street with an explosion, so fast that he shattered a storefront window and smashed a wall, finding himself sore and slumped in a storeroom. The cardboard boxes had done little to cushion the impact, but it was better than hitting the wall with nothing. Izuku was seeing stars. He had hit the storefront window head-on, and he really had to thank his helmet that the impact against the wall had not killed him. But even so, his neck still felt the burn of the blast, while the impact taken to his rib cage made breathing a torture. His arms were full of cuts from the broken glass, and he was pretty sure one of his wrists had shattered. Somehow, Kaken's voice managed to cut through the ringing in his ears. How much will this damage be? 300,000 yen? 400,000? Bah, as long as I'm not eliminated it's just fine. He heard her footsteps approaching, followed by the characteristic crackle and a mocking laugh. Well, Deku? Still think you can torment me? I'm not an idiot like the rest of the extras. I know you came here for me, to keep harassing me like you did as a kid. That's the only thing you know how to do, after all, isn't it? Fing villain. The greenie felt something begin to pulse in his chest, a fire that spread through his veins and threatened to burn anyone in his path. He managed to get back on his feet and, albeit staggering, walked out of the warehouse and shouted, "Will you leave me alone? I'm not the one who blows up anyone he doesn't like. I came to UA because I want to be a hero. I want to make people smile, even with this quirk. Is it that difficult to understand? What do you want from my life?" He removed his helmet, showing his furious expression and tear-streaked face, while his red and black eyes sent flashes. "I already apologized for my Quirk Awakening. Over and over again. What more do you want? Can't you just leave me alone for once?" Time seemed to freeze. Kaken and Izuku looked into each other's eyes for several seconds as the whole world stood tense as a violin string. Finally, the blonde opened his mouth, and everything went crashing down. "You? A hero? Don't make me laugh. You can't be a hero. You're a villain, don't you get it? You can't apologize. You don't deserve peace, you don't deserve forgiveness, you deserve absolutely nothing but a one-way ticket to Tartarus. I want you to go away and stop making fools of us all, because no sane hero will ever let a villain like you defile a school like UA." Izuku felt his ears ringing. All his memories of elementary school, everything he thought he knew, all his nightmares, his dreams, his whole self was drowned by the venom in Ka. No. That was not Kaken. Kaken had been dead for a long time, assuming he had ever lived. Kaken was a grumpy but lively child who dreamed of being a hero, who stayed up late watching documentaries on All Might. Kaken was a human. Bakugo was not. Bakugo was a concentrate of hatred and fear, left to grow over the years without anyone really understanding what was wrong with him. Izuku could see it clearly now, how those two feelings reinforced each other, a symbiotic union that gave birth to a monster. When he was a child, Aunt Salem taught him to use a mental image to activate his quirk, a large tree full of fruit and flowers, rotting and withering until it became a pile of dead wood. It was meant to visualize destruction. There, in that moment, he no longer saw the flourishing tree. He saw a blond man with red eyes and a cruel grin, being mauled by a series of fangs and claws, blood staining his snow-white clothes, his eyes dilated with terror. And he liked it. "Bakugo!" All Might yanked off his earpiece with an expletive, turning to the class. "Young Ida, run to the school and bring Professor Aizawa here. The rest of you, stay here." Without waiting for a response, he ran out of the monitor room and sprinted toward the battle zone. Throughout the exercise, cameras had kept an eye on the 4 students, allowing the professor to note their behaviors and mark what should be nurtured and what should be cut down. Young Yaoyorozu needed a little more confidence, but she was smart and analytical. Young Mineta was bright with good planning skills, but would need to learn a healthy dose of respect. Young Midoriya was resourceful, and would benefit from a program of intense physical training. As for Bakugo, the blonde was a natural when it came to fighting. He moved quickly and efficiently, his attacks were precise and brutal, he could make complex calculations on the fly, and he gave no quarter. All this, however, came at the price of a temper that would make Endeavor seem like a gentleman, and that was saying something. The class and the professor had stood by with a mixture of admiration and dread as the blonde demolished a good dozen Grimms, without any of them ever really managing to trouble him. One of the boys had commented, "He looks like a soldier from an action movie," during the last stand scene, and the professor had not been able to get that comparison out of his head. Young Bakugo did not act like a hero, but he was an outstanding soldier. When he had gone after Midoriya, more than one cry of concern ran through the class. The professor was on the verge of breaking the pen in two when he saw the blonde reach for the greenie and launch him into a store like a missile. The software scored 300,000 yen in damage for the first time since the exercise began, but more than one student called for its elimination anyway. All Might bit his tongue before announcing that if young Midoriya did not get up in a minute, he would stop the test to make sure he was okay. But he did get back up. Not only did he get back up, but he started yelling at the blonde. Unfortunately, the cameras had a low range of audio capture, but even so, all the students could hear the desperate tone of his voice as he asked those questions. "I already apologized for my Quirk Awakening. Over and over again. What more do you want? Can't you leave me alone for once?" All Might swallowed. The situation was worse, infinitely worse than Aizawa had anticipated. Little did he know, however, that this was only the beginning. Bakugo replied. He spoke in a low pitch, too low for the cameras to catch him accurately, but one sentence, spoken in a toxic tone to say the least, was clear, "Of us all, because no sane hero would let a villain like you defile a school like UA." Everyone in the monitor room was speechless. Some were horrified, some furious, some simply stunned by such hatred. The chaos did not have time to erupt in the classroom, however, because it erupted first in the street. "Bakugo! The figure of the greenie disappeared, enveloped by an eruption of black liquid that forced the blonde to back away. And that was the moment when All Might decided the exercise was over. Young Mineta, young Yaoyorozu, stay where you are and don't move. Young Bakugo, get away from there immediately. The exercise is over, and I don't want to see any attempts at aggression, understand? Bakugo's voice squeaked in the earpiece, what? Biba Deka dash. Young Bakugo, I am about to come there to calm young Midoriya down, and you'd better not be nearby. Alright. Beat him up, All Might. The hero ignored the last comment and, after giving orders to the rest of the class, sprinted toward ground delta as fast as he could. His jumps made him soar through the air above the mock city, and he didn't stop until he heard a distinctive blasting sound that made him irritated in no small measure. I thought I told him to get away. He got ready to take another leap, but a sharp screech paralyzed him on the spot. The hero slowly raised his head, finding himself looking at a monster far more terrifying than any he had seen so far. A pitch-black bird was flying through the skies of the ground delta, circling above one of the roads. Its body was skinny and emaciated, but still strong enough to keep it suspended in the air effortlessly. A pair of clawed fingers were sticking out of its wings, making it look like a dinosaur, while on its head, set in a white helmet, 4 red eyes were gazing at the area below. But it was none of this that frightened the hero. No, what scared him was the fact that it was as big as a building. The hero watched as the bird continued to circle above the city, screeching and, with a flap of its wings, shoot out a volley of feathers in a manner not unlike the young hero Hawk's. All Might gritted his teeth and took a leap toward the combat zone, cursing his stupidity for letting such a thing happen. Save the self-pity for later, now I need to save my students. Bakugo, despite what one might think, would have loved to run away. However, that was not an option at the moment. It was not out of some distorted sense of pride or duty, mind you. The boy had every intention of obeying All Might and getting his butt away from Deku as quickly as possible. But, as he quickly discovered, running from someone who can create monsters of all sorts and sizes can be difficult, especially when you give him a reason to commit. The blonde was surrounded. And this time Deku brought out the big guns. A giant scorpion was in front of him, pointing at him with its golden stinger ready to skewer him. Behind him was a snake as tall as a lamppost, its body colored half white and half black, with a second head where its tail should be. Dulcis in fundo, a crow as big as half the UA was attacking him with sharp feathers, like it was Hawk's. Bakugo had tried to blast them to escape, but these monsters had much thicker skin than those used up to then, and any attempt to kill them only served to PSS them off even more. The snake hissed hard, and the 2 heads curled in on themselves, like springs ready to lash out. The white one was first, aiming at the boy on the ground with gaping jaws. When he dodged the attack with an explosion, it found the black head ready to swallow him. Feeling panic amplifying his reflexes, Bakugo raised his hand and released the most powerful blast he could directly into the monster's mouth, which was thrown back from the impact and pain, falling on its own coils. The scorpion decided that this was the perfect moment and snapped its tail toward the blonde. The golden stinger was perfectly aimed at his body, quick as a whip, and Bakugo felt that would be the end of him. I knew you couldn't wait, DMN Deku. I just hope you get arrested and die in jail. Detroit smash. An artillery-like bang resounded above the buildings, and a split second later the raven's inert body went crashing into the scorpion, with so much force that it opened a crater in the ground and blew the blonde boy along the street with the air blast. When Bakugo looked up, he felt so happy that he almost came to tears. In the spot where he was trapped just before, there was now All Might, in all his power and glory, who was watching the monsters with a steel edge hidden behind his eternal smile. The snake raised both heads, preparing to strike, but the hero was quicker to pull a cross chop that separated them from the rest of the body. Carolina smash. The hero turned to his student, young Bakugo. Get out of here immediately. I will take care of young Midoriya. The boy nodded and immediately turned to run away, readying the explosion's dash. Bakugo. The 2 blondes felt their blood run cold at that inhuman voice. Their gaze shifted to the destroyed store, and what they saw gave them chills. A pair of red and black eyes were looking down the street with maniacal fervor, framed by red veins that reached the forehead and pulsed with energy. A white shell surrounded the mouth, opening and closing like a second pair of jaws with sharp teeth. The green tunic was tattered in several places, showing the white body traversed by pulsing red veins, which in certain places gave way to masses of black slurry dripping to the ground. On the boy's back these masses had exploded into a set of skeletal arms, which flailed like spider legs and kept oozing black slurry from which new Grimms were emerging. Bakugo saw the subject of his nightmares staring at him with murder written all over his face. It was only because of his almost religious devotion to All Might that he did not hear the fear in the hero's voice. Young Midoriya? Yagi Tashinori had been through a lot in his life. Having spent his early years without Quirk, meeting Nana and Gran Torino, receiving One for All, living in America, meeting David, killing All for One. It was safe to say that he had seen it all. In his long career, only 2 moments had filled him with genuine terror. The first had been the death of his teacher, crushed by All for One's fury and SDSM. The second was coming face to face with the monster for the second time, feeling for a split second like he was about to meet the same end as Nana. Fortunately, things went differently that time. 5 years had passed since then, full of hero work but all in all quiet. With each piece of All for One's empire collapsing, Toshinori regained some of his peace of mind. By now he was sure that the worst was over, and he was already thinking about his retirement. He would never have thought that a terror comparable to his past one could come back to assail him, not while he was teaching at UA, and especially not from one of his students. Midoriya looked like a demon out of hell. His gaze had lost all trace of humanity, and he was alternating between analyzing All Might and young Bakugo. Behind him, a blob of slurry was continuing to grow and take shape, its red eyes already glowing like embers. The hero gritted his teeth and barked, "Young Bakugo, run!" The student seemed to shake himself out of a dream and immediately sprinted off down the road, giving himself a boost with explosions. This, however, did not please Midoriya. "Get back here, a-hole!" The blob behind him became a grim elephant twice the size of a normal one, which launched a roar at the sky and lowered its head in Bakugo's direction. Before it could start charging, however, All Might was on it and threw a punch at its head hard enough to shatter its white armor and send it crashing into the building, which collapsed on top of the beast and buried it. The hero turned to the boy, "Young Midoriya. Your quirk has taken over your mind. You must come to your senses." The student sent up a furious shout, "Shut the hell up, All Might. You don't know shit about US, don't get involved." The blonde had no time to reflect on the boy's words, because out of the ground came another Grimm who almost managed to bite his hand off his arm. He turned to face the monster, only to be stunned when he saw a lion snarling at him, its head topped by a pair of white horns and with 2 black wings swelling in defiance. Midoriya's voice rang out, "Manticore. Get Bakugo." The Grimm took flight, and All Might immediately jumped to go after him, but was blocked by a paw that threw him against a building. The hero managed to dodge a second paw from the lion Grimm, but he was bitten by the snake that had instead of a tail and was thrown against the road a second time. The blonde watched that sort of sphinx point at him like a lioness, but his mind was with the manticore unleashed against young Bakugo. In a split second he made his decision, ignoring the monster in front of him. He grabbed a car nearby and, after making quick calculations, hurled it into the air with as much force as he had. The flying manticore was hit dead on, and the blonde couldn't help but let out a satisfied laugh. The moment of triumph was short-lived, however, for the Sphinx gave a roar and opened its mouth, showing a glow that was spreading from its throat. They can breathe fire? These creatures are truly fearsome. The hero gave the monster no time to attack, hitting it with a Texas smash to the throat that sent the fire out of control and made its head explode. Midoriya sent up a scream, "Why, All Might? Why do you only play the hero when I am the enemy? Do you hate me too?" The professor felt his heart break at the boy's broken voice. Before he could actually register what he was saying, he yelled back, "Of course not, young Midoriya. You are my student, how could I hate you?" The boy planted all his grim hands on the ground, creating a colossal black puddle. No one ever tried to stop Bakugo. When we were kids, teachers used to reward him for beating me up. I had to run away to keep from going crazy, and now that I'm back, not only does he continue, but he's even worse. Why has no one ever done anything? Why can he do whatever he wants, but when I raise my head, everyone treats me like a monster? The black liquid erupted, raising a black, red and white column that twisted in on itself as a pair of wings held it suspended in the air. All Might felt himself faint. Holy shit. Young Midoriya had perched on the head of an oriental dragon, which sent a roar to the street below so loud that it rattled the windows of the buildings. Its jaws began to coat itself with lightning, and before the blond man knew it, a beam of electricity shot out of its mouth and struck part of the city, leveling it to the ground with a blast that echoed throughout the campus. The hero looked at the landscape around him with a weight on his stomach. Such destruction brought back the fateful day 5 years earlier, when an entire city was wiped off the map by the fury of battle against the symbol of evil. But this time the cause was not an ancient and powerful villain. This was the result of a child who suppressed anger and pain for so long that he ended up exploding. The blonde gritted his teeth and turned a glance upward, where the dragon was roaring and charging a new burst of electricity, this time aimed toward the gate entrance to the city. Above it, young Midoriya was clinging with all hands to the white armor, and he was looking at his target with a hysterical expression. Young Midoriya. The boy shifted his gaze downward in time to see All Might approaching at full speed toward the dragon. His voice overpowered the roar of lightning. Listen well. You have the right to be angry, to shout and to be outraged at the injustices around you. Izuku. It's natural to get angry. Everyone gets angry from time to time, you, me. Even heroes. There's nothing wrong with that. The greenie's eyes widened. The hero was getting closer and closer, his fist closed and pulled back ready to strike, his warm smile promising confidence. However, this fury is taking over your body. This is not you, this is a parody of yourself, that distorts your noble ideals and makes them a monstrosity. Bakugo is a concentrate of hatred and fear. That destroyed what was left of Kaken. Big tears wet the freckles and white armor. The Grimm closed his mouth, feeling his leader's hesitation, and All Might silently exulted. So, young Midoriya. Please leave it to US heroes no, US teachers to make things better. That's why. The dragon looked down, locking his red eyes against the hero's blue ones. The boy's eyes regained their luster, and a sob escaped his lips. We are here. The hero's fist met the dragon's head, the impact was so strong that the clouds above the training ground cleared, while the monster's disintegrating body was flung into the air and disappeared before it could touch the ground. Midoriya lost consciousness the moment the Grimm's head exploded and he was shot into the air. As the armor around his mouth fell apart and his skeletal arms disappeared, only one thought crossed his mind, to bring a smile even to those who are gripped by despair. Is that what a true hero is, Auntie? 2 days. It had barely been 2 days. And already he had an emergency on his hands. Aizawa felt like zipping himself into his sleeping bag and not coming out for the next century. In hindsight, he should have guessed that the first class of that buffoon All Might would have had problems. No matter how many courses one might take, if you've never taught in your life you can't expect things to go smoothly right away. But everything has its limits. Aizawa was in the teacher's lounge taking a nap, since he had no errands to run, when suddenly Ida barged into the room with his costume on and a terrified expression on his face. Professor Aizawa. You must come to Ground Delta immediately. Something happened during an exercise, and Midoriya went out of control. The man elicited a summarized version of what had happened. Bakugo and Midoriya had been pitted against each other in an exercise. What the F, Yagi, did I say the two of them had problems or not? And at one point the explosive blonde had made a rather cruel comment to the greenie, who had completely lost it. Thus Aizawa found himself running toward Ground Delta, having sent Ida back to warn the class to stay where they were and not move until he arrived. The professor was already planning the grilling of the century for the blonde blowhard, and if there was a god in heaven Yagi would have had to pray to him that none of the kids got hurt. When he came in sight of the mock city, the first thing he noticed was not the class that was looking out the monitor tent, nor a certain blonde student who had just walked out the front door. No, the first thing he noticed was the giant FING dragon in the air above the city. A dragon that, shortly after hovering in the sky, shot a golden beam from its mouth and hit a good chunk of the training ground, blasting it with a deafening roar. If he wasn't scared before, he certainly was now. With an expletive he approached the rest of the class. Stand back. Stay in the monitor room. The first to notice his presence was Uraraka, who immediately ran to him. Professor Aizawa. All Might has gone to calm Midoriya down, but it doesn't seem to be working. The man scanned the boys with his gaze, counting them in a low voice. 15, 16, 17.2 are missing. Where are Yayorozu and Mineta? Zero pointed to a screen inside the tent. Here. They were teamed up with Midoriya and Bakugo, respectively, but when the mess broke out they ran away. They are on the other side of the exit gate. One look confirmed that the two kids were okay, thank God, and with this information he felt much calmer and more rational. Stay here, and don't go near the gate. I am going to assist All Might and retrieve your classmate. If you transgress any of these orders, I swear the price will be expulsion. Nedzu had told him not to threaten expulsion except for serious situations, and this one met the requirements in full. The students nodded more than a little intimidated, and the professor ran inside the mock city. He did not miss the grin on Bakugo's face. That kid was well on his way to an expulsion. All Might landed in the central street, clutching his student in his arms. Young Midoriya bore the marks of quirk overuse, but at least the Grimm parts were gone. What he had heard during the rant was heartbreaking. The little boy had run away from his tormentor, only to find him in UA class and then against him. The hero brushed his green hair back from his forehead, cursing his naivete and lack of sensitivity on the subject. A sound of footsteps resounded near him, and soon he found Aizawa standing next to him, who was looking at the two of them with a very unhappy expression. Yagi. What happened? The blonde man heaved a sigh. Young Bakugo said some very harmful things to young Midoriya, and he Stop. Ida briefed me on the way over here. That's not what I wanted to know. A pause, a deep breath. Let me rephrase the question. Why did it happen? All Might held the unconscious figure of young Midoriya close. I take full responsibility. I underestimated the extent of their quarrels, and I did not want to change the pairing of the teams. It happened because of my carelessness. The homeroom teacher squared the peace symbol for a few seconds before speaking in a low tone. How much time do you have left? 1 more hour. Good. Take Midoriya to Recovery Girl immediately. I'll go retrieve Yaoyorozu and Mineta, get the class back to the classroom, and join you. After that, we'll go to Nedzu and you'll properly explain to him what happened. If you're lucky, he won't make you come to the meeting with the kids' parents. The blonde man nodded. Before leaving, he turned to the other professor, Aizawa. What else do you want? Your prediction yesterday doesn't do justice to the situation. We may have to thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of the 2 boys. The other side, I thought so. But I don't think I'll like what I'll find. Thank you very much, Danjuro. You may return to your duties. The man curtsied and left the room, leaving Salem alone with meeting reports and lots to think about. Remnant Industries had quickly become a mechanical and chemical giant, imposing itself on the world stage with new cosmetic brands and innovative automobile models for civilian use. But their workhorse, the one that had allowed them to ascend to corporate Olympus, was their war production. Just 3 years after its corporate debut, Salem had found herself at the head of one of America's largest and most important arms lobbies, capable of ordering the deposition of a governor or the election of a senator. The Yaoyorozu Group, on the other hand, was an industrial conglomerate that sponsored a myriad of activities and businesses of all kinds, although their main field was the Asian heroic industry. From them came the funding that enabled the construction of such works as the Brahma Tower in India or the Gods District in Hong Kong, not to mention all the activities and materials the UA employed to teach and train future heroes. Thanks to their contacts, Salem would be able to extend her influence into fields that until then she had always been wary of approaching. Like, for example, the support industry. As much as she disliked the heroic industry, she was also smart enough to recognize that it was a good business opportunity. On that side, things were looking good. Her people were working flat out to secure the funds and materials needed to extend their production. However, there were also some dark points, and the biggest of these was called Shueisha Publications. Now this was not the first time Salem had dealt with a publishing group. After all, every self-respecting company needs its good publicity and especially the means by which it can reach consumers. She knew what kinds of people journalists and publishers are, and she was not afraid of them. However, this particular firm had something that put a flea in Salem's ear. Danjuro went to talk to the executive director, one Chitose Kazuki, and had reported that their encounter had been not so much a meeting to secure an advertising insert or article about the company, but rather 50 minutes straight of the woman trying to interview the poor man, stopping only when she was promised a second meeting with Salem herself. Not only that, Ms. Kazuki was oddly persistent in her questions for future plans for the supporting companies. At one point she had even suggested getting in touch with Naturae, which she was apparently very fond of. Naturae. Of course they were involved. Salem had no sympathy for that company. As much as it was the largest manufacturer of support systems in Japan and much of the Pacific region, they were not a true multinational corporation, something they learned the hard way when they tried to buy favors from American politicians to open subsidiaries on U.S. soil. Allegations of corruption cost the company far more time and money than they were willing to spend, so they settled for Australia. It was through this incident that Salem first heard of Naturae, piling the name in the back of her mind for future use. Once back in Japan, Salem had spent weeks researching possible partners and competitors, stumbling upon the name a second time and discovering how influential they really were in the land of the rising sun, support systems, pharmaceuticals, home appliances. They had a hand in just about everything. And they were in the good graces of a publishing group. A big one, given their income. The only publishing group in all of Japan to publish The Meta Liberation War, the biography of the notorious criminal Destro. Maybe she was just paranoid, but she couldn't help but see some sort of connection in all this. After all, she had spent millennia doing similar things in a far more subtle way. In any case, that was no time to ponder possible plots and conspiracies. No matter how amusing she found it, she had calls to make, contracts to draw up, activities to ring. Salem took a deep breath and rubbed one temple, trying to keep her composure. After 2 more rings, she pulled the phone out of her pocket and answered, "Hello, who is this?" "Salim." The woman had to pull the phone away from her ear to avoid being deafened. More than a little confused, she glanced at the screen, and her eyes widened. "Inko Midoriya." "Oh. Inko? What's going on? Why are you yelling?" On the other end of the receiver was a choked sob, followed by the greenie's tearful voice, "UAC call. Something happened with Izuku." Salem felt her body stop responding. Her ears whistled for a fraction of a second as the image of a destroyed castle and 4 small bodies made its way into her mind. What do you mean? The P principal just called. He did say that there has been an attack of some kind, and he also asked for his C counselor to come. The woman suddenly got up from her desk, forgetting all about contracts and phone calls and running to her car. Okay, I'm on my way. I'll meet you in front of the school gates, okay? Oh okay. Salem, it's only the second D-Day. I know Inko, I know. And unless they have a more than good explanation, it will also be their last, and with that she ended the call. On her way out, she was lucky enough to cross paths with her bodyguard. Kana, come with me. Let's go to the UA, something happened with Izuku. The woman abandoned her coffee and went behind her boss, pulling out her phone. Shall I tell the secretary to postpone the meetings? Salem nodded, striding across the lobby of the building in large strides, at least until tomorrow. I don't know how long this will take me. The 2 women got out and got into the car, leaving immediately for Mizurufu. Not a word was spoken the whole way, but Salem's thoughts were all but silent. Izuku, what did they do to you? Momo sat in her seat, keeping her gaze down as Aizawa told the class that they had the rest of the hour free, with the condition that they not wreck the classroom or get hurt. As the man left the room, the girl thought back to the exercise. She had managed to walk most of the way down the main street, and was already in sight of the exit gate when, at some point, All Might's voice in the earphones alerted them that the exercise was over, followed by the order for her and Mineta to stay put, while Bakugo was ordered to flee the training area. The girl's anxiety peaked when the professor said he would calm Midoriya down. Calm him down? What happened? The girl did not have time to think about what was going on, because a cacophony of hissing, gurgling, and screeching rose up from the center of town. When she turned to look, she saw a giant bird rise up from the road and start flying over it, sending chilling screeches all the while. The professor's orders were to stay put, but Momo forgot about it at the sight of that monster and ran for the exit, followed shortly after by Mineta, who had decided it wiser to take cover than to stay on a rooftop in the open. Feeling much safer outside the fake city, the 2 students brought their gaze back to the street, where a fight was raging between Grimm and All Might. Mineta brought his hands to his face. Midoriya is out of control. Bakugo was right after all. The girl gave him a confused look. Right about what? The purple boy swallowed. Why, you were in the infirmary, so you don't know, but apparently Midoriya and Bakugo knew each other when they were kids. Apparently he's always been dangerous and manipulative. Momo was silent for a few seconds, processing what she had heard. She found it hard to believe. In the 2 days at UA, the greenie had appeared to be a good person. But it was also possible that he was faking it. Or Bakugo had some sort of grudge and wanted to bring some comrades to his side. The girl took a deep breath, shushing her own tangled thoughts before speaking. What is Midoriya's version? Mineta tilted her head. What? You were told that by Bakugo, no doubt. Did you hear what Midoriya had to say? The boy went white in the face. What? B Bakugo. In any dispute both sides should always be heard. That's the basis of being a hero, after all. A hero doesn't help villains. And we mustn't be tricked by them. Right? Momo looked at her teammate with an unimpressed face. A hero helps those in need. And, until we have all the details, we cannot jump to conclusions. We risk doing more harm than good. The girl's tone was not one to leave room for argument, so the 2 remained silent, watching the chaos in Ground Delta. At one point the serpentine shape of a dragon rose up from the city and, with a kind of laser, destroyed most of the buildings, only to be struck down and defeated by All Might. Aizawa had come to retrieve them after a few minutes, and the class had been returned to the school. Not a word had been said the whole way, and everyone was looking at Bakugo with varying degrees of hostility. No one missed how the blonde in question did not seem the least bit concerned about it. The girl shrank into herself. No matter how hard she was trying to remain neutral and impartial, she could not ignore the sense of anxiety in her stomach. Even if he had created chaos, she could not imagine that Midoriya, Mr. I will cry as soon as I am given a reason, could consciously decide to go off the deep end like that. Not to mention that, if he really wanted to create damage as Mineta insisted, there were a million far more discreet and effective ways. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. She couldn't jump to conclusions. She had to wait until she knew everything. The first Izuku heard when he came back to himself was a very familiar and very emotional voice talking to Recovery Girl. Will he be alright? The fracture in his wrist, his ribcage, and the cuts from the glass were treated without any problems. As for his Grimm contamination. Well, I was hoping Ms. Hex might be the expert here. A new voice, dry and sharp, replied in tone, Ma'am, the school has proven to be incapable of managing its students and the progress of the exercises. Why should I trust you with the specifics of my nephew's power? The boy opened his eyes with a grunt that silenced the rest of those present. He was in the school infirmary, lying on a hospital crib. Next to him, recovery girl, his mother and Salem hurried over. Izuku, my baby boy. Inko immediately hugged her son, turning on the waterworks and wetting his hospital gown with tears. The boy stroked the woman's shoulder, trying to calm her down enough to remove her. Mom, I'm fine. Come on, calm down. Inko broke away from her son to wipe her eyes, and the nurse took the opportunity. How are you feeling, son? Any pain? No ma'am, just a little exhaustion. The elderly woman nodded. Yes, that's my quirk doing its job. The damage you sustained, thank goodness, was not serious and you should be able to recover by tonight. The most worrisome thing was the burn on your neck, but it should heal with minimal scarring. The three nodded, and Salem looked at Izuku clasping his hands. Izu, what happened? The boy lowered his gaze, the memory of Bakugo's words still burning in his chest. I had a bad encounter with Bakugo. His mother brought her hands in front of her mouth, while Salem gritted her teeth. That brat. What's he doing here? Izuku shook his head. He took the test like me and passed, auntie. As much as I don't like being in the same room with him, I can't say he didn't deserve his place in this school. But that's not enough to make him a hero. Everyone present flinched as they heard the high-pitched voice coming from who knows where. A second later, a small mammal, white-haired and fully dressed, fell from the ventilation system onto the bed. Good morning, Midoriya family. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Inko swallowed. Are you the principal? The mammal nodded, in the flesh. Don't rack your brains trying to figure out if I am a mouse, a dog, or a bear. What matters is that my name is Nedzu and I have summoned you to discuss what happened during today's exercise. Salem raised an eyebrow. What is there to understand? You have cameras, don't you? I'm sure an analysis of the recordings can give us all the answers we need. The principal's tone became much more sober. Your assumption about the cameras is correct, Mrs. Hex, and I can assure you that the recordings are being analyzed by the boys' homeroom teacher as well as by the professor who was following them. However, I find that by themselves, these things are not enough. The woman clenched her fist. Explain. With pleasure. You see, the recordings allow us to see what happened in the moment, in the field, but in my teaching career I have found that such cases are often the result of a much longer and more complex story that deserves a proper approach. This is not something the cameras can tell us. Salem looked at the mammal for a few seconds longer before sighing and recomposing herself. Whatever. I'm still not happy about this situation, but I agree that we cannot be rash. Nedzu nodded. I understand your disappointment, ma'am, and I assure you that the school will take appropriate action. But to do so, we need to get a handle on the situation, after which he turned to the boy. Midoriya Izuku, would you mind telling what happened during the exercise? The boy lowered his gaze, bringing it to his hands crisscrossed with red veins. Bakugo's words kept buzzing in his mind, and the venomous tone of his voice was enough to take away his desire to speak. Inko's hand rested on his shoulder, stroking it gently. Honey, take your time. We have all the time we want. His mother's voice and presence helped him greatly to relax. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and murmured, Today we had our Foundations of Heroism class. And All Might had us do a combat simulation. From his position, he did not notice how the principal's hair seemed to puff up or how his aunt hardened her expression. I was on Yaoyorozu's team and we ended up against Mineta and Bakugo. We did the exercise, everything was going not quite right, but it was manageable. At least until Bakugo caught up with me and started attacking me. I won't say fought, I just released some Grimm at him to try to push him away from me. However, he managed to catch me and blast me inside a store. All Might had put a damage clause, so he couldn't smash too many things, but he still managed to send me through a glass window and into a wall. At that point, after being insulted some more, I felt I don't know, I got angry and yelled at him. I don't know why I did it, I couldn't think straight anymore. And he, you, a hero? Don't make me laugh. You can't be a hero. You're a villain, don't you get it? You can't apologize. You don't deserve peace, you don't deserve forgiveness, you deserve absolutely nothing but a one-way ticket to Tartarus. The greenie shook his head, doing his best to banish from his mind the blonde man's voice that kept taunting him. He insulted me again. I don't know what came over me. But I lost my mind. The hall had plunged into silence. Inko had taken his son's hand and was stroking it with his thumb. Salem was staring at the boy with an intense gaze. Nedzu did not seem to betray any emotion. At one point, Salem leaned forward. Izuku. You know you can tell us everything, right? The boy looked at his aunt for a few seconds longer before nodding. Yes. I'm fine now. The woman took a good look at her nephew's expression before sighing and becoming composed again. Nezu nodded in assent. Thank you for telling us these things, Midoriya. Rest assured that action will be taken for Bakugo's behavior. That said, we cannot ignore what you did either. If he had not already been pale, Izuku would have whitened. Inko looked at the principal without letting go of Izuku's hand. What do you mean? The mammal sighed. Madam, your son attempted the use of lethal force on one of his classmates and a teacher. As much as we agree that there are considerable extenuating circumstances, such a thing cannot go unpunished. The boy squeezed his mother's hand tightly to mask his fear. I won't be expelled, will I? Nezu waved his paw in front of his face. Under normal circumstances, it would not even be a question. However, as I have already said, there are several mitigating factors to take into account. The final decision will be made at the faculty meeting we will hold between today and tomorrow, but I'm sure we can avoid not only expulsion but even suspension. Izuku felt a weight slip from his diaphragm. Salem, on the other hand, hardened her gaze even more. It seems the least. It's only the second day of school, and already my nephew has found himself in the midst of a crisis situation, caused by one of his classmates, his old tormentor no less. It doesn't look good for the school. And, while I'm at it, whose idea was it to hire that incompetent All Might as a teacher? Before the boy or his mother could stammer out any response to what Salem had called the #1 hero, Nezu replied, I understand your concerns with our new teacher, and he will be sanctioned as well, of course. This was his first class, and I am convinced that in the future he will be extremely more careful about student safety and pairings. The woman placed both hands on her lap and straightened her back. I am glad to hear that there will be consequences for what happened. Don't get me wrong, but your statement does not answer my question. Nezu looked at the woman for a few seconds, his smooth tail wagging to either side, a spark of intelligence shone in his black eyes, and his expression changed to an animalistic attempt to smile. Please forgive my ambiguity, Mrs. Hex, it was not my intention to deceive you. However, I'm afraid I cannot divulge the motives and manner of All Might's hiring, as it is confidential information. Salem squinted her eyes, then sighed and nodded. I understand. Pardon the presumption. Nezu replied in a cheerful tone, no problem. I can't blame your doubts after what happened. Then he turned to the greenies. On behalf of the entirety of UA, I am terribly embarrassed by what happened. I promise you that action will be taken about it, in the boy's best interest. Inko squeezed his son's hand. So will he be able to return to class normally? The principal made a SOSO gesture. I think it would be wiser to wait until at least the day after tomorrow. Surely Bakugo and Midoriya will be separated, one way or another, and putting them in the same class together again would only be harmful. Izuku sighed. I'll have Ida and Uraraka pass me the notes, then. Salem turned to the principal in a neutral tone. I want to trust you and leave Izuku in your hands. I sincerely hope that something like this will not happen again. We will do our best to make sure of that. Well, as much as I would like to stay and talk with you, I have an appointment with Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo that I cannot miss. Mrs. Hex, it was a real pleasure to meet you, although I wish it had been under more pleasant circumstances. I hope to be able to invite you for a cup of tea someday. The woman looked at the mammal, on her mouth the shadow of a smile. My schedule is always very busy, but I'm sure I can set aside a few moments for some discussions. Especially if it concerns my nephew's safety. Nezu nodded and, with another salute to the Midoriyas, walked out of the infirmary through the vents. As the family discussed the situation and Izuku's health, Recovery Girl let go a sigh that she did not know she was holding. It's been a while since I've seen someone be able to hold their own against Nezu in a discussion. If the principal found someone who plays in the same league as him, we may all be doomed. Bakugo Mitsuki was many things: stubborn, hot-tempered, married, a first-rate designer. Most of all, however, she was the mother of a boy who took on her worst traits and with whom she quarreled every other day. As much as she loved him, and she loved him to death, she could not deny that she and her husband had not done a good job when it came to Katsuki's attitude, short-tempered, prone to violent outbursts, and with a dockworker's vocabulary. All of these things had not been a problem during middle school, given his high grades. But Mitsuki knew well that sooner or later his son's temper would get him into trouble. So it was no surprise that her reaction to the UA principal's call was to grab her husband, get in the car, and leave for school even before she answered. By the time they arrived, the woman was on the verge of having an aneurysm. There had been an accident during a lesson, and it had involved Katsuki and Izuku, Inko's son. Again. Now, it was not news that there was bad blood between the two boys. She had known since her son was 4 years old and Mrs. Hex had caught him raising his hands on Izuku. She and her husband had spent time and money trying to fix his behavior, believing they had succeeded at first. But it turns out they had been wrong. And that is why they had found themselves there, standing in front of what is probably the scariest being on the globe. Nedzu was drinking a cup of tea, apparently oblivious to the state of mind of the two adults sitting in front of him. Mitsuki was bouncing one leg with her arms crossed, while beside her Masaru had his back straight and his hands on his thighs. After what seemed like an eternity, the mammal put down his cup and turned to the Bakugos. "Thank you for coming so quickly, and forgive me again for being late. I got tangled up talking with Midoriya's guardians." Masaru nodded slowly. "No worries. So what's this with Katsuki and Izuku?" "Ah, straight to the point I see. Very well then, this afternoon, more precisely 2 hours ago, your son participated in a practical heroism exercise under the care of All Might. During this exercise, Midoriya apparently lost control of himself and attacked everything within his reach with his quirk. Luckily no one was injured, except Midoriya himself, who is currently at Recovery Girls to, well, recover." Mitsuki raised an eyebrow. "So it's okay, all things considered?" The mammal shook his head. "I didn't say that. I have already spoken to Midoriya, and he states that your son has been behaving aggressively and disrespectfully all the while, actively provoking and degrading his opponent. All Might is analyzing the camera recordings with Power Loader, while Professor Aizawa, the homeroom teacher, is listening to your son's side of the story." Mitsuki ran a hand over her face, taking a deep breath. "The fact that I am not surprised is not a good sign, is it?" Nedzu pricked up her ears. "Oh? I take it this is not the first time something like this has happened." Masaru gestured SOSO. "Our son has always been short-tempered, ever since he was little. He and Izuku are let's say they were childhood friends. Unfortunately, when their quirks appeared there was a rift that separated them more and more until the Midoriyas moved out. After that Katsuki had calmed down, or so we thought." The principal nodded. "I see. And during middle school there were no such cases?" "No, or rather, the school never called us and Katsuki was never put in detention. In fact, teachers praised him during parent-teacher meetings, saying how smart and determined he was." And did they ever say anything about his behavior or manners?" Silence. Mitsuki hunkered down even more, not finding the courage to look the principal in the face. Masaru, for his part, ran a hand over his face, and the gesture seemed to magically make him age 10 years. Nedzu kept his face deadpan. "What is the name of the middle school your son went to?" "Aldera School District." Mitsuki's voice was miserable. "One more thing to look at," the principal decided. "Not before settling the matter with the students, however. Between tonight and tomorrow we will hold a faculty meeting where we will discuss this. You are aware that depending on what All Might and Aizawa say, your son could be expelled, right?" The two adults nodded, so Nedzu continued. "Of course, measures will also be taken for Midoriya and All Might himself, who let all this happen. I want to warn you, however, that Bakugo's behavior these past 2 days has already put him in a risky position." The Bakugo said nothing for a few seconds, merely nodding. The silence was broken by Masaru. "When can we see our son?" The principal glanced at the clock. "Aizawa should be finished by now. If you have no further questions or comments, I would say you are free to go." The two adults rose from their chairs and, with bows and farewells, exited the office. Toshinori felt his stomach heavy. No matter that he only had half of it left, the feeling was always there. It wasn't because he was hungry, even though it was almost 9 o'clock at night and he hadn't touched food since noon. It was not because he was tired, even though he had been at work at UA since 8 a.m. No, his stomach was heavy with guilt about his lesson. The agenda of the faculty meeting had 3 issues: what to do with All Might, what to do with Midoriya, and what to do with Bakugo. And the first of these had been quick, but far from painless. "You can't keep your position." Aizawa's voice was drier than usual, and the nods of assent that followed were no less. "Sorry Yagi, but he's right. You clearly need a longer PRD to learn how to handle 20 teenagers." As much as Ishiyama was more diplomatic, it took nothing away from the sting of failing his new students. The blonde nodded gravely, swinging the 2 plumes of hair in front of his eyes. "As I said, I take full responsibility for what happened. I should not have made them fight. In fact, I should not have given them a practical test as their first lesson." Nedzu nodded. "Well, that simplifies things. Firing you would lead to nothing substantial and would be unnecessary cruelty. Therefore, we will just review your position, and always have another teacher during your hours." Toshinori nodded, never looking up. The principal put away a packet of papers to take another in his paw. "Well, the first problem is solved. The next one is Midoriya Izuku. What do we do with him?" For a few seconds there was a soft murmur, interrupted by Sekijiro's voice asking, "Aizawa, Toshinori, what came up on the recordings?" The blonde recovered some of his composure and spoke. "During the preparation phase, Midoriya's plan was to avoid young Bakugo completely and head straight for the exit. When he was intercepted, he preferred to use his quirk as a distraction to resume his escape, but he was caught up and thrown against the wall. It should also be mentioned that young Bakugo continued to use very harsh insults and nicknames, shall we say. Aizawa nodded. Not only that, but by the time Bakugo attacked him he was already suffering from the side effects of his quirk. For those of you who are not aware, the more Grimm Midoriya churns out, the more like them he becomes. This results in, among other things, increased aggression and lowered inhibitory restraints. Ken cupped his chin with one hand, so the kid was attacked with excessive force while being ridiculed and in an emotionally unstable condition? Did I get that right? That is the general concept. In addition, it seems that Bakugo has been like this since he was 4 years old and got caught up in the awakening of Midoriya's quirk. Which makes me wonder why no one has ever said anything. Nedzu sighed. The parents tried, but once Midoriya moved out the more aggressive tendencies were reduced. However, I have reason to believe that Bakugo Middle School has deliberately nurtured a simplified and demonized view of so-called villain quirks, as well as inculcating an almost illogical fear of the less fortunate sections of the population. Aizawa furrowed his brow. If this were true, Bakugo would have been molded into a walking time bomb. The principal nodded. It certainly is, and I'll be sure to get to the bottom of it. However, let's stay on topic. What do we do about Midoriya? Yamada stroked his mustache. Well, he's basically a bullying victim who blew up because of one too many comments while he was not fully in control of his faculties. It seems cruel to punish him. Ishiyama huffed, trying to remain impartial. Of course there is room for extensive concessions, but I also find it unfair to do nothing, especially to him. Not making him understand the consequences of his actions would be a hindrance to his growth, even if he was not completely himself in this case. Toshinori raised an eyebrow. Aren't you just grumpy because you have to rebuild 3 districts of ground delta? Irrelevant. Nedzu put his paws together. I am of Ishiyama's opinion. We will have to be cautious, but it is only fair that he also receive disciplinary measures, especially if we steer them toward improving his self-control. Aizawa nodded. Very well. The principal took the last packet of papers and heaved a sigh, and the last point Bakugo Katsuki. Expulsion. No one was too surprised when Aizawa blurted out that word, in a tone more irritated than usual. Namiri drummed a finger on the table. Sho, don't you think you're being a tad rash? The man gave her a dry look. Rash? He has to thank that the rat here kept me from expelling him on the spot, or he wouldn't have lasted half an hour. Sekijiro sighed. We know you don't like him, and we don't blame you, but we need to remain professional. I'm being professional as hell. Kansas, tell me, how would you judge a child who, even before class starts, stands up, grabs one of his classmates by the tie and yells in his face how he doesn't deserve to be at UA while creating explosions from his hand? The silence in the room became almost tense. Sekijiro swallowed before nodding. The kid has some serious problems. But we also know very well what happens when you expel someone in this rough manner. Need I remind you what happened 3 years ago with Matsui? Aizawa tightened his grip around his arms, not happy to admit the other's point. In his defense came ectoplasm. Are you saying you want to keep him at UA? Vlad King shrugged. Do you have a better idea? Toshinori raised his hand. Pardon my ignorance, but who is this Matsui? Hisashi sighed, a former student of Aizawa, who managed to be admitted to the heroism class but was expelled after a week. A couple of months later, Shota ran into him on a patrol and well, you noticed how he limps a little, didn't you? The blond man widened his eyes. How did he hurt a veteran like Aizawa? A powerful quirk. The man chuckled bitterly. No, his quirk was anything but powerful or flashy. It allows him to switch the objects he holds in his hands, from the right to the left and vice versa. He grabbed my knee with one hand. And you can imagine the rest. The shutter confirmed that yes, Toshinori could easily imagine it. Namiri sighed. Shota, Ken is right. Matsui had managed to get in by the skin of his teeth. He had no talent for fighting, and his quirk was nothing too egregious, but he managed to inflict you an injury that would have cost a good 60% of heroes their careers. Imagine what someone like Bakugo could do. Aizawa sighed and hid his face in his scarf. I'll steal Ken's phrase. Do you have a better idea? We can't keep him at UA, not with that attitude of his. The professors began to argue among themselves, and it was shaping up to be a very long discussion when Toshinori's voice silenced them all. Aizawa is right. Namiri widened her eyes. Yagi, what are you saying? The blond man heaved a sigh. Back when I was studying at UA, my homeroom teacher was Tora Sorahiko, aka Gran Torino. One of the things he used to repeat in class was, if you are nothing without your quirk, maybe you don't deserve to have it. I find that young Bakugo is in a very similar situation. If expelling him is tantamount to creating a villain, does he deserve his place in this school to begin with? Power Loader tapped his fingers on the desk. Isn't there another solution? I don't know, send him to Shiketsu, make him take an anger management class? Aizawa shook his head. Higuri, you are as much a hero as we are. You know that if someone doesn't want to be saved, there is little we can do. Our job is to educate future heroes, not rehabilitate delinquents. There are special facilities for that. One after another the professors nodded, some more and some less convinced. Nedzu glanced at everyone. Are we agreed? When he received several verses of assent, he nodded. All right then. I will write an email to Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo and explain the situation. It is a pity to lose a student for such a reason, but as I have already told the Midoriyas, passing the entrance exam does not mean we are obligated to help him. Snipe stroked the hat laid on the table. Is there anything else to discuss? Nedzu glanced at the papers. Oh, yes. And I think Higuri and Snipe will be quite happy. The two professors exchanged a glance. What could it be? New equipment for the support class? The principal widened his mouth in a smile that made the entire faculty shudder. Well, this afternoon I was lucky enough to get to meet Midoriya's aunt. An absolutely brilliant woman, let me tell you. Well, just before this meeting I was on the phone with her, and we raised the possibility of a new sponsor for UA. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. As much as an extra sponsor would be helpful, I don't see how dash. Oh, did I mention that the lady is Salem Hex? The bomb dropped and the first to react was, unexpectedly, Toshinori, who spit out a liter of blood before widening his eyes. Wait a minute, Hex? The founder and CEO of Remnant Industries? That Hex? Mike swallowed. OGOD.my car is a remnant. Aizawa smacked his hand on his forehead. How did I not get that sooner? The eyes, the hands, the paleness. F- it was obvious. Higuri seemed to vibrate on the spot. And she wants to be our sponsor? Really? The principal nodded. Remnant Industries has become a partner of the Yayorozu Group, and they are aiming to expand their production tour to the support industry. Ms. Hex, as well as myself, believes that sponsoring UA is the first step to gaining the respect of the heroic world. The faculty murmured words of assent and understanding among themselves, unaware of the real reason why Nedzu was so cheerful. That lady is truly a delightful woman, intelligent, manipulative, and ruthless. Ah, I can't wait to invite her for tea. Kajiro Okuta returned to his house with a cigarette in his mouth and a suitcase full of money. Nothing put him in a better mood than a productive day's work. Being one of the top information brokers in Kanto had several advantages, not the least of which was the amount of clients from all walks of life. As much as he was most popular with criminals and villains, it was not uncommon for business leaders or private investigators with ambiguous moral compasses to also turn to him for a tip or two. Under compensation, of course. The man put his suitcase down on the couch in the large living room and headed for his bedroom, starting to undress and getting ready for a relaxing evening of martinis, smoking and some jazz. Or maybe a movie on TV, who knows. Now dressed in sweatpants and a khaki t-shirt, he went to the kitchen to prepare a glass of liquor, still whistling to himself. It was just as he was putting the last ice cube in the glass that his breath caught in his throat. At first he did not understand what had gotten into him, why anxiety had gripped his stomach. Perhaps being too long associated with villains was making him paranoid, but it was like a sixth sense was warning him of great danger. After a few seconds, he heard it, a soft, low, continuous sound, a kind of whispered murmur coming from his living room. His mind finally connected the dots, and when it did, his face drained of blood. The man forgot about the liquor and walked toward the hall with slow steps, like he wanted to surprise a thief who had entered his house. In truth, he only hoped that he had heard wrong and that it was really paranoia and fatigue playing tricks on him. However, his hopes were in vain. In front of the sofa, suspended in midair like a balloon, was a being that would be difficult to determine as alive or not. Its body was composed of a black sphere studded with white spikes, within which swirled a yellowish smoke. Red tentacles emerged from a kind of circular mouth, each ending in a white thorn. Kajiro swallowed and went to sit in front of the demonic jellyfish, running a hand through his hair and trying to calm his breathing. That being had been a gift, made many years earlier, from a certain woman who had quickly become one of his most generous but also most demanding customers. The man lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. The nicotine did its job, calming him enough to allow him to touch the black body without shaking. The smoke in the sphere cleared, showing a corpse-white woman sitting at a desk in a black and red study. She smiled. Good evening, Jiren. I hope I have not called you at an inopportune time. The man nodded. Mrs. Hex, what a pleasure. I was just about to call it a day, but I guess I can work overtime for a customer like you. But first, how do you feel about the latest additions? Salem made a satisfied noise. Danjuro has become head of our press agency, and I'm sure Manami will reach similar levels very soon. But I never doubted them. After all, if they impressed you, they must have been something special. Kajiro would never say it to her face, but the two she was referring to were cannon fodder she kept among her contacts in case anyone needed manpower. In short, a failed student of heroism and a hikikomori NEET? Who would have expected them to turn out to be a charisma to rival his own and a computer genius? Of course, when Salem had told him that she had hired them, he had merely nodded smugly, not showing his surprise. Assuming the lady didn't already know that. The woman had a natural talent for knowing when someone was trying to fool her. He distracted himself from these thoughts in time to reply, "Oh, you flatter me. So, what can I do for you? Do you need a new employee?" The woman shook her head, "Oh no, nothing like that. Tell me, Jiren." Her gaze became sharp. What is going on in the underworld?" Kajiro let out a small sigh, trying to stay relaxed. To Mrs. Hex, such a request was like asking for an appetizer at a restaurant, a snack, but one that foreshadowed a far more substantial and drastic order. Part of him couldn't help but feel guilty about what had happened to the CRC, then he remembered that one of the leaders had insulted the lady directly to her face, remembered the existence of natural selection, and immediately stopped feeling guilty. "Madam, I must say that this question comes at the right time. Just today I have been directing an exorbitant number of thugs and delinquents to a group calling itself the League of Villains. The name is a bit childish if you ask me, but I'm not paid for that." Salem brought a hand to her temple, drumming her fingers on the desk. "League of Villains. The name doesn't ring a bell. What can you tell me about them?" "Oh, they don't look like much. Their frontman is a wimpy guy who plays too many video games and can't take no for an answer, and the only other member I've seen is a bartender with a body made of smoke. At least he is well behaved. Oh, there is also one such sensei, but he communicates with the rest of the group via a television set. If I had to guess, I would say he is the real leader." When he mentioned sensei, the lady seemed to perk up her ears. Her gaze was lost in reflection for a few seconds, then relaxed again. "I see. We'll have to keep an eye on them. Such a mass mobilization almost always heralds a massive attack." Kajiro nodded. "I suspect that too, but as I said, I'm not paid to ask questions." Salem gave a small smile. "That's true. You are paid to seek contacts, arrange meetings, find the right person for the right job. And I feel like paying you, Jiren." The man swallowed. "Here's the real order, the main course." "Oh? From the way you say it, it sounds like you have a special request." The smile on her face became sharper. "How about a difficult job? A challenge?" Kajiro stood still for a few seconds, soothing the spike of anxiety before he was able to reply, "Well, I guess I can try. After all, what's the point of being the best if I don't prove it?" Salem chuckled. "That's the spirit. You see, the other day I chatted with a certain individual, and I found him extremely inspiring. I was especially pleased with his point of view toward the way this country is run and how it views these heroes. And I thought it would be interesting to have someone else to debate these philosophies with." Her red eyes glowed like embers, and her voice became at once mellow and venomous. "Would you be able to arrange a meeting with the hero killer?" Kajiro blinked. Twice. Thrice. "Excuse me?" Salem laid both hands on the desk. "Recently, news of this hero killer has been making the rounds in the country. Normally I wouldn't pay him any mind, but there's something about his way of doing things and his choice of victims that intrigues me. So, I want you to bring us together." The man put his hands together in front of his face, pondering the request, the lady, his life, how he had ended up there. Finally, he heaved a sigh. "Well, this is definitely a challenge. Stain is extremely elusive. Those who have seen his face and survived can be counted on the fingers of one hand. If I were to succeed..." The woman smiled. "I will send you the standard fee for league information later, and if you accept this job you will receive the special fee as an upfront payment and twice as much as full price." This was a very good, a wonderful incentive. And it was also one of the reasons, though not the main reason, why it was so hard to say no to Ms. Hex. "Deal. It won't be easy, nor will it be quick, but it's doable. I will contact you when I have a lead." The woman gave a much more reassuring smile than those used up to then. "Thank you, Jiren. You know, my venture would not be what it is without the input from you and people like you scattered around the globe. I will not forget everything you have done for me. Do not forget everything I can do for you." The smile fell, replaced by the harsh expression many had come to fear. "And to you." The image vanished in a swirl of smoke, and the monster began to float away, heading for the basement where Kajiro used to keep it. The man felt the tension abandon him, leaving him motionless on the couch staring into space. Saying no to Mrs. Hex was difficult. And that was the main reason. Aizawa sighed, looking at the large classroom door as he waited for the bell to ring. It had been 3 days since the incident, and no matter how much the children were starting to unwind, the class was still worried. A class that, right now, needed a few moments of quiet and normalcy, which it was his job to ensure. The trill of the bell announced the start of class, and with it Aizawa opened the door. The kids had been quick to get into their seats and shut up, but the silence was a heavy one. He could not blame them. Bakugo's seat was empty, while Midoriya did not dare look up from his desk. The professor went to the desk, holding back a sigh. Well, it's showtime. Students, open your ears, I have announcements to make. As a result of the incident the other day during the Fundamentals of Heroism class, the faculty met and, after a long meeting and some investigation and analysis, made some decisions that you should know about. The students remained still in their seats, with more than one seeming to pale. Midoriya, in particular, had not yet raised his head. Let's start with All Might. Despite knowing that there were rifts between some students, he chose not to change the pairings, and we saw the result. Having taken responsibility for what happened, and given his contribution in diffusing the situation, he was not fired, but he will no longer be a teacher. A murmur ran through the students, and Aizawa let them talk for a few seconds before drawing attention back with a cough. Heroics Foundationals will be taught by me, Mike and Midnight on a rotating basis, with All Might present as a teaching assistant. He will be able to resume his professorship only in 2 months, and after passing a principal's test. Some of the students made sympathetic noises, but Midoriya seemed to close in even more. The professor held back a sigh and resumed speaking. The next point, Midoriya. The greenie winced on the spot, then stood up without taking his eyes off the desk. Aizawa did not fail to notice how some classmates seemed to pity him, while others were watching Aizawa with circumspection. The professor sighed. What happened during the exercise was a combination of several factors, in which you were caught in the middle. This is not to say that you are completely innocent, it means that you were not in the mental and physical condition to prevent it. For this reason, for the next 3 weeks, you will not be allowed to participate in the practical tests of Fundamentals of Heroism with the rest of the class. You will be allowed to watch, take notes and work on your costume, but you will not actively take part. The boy raised his head, looking at him with his eyes wide and starting to swell with tears. Before the situation could escalate, and the rest of the class had half a mind to lynch him, he added, don't get me wrong, it wouldn't be logical to have you fall behind with the physical portion of the program, especially given what happened. During these weeks, you will have 3 hours of quirk counseling and 2 hours of hound dog therapy added to your schedule, with mandatory participation. There you will get the practice you need, in a safe and monitored environment. Also, to make sure we improve your control, we need to know if you agree to record the counseling sessions and send them to your aunt, the only person who seems capable of counseling you, to let her analyze them. At that moment Midoriya began to tear up, but his shoulders slumped as if he had lost a weight. Trying to wipe his cheeks, he nodded. You understood. Thank you, Professor. Aizawa breathed a small sigh of relief to see the greenie, and with him the whole class, relax. However, he still had an announcement to make. And finally, you may have noticed that one of you is not present. All gazes stopped for a second on Bakugo's desk, before returning to the professor. As of today, Bakugo Katsuki is no longer a UA student. Sekijiro-ken, Class B homeroom teacher, and I are discussing how to fill that empty seat, therefore, you may soon find yourself a new classmate. No matter how quiet they tried to remain, it was impossible for the students to hide their contentment. Tokoyami nodded, satisfaction visible in his eyes, while Kirishima let out a small sigh of relief. The only ones who had different reactions were Mineta, who paled a couple of shades, and Midoriya, who wrinkled his eyebrows and began muttering like a machine gun. The professor sighed. Well, that's that. If anyone has further questions or requests, they can talk to me after class. As for today, you have a very difficult task. You have to choose a class representative. Bakugo, you do realize that what happened is partly your fault, don't you? What the F are you saying, you junkie prof? You mean the fact that I almost died is my fault? A sigh. Midoriya lost control due to an extremely high amount of stress and fatigue, added to his quirk that had already made him more susceptible to such things. You don't seem to have done much to defuse the situation. I was just being honest. Deku should not stay at this school any longer. You've seen what he is capable of. The professor stared a hole into his soul. Bakugo, tell me, what dictates who is a hero and who is a villain? Of course, villains commit crimes with their quirks. Textbook description. But is that really what you think? It doesn't seem to me that Midoriya has committed any crimes. Or am I wrong? Very wrong. Even if he hadn't tried to kill me when he was 4 years old. I still think it was an accident. A snarl, an annoyed snort. Even if he hadn't tried to kill me, that quirk is a crime in and of itself. It is evil. Really? Then mine is also evil, as you put it. I mean, I take away from people a part of them, the part that many consider the most important. Of course not. Your quirk is annoying, okay, but it is useful for catching criminals off guard. Not to mention that it can prevent a quirk from getting out of control in the classroom. The professor raised an eyebrow. You know, you never stop confusing me. You're arrogant and loud, and at the same time intelligent and hardworking. Your quirk is the definition of flashy, but you see the usefulness of an obscure quirk like mine. And yet you persist in treating your classmate this way. It seems like you do it on purpose. You hobo a-hole, do you think I'm one of those low-grade idiots who ignores silent quirks? I know that every quirk has its own utility. That is, except for Deku. Okay, now you're bordering on delirious. Are you saying that every quirk has its own utility, that there are no heroic or villain quirks. Except for Midoriya? That he is the only person who is inherently evil? Exactly. You are finally starting to understand. Do I really have to stand here and tell you how ridiculous this sounds? Free to not believe me. But it's true, if ever a quirk deserved the epithet villanous, it is definitely that of the nerd. No one else I've seen in my life can even hope to approach that level of devilry. You are afraid. You are afraid of Midoriya's quirk, and by extension of him. It doesn't matter. As soon as he leaves, everything will go back to the way it should be. And I will become stronger, so strong that no one will be able to stand in my way. Bakugo, listen carefully. If I were you, I would examine my conscience and review my attitude in general. You are on thin, very thin ice. The professor gave a sigh, looked at his watch, got up from his desk. Well, I've kept you in here too long already. Before you leave, remember well, your position here, your future as a hero, the respect of your peers. None of this is a given. These are things you have to earn, and making noise with explosions and screams is not enough. What I see here before me is not a heroic student, is a villain in everything but name. Expelled. He had been expelled from UA. Katsuki at first thought he was in a nightmare. It was the only explanation why UA, the #1 hero school in all of FING Japan, the one that pumped out the strongest heroes, had decided to send him away in favor of Deku, the villain. But that was not the case. He was wide awake when his mother called him into the kitchen, read aloud the principal's email to him, when she and his father looked at him with disappointment, sadness, and anger on their faces. It's our fault, he had said, we should have sent you to therapy, made you take an anger management class, been stricter. We didn't, and this was the result. His mother wiped her eyes, doing her best to keep her voice firm. Rest assured that from today we will fix it. This attitude of yours will end, one way or another. In the meantime, you'd better come up with a new career plan, because being a hero is no longer an option. It was only at that moment that Bakugo recovered from his shock. The familiar fire he felt inside resumed burning with such intensity that it threatened to reduce him to ashes. What the F does that mean? Slap. The burning in his cheek silenced the fire in his chest. His eyes remained wide, watching his mother who was starting to tear up. Stop it. Stop yelling and screeching when things don't go your way. And, for once, accept the fact that the omelet is done. Let me say it again, Katsuki, you have been expelled. Because of your arrogance, your inability to accept that you are wrong, your obsession with Midoriya. Because it's an obsession, from what I'm seeing. The woman lowered her hand, trying to keep her breathing calm. As I said, from today we will change regimes. So, Katsuki, now you go off to your room and try to figure out what the F you're going to do now that your hero career is over. Without even having started, by the way. The boy felt empty. The world seemed to become cardboard for a second, a scene that pathetically imitated reality. Only one thought occupied his mind at that moment: this can't be true. Bakugo, you're so cool. A high-pitched, childlike voice resounded in his mind. An extra, one of many, that couldn't help but adore him. Followed then by another, 2, 5, 10, 100, 1,000. What a beautiful quirk. You will be a great hero. You'll save the day, anytime, anyhow. How envious. I wish I were as strong as you. Bakugo is an outstanding student, and a future hero of the highest order. With those explosions he could become stronger even than Endeavor. The echo of voices brought him back to his senses. His eyes returned to their glow, fueled by renewed fury and stronger than ever. Do that again and I'll kill you. His mother took a step back like she had been punched in the stomach. I beg your pardon? I said, hit me again and I'll blow your head off, you FING hag. And don't you dare tell me I can't be a hero. I am Bakugo FING Katsuki, the strongest student in Aldera. I'm destined to be the strongest hero in the country, and it's certainly not going to be a bald rat and that shitty Deku that will stop me. Mitsuki had leaned against the table, dead white and wide-eyed. Masaru, on the other hand, rose from the table with tension visible in his shoulders. Katsuki, maybe you haven't dash. The boy created 2 bursts from his hands, silencing the man. Shut up, you stupid old man. I understand perfectly well what's going on. Somehow, the professors have gotten into cahoots with that villain. No, the witch. Yes, that shitty hag from 11 years ago. She must have been the one who convinced them to expel me. At that moment Mitsuki came back to herself, her face as red as her eyes. What the F are you saying? Do you listen to yourself when you speak? Do you really believe that you are the victim of some conspiracy, that Midoriya, always him, has somehow plotted to throw you out? Take the blndfld off your eyes and look at reality in the face. You have been expelled because, since you arrived in that F class, you have done nothing but mistreat Izuku and everyone near him. Professor Aizawa told me everything, you know? Christ almighty, the world does not revolve around you. It does? The boy spat that last word like he was issuing a death sentence. His father sat back with his head spinning. What? Katsuki's expression darkened, now more akin to the manifestation of a demon. In elementary and middle school I was the strongest, I was at the pinnacle of everything. I earned the right to rule the school as I wished. And I realized that I was the main character. I was born with a powerful quirk, a sharp brain and the determination to reach new heights. I, and only I, am capable of overcoming everything, taking on the world, defeating it and establishing myself as the strongest hero who ever lived. I will command the world, nay, I will be above all might. All these obstacles, are just stepping stones that will elevate me, anecdotes that will make my story more interesting. Mitsuki turned white as a rag again, trying to deny that the one in front of him, that being of pure arrogance and fury, was his son. Katsuki. That's not how the world works. What you described is not a hero. It's a tyrant. Call it whatever the F you want. But that's what All Might is, the strongest being there is, ruling the world. And one day, soon, I'm going to rip the title out of his hands. Even if I have to tear them from his arms. The blonde did not stand by and watch his parents' reaction. He turned on his heel and went straight to his room, pulled out the sandbag he kept in his closet, stuck Deku's picture on it, and began to hit him as hard as he could, focusing on his movements and carefully aiming each blow. As he hit with a knee strike where the rib should be, he thought. I need new pictures. First and foremost, the shitty hobo. Izuku threw himself to the ground with heavy breath, feeling his muscles beg for mercy. Not far away, Vlad King picked up 2 bottles of water and drank one in one go. Not bad, runt. Take a 15-minute break. 1 week into his punishment PRD, and he was already feeling wrecked. Or rather, physically wrecked. Psychologically, he was over the moon. The quirk counseling special training sessions were exhilarating. Aizawa had managed to enlist the help of other professors, such as Vlad King for basic physical preparation or Present Mike and Midnight to assist him during practice with Grimm, which was recorded and sent to Salem for analysis. He was making progress, especially in his hand-to-hand skills. Hound dog therapy was something he had not expected to enjoy so much. The hero, despite his intimidating appearance, had quite a bit of experience behind him, and Izuku found himself enjoying his company every time he went to his office, no matter how much the therapy itself was not easy. Hound Dog had said after the first session that having moved and spent a decade away from Bakugo had saved him a lot of trauma. It was the first time anyone outside of his mother or aunt put it that way instead of, now the rest of the school children are safe. But the thing that was perhaps going better was his relationship with the rest of the class. Izuku had feared that his meltdown had intimidated his classmates enough to dissuade them from wanting to get to know him, but this expectation was shattered literally 2 hours after the announcement of the measures taken by the teachers. During lunchtime he was picked up by Ida and led to the table along with Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka. The fact that they were not only not afraid of him, but were even relieved to have him still in the class had brought him to tears. The chaos that broke out in the cafeteria with the warning siren had made his mood a little worse, but in the end everything turned out fine and Ida had become class representative. To him, it was a victory. With a grunt, he managed to sit up with crossed legs. Not far away, Vlad King finished wiping his forehead with a towel while Present Mike and Midnight talked among themselves. The gym door opened with a thud and a thunderous voice, "I am here, T.O. check on young Midoriya." Midnight recovered from the scare, with absolutely no screeching, "Shut up Mike," and shot a dirty look at the blonde, Yagi. "I'd appreciate to make it to 50 without a heart attack." The hero raised a hand, hunching in his shoulders a little, "Sorry, Kayama." Izuku held back a laugh at the exchange, managing to stand up and loosen his arms. "All might sir, why are you here? Shouldn't you be with Professor Aizawa?" The blonde man shook his head, "Oh no. Your class has a lesson at USJ today, and Aizawa will be accompanied by 13. It was deemed wiser to have me here with you to supervise your counseling session. Izuku sighed. Part of his punishment included not being able to attend rescue training at USJ, instead using those hours for extra counseling and training. Don't get him wrong, he was happy to be able to improve his self-control, but that lesson was one he had been waiting for with all of his heart, the chance to be able to, at last, prove that Grimms can be more than just monsters and ravenous beasts. I mean, the ability to sense negative feelings makes them perfect hounds for finding survivors, once under proper control, and they are so varied that they can be used in any situation. Sure, they are hardly reassuring, but at least they do their job. Plus they are an excellent reconnaissance and vanguard system, can cover an emergency retreat or evacuation, allow the application of both guerrilla tactics and traditional warfare. Earth to Midoriya. The greenie clamped his mouth shut, feeling his cheeks begin to blush. Present Mike chuckled under his mustache as Midnight and Vlad King stood looking at him amused. Lost in your world again? I am sorry. All Might chuckled, don't apologize, but maybe it would be better if you learned to do analysis with your mouth shut. If some villain hears what you say, that could be a problem. Midnight nodded, that, or you could put a voice filter in the mask. It's also a good way to facilitate communication, along with earphones. Izuku nodded, and Mike clapped his hands. Well, as useful as it is to discuss your costume, for now it's quirk time. Before we start, we sent your aunt the recordings from the other day, and just today we got her reply. I think you should read it. The professor handed him a paper, which the boy immediately began to read. Midoriya Izuku has made good progress since our last analysis session, now 2 years ago. The creation speed and output of the Grimm liquid have increased dramatically, and his control over the creatures is also much firmer. Last week's incident was generated by the change in its behavior induced by the Grimm form, which will need further research and data before it can be addressed head-on. So far, the safest approach in this regard is hound dog therapy and repeated calming exercises to enable him to cope more easily with stress even in compromised situations. Regarding the Grimms themselves, I have one note to make: all the specimens used so far appear to be in the juvenile stage. While this makes the creation process cheaper, and therefore faster, the result are units that are weaker and more fragile than older ones. Along with this letter I have sent notes about this matter, with also memoirs and observations about more advanced and ancient Grimm species. I strongly advise Izuku to study them, as well as to turn his training toward the creation of older, more performing Grimm specimens. P.S. Izuku, if I find out that you have created another C-Phylong without me deciding that you can handle it, I will inform your mother about the costume you drew for her. The greenie turned as red as a lobster, snatching a laugh from Mike. Little listener, is something wrong? And no. Everything okay? Oh, really? So how about you give me the paper back so we can start practicing? Izuku hid the paper behind his back the moment the professor extended his hand, causing Midnight to bend over in laughter. After the initial moment of embarrassment, the blonde chuckled. Okay, I got it. Keep it. Izuku put the letter away in his pants pocket, shifting his mind from his aunt's threat and concentrating on the rest. Professor, the letter S said something about endnotes. The blonde man clapped a hand on his forehead. Right, I almost forgot. Namiri, the notebooks. The woman approached with a packet of notebooks in her hand, not unlike the ones Izuku used for his analysis. The greenie began flipping through them, marveling at the minuteness of the notes and the quality of the drawings. Wow, this is incredible. Midnight smiled. I take it they are interesting? Izuku nodded enthusiastically, opening a notebook on the detailed description of a giant draconic Grimm. They're awesome. Auntie never told me about these G-Grimms before. And it even shows the growth C-cycle. All Might gave a laugh. I'd say we're already on the right track. So, young Midoriya, ready to resume training? The boy nodded again, clutching the notebook in his hand. Of Siku dash. His throat closed up. Izuku fell to his knees, his eyes dilated and his breathing unsteady. The professors rushed to his side, their worried voices little more than a murmur compared to the screeching that filled his ears. The smell of iron and rot had hit him with so little warning that he had risked suffocation. It was not strong, but it was so intense that it stung his nostrils and made him salivate. Izuku recognized that feeling on the fly. It was easy, especially after the events of the week before. It was fear. Fear mixed with a huge, overwhelming amount of killing desire. The boy pointed a finger in the direction of the smell, holding his temple with his other hand, as something bad happened. In that direction. Too much fear. And killing intent. All Might had already picked up the phone and was contacting Nedzu, while Midnight was stroking the boy's back. Midoriya, breathe. Take deep breaths. Very good, like this. The greenie shook his head. It smells of fear. And blood. Something happened. Vlad King wrinkled his forehead, are you sure? Izuku nodded. At that moment All Might approached with concern written on his face and the phone in his hand. Yamada, Namuri, we have to go. We have lost all contact with the USJ. Aizawa sighed, watching the class board the bus with their costumes on. The lesson on rescue maneuvers had been enthusiastically received by the kids, especially people like Uraraka and Azui who planned to specialize in rescue heroism. The fact that they were to go to USJ was a bonus. The only one who was disappointed was Midoriya, and that was only because he would not be able to come along with the others. He was going to spend the hour with All Might and the other professors doing some additional counseling and training, nowhere near as much fun, but still useful if you ask him. Once on the bus, the students immediately began making conversation. Kirishima huffed, crossing his arms, I know it's not nice. But I'm relieved not to have that explosive guy in class anymore. Beside him, Mina nodded gravely. If I had to spend just one more day with him, I probably would have been the one expelled. And he would have ended up in the hospital. Ida, from his seat, began to wave his arms mechanically. Ashido, these intentions are decidedly unheroic. Are you saying he wouldn't have deserved it? No, I'm saying that we shouldn't stoop to his level. Kaminari burst out laughing, followed closely by Shiro and Hagakure. Dude, I didn't know you were a savage. The other adjusted his glasses, trying to mask the blush in his cheeks. What can I say, it's my brother's influence. Tokoyami let out a sigh. My only disappointment is that Midoriya cannot be with us today. I would have been delighted to see him put the darkness at the service of the people. Mineta began to shake like a leaf. Why, you're kidding? How could those monsters help in disaster Z-zones? Beside him, Satu rubbed his neck. Well, I'd like to have at my disposal a 8-feet-tall gorilla that lifts the biggest rubble and doesn't force me to get stupid, Shuji glared at the dwarf. Don't tell me you're still afraid of Midoriya. The one squealed, of course I'm still afraid. Why, you've all seen what he can do, haven't you? If he decided to go crazy again. Momo's stern voice interrupted him. We would know how to handle it. Not to mention that you can't decide to have a nervous breakdown. Ochako added, and look, he's not the only one who could be dangerous. I mean, would you like to float up to the stratosphere? Or be electrocuted? Or have your flesh melt off your bones? Everyone glanced at Mina, who merely shrugged. Hey, acid is scary. Ida nodded. Okay. The point is that we can all be dangerous if we use our powers the wrong way. Midoriya found himself in an unpleasant position. And all he did was remind us of that. Mineta did not seem convinced, and closed in on himself to mutter. Whatever it was, it earned him a dirty look from both Shuji and Jairu. The bus stopped and Aizawa turned to the class. Okay, we're here. Get off quietly. The 18 students were entranced by the huge dome looming before them. Waiting for them in front of the entrance was a hero in an astronaut suit, who opened their arms as soon as they were within earshot. The famous Class 1A. I finally meet you in person. Ida managed to keep Uraraka from jumping on the professor in a fit of fangirling as she introduced herself. I am Space Heroine 13, and I will be your TA for today. Welcome to the USJ, a facility conceived and designed by me to simulate as faithfully as possible natural disasters of various kinds, floods, landslides, earthquakes, fires, this sort of thing. Now, normally I would explain how the quirks we use every day can be dangerous and how it's a hero's job to put them in the service of the less fortunate. But from what I understand, you've already had experience with that, haven't you? All the students nodded with a tinge of sadness. Aizawa sighed. Come on, let's go inside. Rescue maneuvers are an important and sensitive subject, we can't waste time. As the kids entered the facility, 13 turned to the man. Wasn't All Might supposed to be with you? I sent him to supervise Midoriya. Since he can't come, he'll use this hour to do extra counseling. The heroine nodded and the two professors entered the facility, approaching the class, which, meanwhile, was busy admiring the various specialized areas. Ochako clapped her hands, overjoyed. This is great. I can't wait to get started. Kirishima clapped his fist on one hand. Hey, there's even a simulation for villain attacks. This place has just about everything. Wait, what? Aizawa looked into the central square and, to his horror, there was indeed a lineup of all kinds of people, many of whom he recognized from the police cards, coming out of a black cloud. The professor put his glasses on his face. Okay students, change of plans, stay behind 13, don't let your guard down, and use your quirks if necessary. Yayorozu wrung her hands. Professor? Class representatives, keep your classmates together and everyone get out of here. That is not a simulation, we are under attack. Aizawa was cursing literally everything that had brought him there at that moment, from switching to the hero course at UA to accepting the teaching position under Nedzu. Some things were more obvious than others, such as Owabaro's death or the alcoholism that followed. As 13 led the class toward the exit, he had put his glasses on his face and thrown himself into the crowd of villains. 1v everyone fights were not his forte, but he could still stall until reinforcements arrived, assuming he lasted long enough. The man activated Erasure, watching the villains' expressions go from arrogant to confused as their quirks stopped working. With a leap, and a maneuver practiced countless times in alleyways at night, he threw his scarf at 3 villains, wrapping around their heads and bringing them close enough to fall on them. He blinked, deactivating the quirk, and squared the crowd in front of him, which was now more cautious about trying to attack him. A man with 4 arms and granite skin cursed, "Oh, the hell with it. Hey, hero, how do you fare against mutants?" And with that he charged headlong like a bull. Eraserhead did not flinch and, in less than a second, took a smoke grenade from his belt and threw it to the ground, covering the base of the stairs in a thick, dark cloud. The villain rushed into it, sounds of a struggle were heard, a metallic thud, and then nothing. The villain swallowed, even more abashed than before, and began to back away. Before they could get around the cloud or think of attacking from a distance, the scarf band sprang toward one of them, wrapped him like a mummy, and dragged him into the curtain of smoke, from which came sounds of fighting that ceased as fast as they had begun. The cloud began to dissolve, and out of it sprang the black silhouette of the hero who, before they could really react, activated his quirk on 2 other villains and hit them in the throat with a double lariat that became chokehold strong enough to knock them unconscious. The crowd had created a terror zone of sorts around Eraserhead, who was looking at them with his hair sagging again. The hero muttered, "All right, you bunch of idiots. Which one of you is next?" Momo gritted her teeth and furrowed her brow, staying behind the class to make sure no one strayed too far. Although she tried not to show it, she was more scared than she had ever been in her life. And given the incident of the week before, that was saying something. As they headed for the exit, 13 swore, "DMN. Guys, which one of you has radio equipment?" Kaminari raised his hand, "Me, ma'am. I'm trying to contact someone, but I can seem to get a signal." The professor swallowed, "That means they have jamming systems. Until we are out of their range, we can't call for help." Momo had no time to digest the gravity of the situation, for the black cloud that had carried the villains there appeared before them, this time complete with 2 yellow eyes and an iron collar. From it came a deep voice, "Good morning, UA students. Let me introduce myself, my name is Kurojairi and I am a member of the League of Villains. The reason we have come here today is to show this society how useless and weak the heroes it has chosen as its symbol are. To do this we will have to kill you all. Too bad All Might is not here, it would have made our message even stronger." A myriad of black clouds began to appear around and in the middle of the class, startling the already alarmed students to no small degree. 13 threw out an expletive and shouted, "Everyone, get down on the floor." When all the kids had ducked, the heroine pointed her finger up and activated her quirk. The tip of her finger turned black and created a vacuum that began to suck in everything around it. It was not strong enough to catch the students, but it was more than enough to neutralize the black clouds, which disappeared in less than 10 seconds. The villain made a cry of surprise, "You're more efficient than I thought. That means I'll have to take you out first." The heroine activated the quirk again, trying to suck up the fog that made up the villain's body. The latter did not bat an eye, merely opening a portal behind the hero's back and letting her own suction begin to tear her apart. The students, at this, did not sit idle. "Don't you dare hurt our teacher." Kirishima, Tokoyami and Todoroki immediately sprang to attack the villain, but this forced 13 to disable the black hole to avoid disintegrating them, giving Kurojairi the freedom to focus on other things. In less than a second, the 3 boys disappeared within the black clouds, followed by several other kids. Momo, in a moment of panic, managed to grab Siro by the arm and pull him out of the way of one of the portals, getting caught instead. The last thing she heard before she fell was the teacher's distraught voice, "No." She landed on her back on steep rocky ground, hearing beside her 2 familiar and very alarmed voices. "Yayorozu. DMN, are you okay?" The girl sat up, massaging the back of her head and focusing on her surroundings. She was standing in what must have been the landslide area, and next to her were Jairu and Kaminari, who were looking at her with worried expressions. They seemed to be alone, at first glance, but the voices and taunting cries confirmed the presence of the villains. Momo stood up, helped by Jairu, and tried to assess the situation. "Is it just the 3 of us?" Jairu nodded, "In this area, yes. The others have been scattered around the USJ. And there are something like 60-70 villains in here." The Ravenette swallowed, bringing a finger to her chin. "Our priority right now is to get back with the rest of the class and get out of here. If we could avoid the villains altogether. She did not have time to finish her sentence, because Jairu pushed her away, a second later, a man with mole-like claws and nose jumped out of the ground flailing and trying to cut down anyone nearby. The girl was quick to hit him with her ear jacks and to stun him with a series of very high-frequency sound waves. The blonde looked around, letting the electricity sizzle between his fingers. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we've got company. Around them, a dozen or so sketchy-looking individuals began to approach, each of them activating quirks in a display of power. Momo cursed, creating from her hand an iron rod and from her thigh a baton that was wielded by Jairu. The three students stood on guard, while the criminals sneered under their lips. The girl could not say why, but her thoughts went to Midoriya, safely inside the UA. For a split second, she caught herself wishing fervently that the greenie was there with them. 13 had to call on all her willpower not to open a black hole to maximum power and disintegrate that villain before he could even open whatever he had instead of a mouth. It was no secret that the heroine adored her teaching profession, and more than anything else she adored her students. For her, it was a bit like being an older sister mentoring her younger siblings, and she was always thrilled at the idea of being able to help someone in need. This meant that she was also fiercely protective of those in her care. 13 shivered, clenching her fists so hard that she risked breaking her suit gloves. Behind her there were only a few left: Shuji, Uraraka, Shiro, and Ida. The four kids were scared, understandably, while their teacher was enraged. The villain, for his part, was of a courtesy that made it all the more frightening unnerving. And the major part has been taken care of. As for you, I can take care of it with my own hands. The gaseous body grew larger, approaching the group like a demonic cloud. 13 reactivated the quirk trying to keep the black mist at bay, but when a portal began to disintegrate her arm she was forced to desist. Kurojiiri chuckled, "Don't you know that trying the same tactic hoping to change something is the definition of insanity? I expected better from WHOA." He was so busy monologuing that he failed to react in time to Shiro's tape, which wrapped itself around the iron collar and pulled forward, bringing out a denser, humanoid mass of fog. The student rejoiced, "Look at that. So you do have a physical body?" Kurojiiri tried to open a portal under the boy, but his concentration was broken by an armored kick that caught him in the neck and slammed him violently to the ground. The impact was so hard that he felt something crack, but he did not have time to realize what had happened that he was grabbed and thrown into the air, where he floated toward the walls of the dome with no control of his body. Ida and Uraraka hurried back toward their professor, who was starting to suffer the blows of her own quirk. Shuji was forced to make an emergency sling with Shiro's ribbon, while keeping an eye on the floating villain with a transformed limb. She wheezed, "You have all been amazing. Now let's hurry up and get out, before that villain dash." A portal opened beneath her, and it was thanks to Ida and Shiro's quick reflexes that she did not fall into it. Shuji threw out an expletive, dodging another portal that appeared below him. "He's trying to make us fall from the ceiling of the dome." Uraraka looked up at the villain, who was opening one portal after another in an attempt to succeed in catching a student or the professor. The girl gritted her teeth, looking at her hands for a second. "If he falls from that height, I'm a heroine, I can't dash." "Uraraka, watch out!" Ida's voice, mixed with the feeling of the fog appearing below her, sent her into a panic, and before she could really register what she was doing, she put her hands together. Release. The first thing she registered was smoke dissolving from beneath her feet. Right afterwards a portal opened in front of the group and from it the villain fell, hitting the ground with a frightening crack. The boys looked horrified at the indistinct figure lying on the ground, fearing the worst had happened, when it began coughing and moving awkwardly. "Mississippi, what you did is very unheroic. I think you broke my sternum and a L leg." Hearing that the villain was still alive ironically took a weight off everyone's shoulders, followed by 13's more than annoyed voice, "That'll teach you to try to kill us. Come on guys, let's see dash." Crash. A thud rattled the walls of the dome, followed by a smash of shattered glass and bending metal. The heroine cursed loudly. What now? When she got up to look at what was going on, her jaw dropped. At the top of the dome, where the reinforced glass skylight used to be, there was now the head and body of a giant blackbird, which was staring at the environment below with 4 red eyes. The heroine swallowed, feeling faint before that monster. "Students. Now more than ever we must dash." Now, the heroine was ready to handle teenagers who were scared, or ready to fight, even desperate. All these reactions she would have understood. What she did not expect was for the teens to smile brightly and shout in chorus. "Midoriya!" A few minutes earlier. All Might darted through the school corridors, followed closely by Midnight, Mike, Vlad, and Midoriya. The student swallowed. "Are you under attack?" All Might gritted his teeth. "It's most likely. Nedzu has lost contact with the cameras, and any attempts to reach Aizawa or 13 have come to nothing. We have to go check it out." Mike cursed in English. "Sheet. Class A is there right now." Midnight bit her fingernail, are they the targets? The kids? What lunatic would attack a class of teenagers, in the heart of UA, in broad daylight? Especially with All Might as a teacher? The four went out into the garden, while the blonde man shook his head. These theories are for later, when they are all safe. Young Midoriya, I know the principal has authorized you to come, but under no circumstances can you engage the enemy unless we give you permission, or it's a situation of necessity, understood? The greenie nodded, moving away onto the lawn. If we had to use the B-bus it would take too long. Stay back. With these words he put his hands on the ground, focusing and creating a nevermore. The bird, the moment it was fully formed, immediately turned its gaze in a specific direction, ruffling its feathers and beginning to snarl. Midoriya swallowed. He see can feel it too. G get on. At the boy's command, the Grimm lowered one wing, allowing the four of them to use it as a ramp to position themselves on its back. When everyone was settled, the monster let out a screech to the sky and soared into the air, heading straight for USJ. They arrived soon, much sooner than the professors expected. Mike pulled his phone out of his pocket and noted that there was a dead zone around the dome. There's no signal. Looks like the work of a jamming system. All Might cursed, then turned to the student. Young Midoriya, let us land above the dome, where the skylight is. I want to see the situation for myself before I dive in headfirst. The boy nodded, giving the order to the bird, which circled around the structure and then perched on top of it, looking at the iron walls like a crow looks at a nutshell. The teachers leaned out to look, and no one liked the scene. Oh dear, so many villains. That's Shoyuta there. Hey, over there, in the landslide area. I think I saw some students. Midoriya, for his part, was horrified. While he was at training, in what should have been a punishment, his classmates and friends were fighting for their lives, heavily outnumbered and separated. The greenie shook his head, banishing thoughts of self-pity and focusing on the situation. Professor, P permission to use the N Nevermore to help P Professor Aizawa. All Might looked at the boy, the scene below, brightened up and nodded, agreed. Get us down there, young man. Izuku nodded and gave the Grimm 2 taps, and Nevermore. Get in there. The bird responded with a screech, then pulled back its head and went through the skylight as if it was made of paper. It stood still and stared at the environment below for a few seconds, then flapped and pushed, squeezing its wings and body through the hole and then falling unceremoniously into the middle of the central plaza. The villains hurried away, looking at the monster with terror and confusion painted on their faces. This recomposed itself after a few moments and let out a screech that made the faint-hearted villains pass out with terror. Mike jumped down with a laugh. Well said, my feathered friend. Midnight jumped down next, cracking her whip. Hey Shoyuta, how are you? I hope I'm not late. The hero in question managed to smile despite his breathlessness and aching knee. Right on time. I really needed a hand. Vlad King pulled out a bag full of blood, using it to create a scarlet rotating blade. Midoriya immediately descended, shouting at the Nevermore, and non-lethal force. Wreak havoc. The last to dismount was All Might, who squared the crowd of villains with blue eyes blazing with fury. Your dastardly operation has come to an end, evildoers. Do you know why? As the student walked away, the heroes stood on guard. Because we are here. The Nevermore sent a screech. And then it was chaos. As soon as the Nevermore popped from the ceiling of the dome, Kaminari burst out laughing with his fists in the air. All right. The cavalry has arrived. Jairu grinned, clutching the baton in her hand, while Momo felt a relief she had felt a few times before. The villains, for their part, were terrified by the monster that had broken in during their raid. Seeing them so distracted, Momo got an idea. Kaminari, get ready. Focusing hard, she pushed the speed of her quirk creation to its maximum, managing to pull a very heavy gray blanket out of her stomach. The girl used it to cover her and Jairu, nodding to the blonde. This is a rubber, hyper-insulating blanket. They're all yours. The boy grinned and looked at the circle of villains, who in the process had remembered that there were also students. He opened his arms, coated with electricity like 2 Tesla coils, and shouted, Okay Midoriya, I'm trusting your idea. If it doesn't work, it's on you. All the electricity focused on his hands, and Kaminari clapped them hard above his head. 1,000,000 volts. Thunderclap. The moment the hands joined, there was an explosion-like roar and a wave of electricity swept through the surrounding area, striking the villains and sending them convulsing to the ground. The blonde collapsed to his knees, his gaze vacant and his head spinning. That was a blast. He began to giggle as the girls came out from under the insulating blanket. Jairu brought a hand to her temple. Oh, DMN it. Hey Kaminari, are you still with us? The blonde tried to get back on his feet, but it was like he had forgotten how to walk. He ended up falling on the ground, without stop giggling. Standing is too difficult. I think I'll take a nap. The girl blurted out, stepping closer to help him, "Oh no, Kaminari. We are still surrounded by villains, don't even think of dash." The sentence died in her throat when one of the villains suddenly appeared behind the boy and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him like a sack of potatoes, and who would have thought there would be another electric quirk in this rabble of brats? Color me impressed, kid. The girls put their hands back on their weapons, but the villain waved Kaminari like a shield. "Don't do anything weird, or we'll see what your friend's electrical resistance amounts to. But if I had to guess, I'd say it's not much." Yaoyorozu gritted her teeth, doing her best to analyze the situation and find a way out. "If I created a flashbang we could take him by surprise. I just have to remember the composition." The moment her shoulder began to glow, however, Jairu elbowed her lightly in the side. "Stop right there, Yamamo." "Jairu, what are you doing? You can't create any more things. That blanket has already made you too thin." The villain snickered. "Listen to your little friend, girly. Why don't you be a good girl and put your hands where I can see them?" Yaoyorozu gritted her teeth, desperately searching for a solution, a distraction, anything that. Suddenly Jairu gave a wide smile. The girl lazily raised her arms. "All right, we give up dash." "Jairu, you can't be serious." The villain snickered. "I like you, kid. You have brains, unlike." Yaoyorozu did not listen to the rest of the sentence. Her gaze had fallen on something that was approaching at a fast pace. And she suddenly understood what Jairu's plan was. Letting go of the iron bar, she raised her hands. "Okay, I get it, you win. Now let our friend go." The man tightened his grip on Kaminari's neck. "Oh, no, you don't think it's that easy, do you? I want you both to get down on your knees, with your hands behind your heads. And don't you dare play any tricks." The two girls exchanged a glance, then looked at the man with a smug expression. He began to get nervous. "Didn't you hear me? I said on your knees." Almost as if to answer him, a panting that had nothing human about it arose behind him, and the heat of its breath made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. "There's something behind me, isn't there?" In response, a paw the size of his head hit him with enough force to send him sprawling on the ground. The villain barely had time to see the monstrous black bear that this one was on him, pawing and shaking him around like a stuffed toy. Jairu immediately ran to pick up Kaminari and help him to his feet. "Let's go." Momo nodded and turned to start running, but froze when she saw a huge two-headed snake looking at her. Kaminari, already more sober, widened his eyes. "It's one of Midoriya's Grimm. What was its name already? King something." Yaoyorozu approached. "King Taijutsu." The snake lowered its white head, bringing it down to the girl's level. And suddenly it was clear why it was there. "Jairu, Kaminari, get on top of it." The two kids widened their eyes. "What?" The Ravenette proved her point by climbing on top of the Grimm's head and clinging to the white armor. When the snake made no objection, the other two hurried to climb on top of the black head, also clinging to the armor. Once the students were retrieved, the Grimm began to slither at full speed toward the entrance staircase, with the Ursa coming after him once it lost interest in the villain. Tsuyu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the Nevermore enter through the roof of the dome. She would have been in an even better mood if she were not stuck with Mineta. Midoriya is here too. We are dead, this is the end of us." The frog girl considered herself a stoic person, but she was reaching the limit of her patience. Ever since she had managed to get on the boat in the shipwreck zone with Mineta, the midget had not stopped whining about his life, how he couldn't die, his choice to study heroism, and so on, and that's without counting stretching his hands in inappropriate areas. A less patient person than her would have already thrown him in the water and let the villains do what they came for. The girl shook off these thoughts and tried to keep her voice neutral. "Mineta, please, I beg of you, be quiet, Karo. I'm pretty sure I saw All Might riding that Grimm, so please try not to whine." The boy swallowed. Did he? Then it's all right. But there are still those monsters." Tsuyu rubbed one temple, trying to ignore the voice beside her and focus on finding a way back to shore. The answer came when something landed on the roof of the ship with a screech, knocking the villains back into the water and tearing a scream from Mineta. The girl shifted her gaze to the quadrupedal, winged Grimm, which was staring at the purple boy with something akin to appetite. She turned to Mineta, trying not to show the irritation in her voice. "Mineta, Grimms are attracted to negative feelings. The more you fear him, the more it will see you as its dinner, Karo." The purple boy was pressed against the balustrade of the boat, looking at the Grimm with wide eyes. How can I not be afraid of this thing?" Tsuyu looked at him for a second longer before muttering, "It's here for us." "What?" "I mean Midoriya sent it for us, Karo. Get him on his back, quick." Mineta squealed worse than the Nevermore. "Are you kidding?" And that was the final straw. "Mineta, get on that Grimm." To hell with negative feelings, they had to get a move on before the villains did. The boy finally decided to comply. Once they were on its back, the Grimm shook its head a couple of times, took a leap and soared toward the exit. How do you feel, Mina? You mean beyond fear and exhaustion? Fabulous. The two students stood back to back, stuck in the dilapidated room of the ruin area as around them the villains prepared to attack again. The girl was out of breath and her hands were swollen from having used too much acid, while Kirishima was starting to feel his hands go numb from all the hardened blows he was pulling. Mina gave a bitter laugh. You know, this is the moment in action movies where the hero reveals their true feelings to the co-star. The boy raised an eyebrow. Do you have something to tell me? The fact that the girl managed to blush despite the situation they were in was deeply ironic. I meant you, not me. Me? The hero? Mina huffed, rolling her eyes. If we survive, I have to give you lessons in melodramatic etiquette. Kirishima gritted his teeth. If we survive. The villains, obviously tired of the discussion, moved into attack again, and the kids snapped back to guard, activating their quirks and preparing to respond. Crash! Everyone present recoiled as a claw the size of half the room broke through the wall and began flailing around trying to hit something. This retreated after a few moments, and in its place a scorpion tail began to dart into the room, targeting the crowd of villains with its golden sting. Mina and Kirishima stood gaping. That's dash. The girl was interrupted by another wall being demolished, this time by a black manticore with red eyes, who looked at the two for a few seconds before approaching and lowering its head. Kirishima, once he got over the shock, laughed in elation. Midoriya, you re a savior. Mina wasted no time and climbed onto the Grimm, also laughing in disbelief. I could kiss that boy. Once they were both on the manticore, it turned and went out the way it had come in, soaring toward the exit. As they flew, Kirishima raised an eyebrow. So about those drama lessons. Mina tapped him behind the ear. Let's think about that when we get out of here. Todoroki watched the Nevermore start fighting villains in the central plaza along with the teachers. Why Midoriya? Oh, right, he was in detention. It's a little strange that they let him come, but his quirk is proving extremely useful. The boy turned back to the villains who had all been frozen as soon as they had tried to attack him. They weren't all that great in preparation, which had made it much easier. Even the questioning had been a matter of moments. It had been enough to remind him how bad hypothermia was. Which had brought to light the troubling information that this group of criminals bragged that they had something to rival All Might in terms of power, some sort of secret weapon kept especially for him, despite not being the main target. So they came here for us. Is it because we are students? Do they think we are weak? A sound of galloping and panting diverted him from these thoughts. A Grimm with feline features had approached the area, whose head was covered with a skull-like armor. The most pronounced feature were the canines, long and sharp to the extreme. The Grimm slowed its run when it saw the boy, apparently not at all bothered by the cold or icy ground. Midoriya to the rescue. And look how handsome this Grimm is, it's almost cute. Yeah, Hagakure was there, too. He was so entangled in his own thoughts that he had forgotten about her. Todoroki sighed, starting to walk toward the central plaza. I'm going to go help the teachers. If they really have something to match All Might dash. His sentence was interrupted by a glove grabbing him by the scruff of his costume and yanking him on the Grimm. Although he could not see her, the boy was certain that Hagakure was already comfortable in front of him. She finished the sentence. You come with us and get out of here. If they really can deal with All Might, what do you expect us to be able to do? Todoroki tried to protest. Listen here dash. The girl ignored him, choosing instead to smack the Grimm on the shoulder and send him galloping toward the exit. And if by chance Todoroki, the recommendation student, the Ice Prince, ended up letting out a shriek. Well, that would be their little secret. The Beowulf came out of the storm zone with two soaked students on its back. It shook a little to dry itself off, almost sending the two boys flying off, and ran for the exit, circling the central square that had become a war zone. Tokoyami was hanging on tight to the spikes on the Grimm's back, while Dark Shadow was helping Kota stay on its back. Suddenly they heard beside them a shout, "Hey guys!" The two turned to look, feeling a wave of relief wash over them when they saw Ojiro and Sata safely clinging to the back of a Grimm gorilla, who was running and jumping beside them. Are you all right? Tokoyami nodded. The Beast of Darkness found us before the villains could. I'm grateful for that. The storm zone is very difficult to navigate. Sata laughed. Don't tell us. The fire zone is, literally, hell. Good thing this big guy can climb the burning buildings or we would still be there looking for the exit. The Beringel made no sign that he had heard the boy's praise, as it continued to run toward the staircase. Tokoyami smiled, stroking the Beowulf's skull. Well, I got my answer. Huh? How Midoriya would put darkness at the service of the people. That's how. Izuku stood up, shaking his vein-covered hands a couple of times, and started running up the stairs. He needed a view from above. And maybe 13 was still there, who knows. As he reached the top, the first thing he heard were 4 voices. Midoriya. Uraraka jumped on him, clutching him and jumping like a cricket. You're here, you're here. Zero tapped him on the shoulder. You don't know how happy we are to see you and the teachers. Mezu, still helping 13 stand, approached. How did you know we were under attack? The greenie turned serious. I felt a very strong wave of fear and murderous intent coming from here. When I told the professors, they saw that we could not reach either 13 or Aizawa, and we came here. The professor nodded. That might have been our salvation. Come on, let's get out of here. The farther we get from the conflict zone, the better. Izuku shook his head. Professor, we have to wait a few moments. What the heck does that mean? The greenie showed his hands covered with red veins. Before coming up here, I sent Grimms to retrieve the other students. We can't leave them here. Although her face was not uncovered, the change in her posture said a lot about the heroine's relief. Midoriya, you are a godsend. As soon as we get out of here, be sure to get extra credit. The talk was interrupted by a resounding screech. Seconds later, the griffin landed above the stairs, followed closely by the manticore. Mina, like Uraraka, hugged the greenie tightly. Mido. Thank you, thank you. Kirishima patted him on the back. Bro, you really saved our bacon. Not far away, Tsuyu nodded. Despite Mineta's trembling, ditto with us, Karo. We owe you one. A snake head peeped out from above the trees, with Momo, Kaminari, and Jairu on it. The 3 jumped onto the catwalk, and Kaminari opened his arms, though still a bit groggy. Give it up for Midoriya, the MVP of the day. Jairu patted the greenie's shoulder. Thank you, huh? Momo, for her part, smiled in the most genuine way she did in years. I'm glad you came. I really am. Izuku caught himself brightening up at the appreciation. The Sabretooth came climbing the stairs, letting down Hagakure and a pale, staggering Todoroki. Midoriya. I thank you for your help. That said, I have no intention of ever doing anything like that again. The girl giggled, giving him a pat on the back that almost sent him face first to the ground. Oh, come on. That wasn't so bad. The last to arrive were the Beowulf and the Berinjal. Tokoyami gave the greenie a bow. Thank you for coming in our time of need, while Koda behind him nodded his thumbs up. Ojiro gave a nod of thanks to Midoriya, before turning to the rest of the kids. Is that everyone? 13 did a quick count. 17, 18, 19. Yes, that's everyone. From the central square came a bang, followed by an agonized screech. Midoriya ran to look, only to open his eyes wide at the scene. The Nevermore had just been taken down by a villain the size of All Might, with a beak full of sharp teeth and a bare brain. The professors had succeeded in neutralizing the crowd of petty criminals but were struggling with that beast, to the point that All Might himself looked tried. Not far away, there were 2 villains watching the fight, one skinny and covered with hands, the other with his body covered in black mist and, judging by his bearing, definitely in bad shape. 13 called out, Midoriya. We have to go. The greenie gritted his teeth, trying to decide what was the right thing to do. After a few seconds he turned around, put 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a whistle that caught the attention of all the Grimms nearby. Get down there and go help the teachers. Non-lethal force. The monsters responded with every kind of screech, roar, hiss, and grunt they could muster, then ran toward the battle zone and attacked the 3 villains en masse with a ferocity that, were it not for the order to restrain themselves, would have been alarming. Izuku nodded. Okay, now we can go. The class finally ran at full speed to the exit door of the facility, finding it closed, however. Ida and Kirishima tried to force it open, but it would not budge an inch. 13 stepped forward to disintegrate it, but the moment she raised her hand the wounds caused her to fall to her knees. Mineta shrieked, We're trapped. The students alternated their gaze between the central square and the closed door, and many already feared that they would be locked there for much longer when suddenly Yaoyorozu stepped forward. Ashido. How much acid can you create? The girl shook her head, not enough nor strong enough to melt it. Never mind. Cover as much of the surface with acid as you can, you just need to weaken it. The other nodded and went to work, spreading a veil of acid liquid over the door while, from behind them, the sounds of battle became even more frantic. Zero swallowed. Let's hurry, before the villains have half a mind to return here to check. The girl used her quirk as much as possible, struggling against the pain of the burns with clenched teeth and eyes that were starting to tear. At one point she pulled away, breathing heavily and with shaking hands. That's all I can do. Momo nodded. That's fine. Todoroki, freeze the door in the acid-covered area. The boy stepped forward with a mumble. I trust your plan, Yaoyorozu. I hope for everyone's sake it is good. Tapping a foot, he sent a streak of ice to the ground that reached the door and froze the corroded area in less than 5 seconds. The girl nodded. Perfect. Ida, Kirishima, Satu, Tokoyami. Hit the frozen area, all at once and as hard as you can. The four boys got into position. Having now figured out what the girl's plan was, Ida began to warm up his engines, Kirishima hardened his entire body, sat down 2 sugar packets, and Tokoyami let out a dark shadow twice his size. The girl made the rest of the class back away. Now Kirishima charged like a bull, head down and hands crossed in front of him, red ram. Sata took a run up, only to leap and join his hands in a double fist from above, sweet hammer. Ida activated his quirk at half power, running and gaining enough speed before cranking up the gears to the max and using the momentum to hit with a knee strike, recipro burst, double ignition. Dark Shadow brought herself back and then made a sweep with the full weight of her body, using the Shadow Beak as an ice axe, Death Scythe. The result was a foregone conclusion. The wall, already weakened by acid and the violent drop in temperature, could not withstand the impact of 4 quirks who specialized in direct combat. The icy zone shattered instantly, opening a hole that gave directly to the outside. Kaminari raised both fists in the air. It worked. Yayazoru, you're a genius. 13 waved her arm. Everybody get out. Go, go, go. The students obeyed and ran outside. The last thing heard inside the dome was All Might's voice thundering, plus ultra, followed by the impact of a body against the USJ walls. Nedzu lowered his cup of tea, his brow furrowed under his manded fur. The situation was anything but good. The news of the attack on the USJ had been the front page of news reports across the country, and would remain so for at least another month. It was the first time that a group of villains had attempted such a reckless action against a heroic school, managing, moreover, to come out on top. The leader, identified as Shigaraki Tamura, and the teleporter Kurojairi had managed to escape, leaving behind 72 low-level criminals. The fact that no one had been injured was not so much an achievement as the minimum the country expected of UA. The school was receiving pressure and criticism from all sides, especially from the Commission, for which this represented a golden opportunity to discredit UA and, consequently, Nedzu. Fortunately, news of the incident during the first heroics class was not public knowledge, or heads would have rolled. I thought I made myself clear last week. Unfortunately, there was someone who knew exactly what had happened on the second day of school. Nedzu looked up, resting his gaze on the figure of Mrs. Hex. The woman had just finished drinking her cup of tea, and if looks could kill the principal would be dead 3 times over. I am extremely embarrassed by this situation, Mrs. Hex. We have poorly organized the increase in our security, and this has been the result. Salem looked at the mammal with a stern expression. You expected them to target All Might. So you increased the security of the perimeter, expecting a direct attack. It was not a question, Nedzu noted. That's how it is. We had no idea they would target students, nor that they had a teleportation quirk at their disposal. If not for your nephew, the outcome of the attack would have been tragedy. The woman clasped her hands in her lap. Sir, don't try to use praise to distract me. As proud as I am of him, the fact that Izuku, a child, was the most helpful person in that situation is concerning. The principal lowered his head. I realize that. Salem went to add something, but bit her tongue in the end. She was no longer the immortal witch who commanded her men using fear and awe. She was a CEO and an aunt. There is both a student relative and sponsor. She had hammered enough. It was time to be diplomatic. As disappointed, and frankly even angry, as I am with this institution, I must strike a blow in your favor and say that it was impossible to predict the presence of a teleporter. Rest assured, however, that I will be keeping a much closer eye on school security. Nedzu nodded, as is your right. The woman nodded in return, not without a hint of satisfaction, and changed the subject. Well, I guess it's only fair that I provide the school with Remnant Industries' most valued products. If I'm not mistaken, one of your teachers is a hero with a supporting engineer's license, right? The excavating hero, Power Loader. I will inform him of this and we will see if we can arrange an afternoon where he can see and judge your instruments. Unfortunately, this is going to be a pretty busy month for us. I can imagine that. However, the predictable canceling of the sports festival should clear a considerable time window for you. Silence fell in the office. Although Nedzu did not have the muscles to express the same range of human emotions, the awkwardness in his posture was evident. Well, about that. Salem looked at him as if she wanted to turn him into a handbag. There will be no sports festival. I hope. The mammal shook his head. I'm afraid I have no say in the matter. Following the attack, I immediately told the school board that the festival would be cancelled for security reasons, but the commission representatives insisted that it would be held as scheduled. He sighed. Normally I could comfortably stand up to them, but the events of the past few days have played against me, and the commission has gained the support of the ministers of education, entertainment, and sports. No matter how influential I am, in the end I remain only a principal. I cannot go against the state organ of heroism and 3 government ministers. The woman hardened her features, masking the irritation boiling inside her. What are the concessions on this matter? Nedzu shook his head, almost none. I can't even postpone it for a day. The only thing I can do is to increase security tenfold and accelerate the schedule of the heroics courses to make them ready for a wave of criminals more daring and prepared than normal. Salem nodded, closing her eyes and summoning all the self-control she possessed to prevent herself from blurting out to the principal's face, the fact that they care more about the image of this stupid tradition than the safety of the kids is baffling. This pretentiousness, this arrogance are what destroyed Beacon. I understand. I will be sure to select a satisfactory range of products for evaluation. Salem rose from his chair. Mr. Principal, I wish I could say it was a pleasure. We should have tea once that we don't have to discuss situations like this. Nedzu jumped up on the desk and extended a paw to the woman. I agree. We can only hope that things will get better. The woman shook it, nodding, let's hope so. Expect to receive a gift from me by the end of the week, and with that she left the office. Walking down the corridors, she went over her schedule for the day. I have to notify the company to set aside the items to submit to UA, and this evening I have dinner with Inko and Izuku. But first. If Kajiro has any self-preservation, he'll get a move on with that meeting. Remember, Shigaraki, every failure is a learning opportunity. Inside a bar in Kamino, the 2 survivors of the USJ attack were discussing with a voice coming from a television. The younger villain threw out an expletive as he adjusted the ice on his head. I know, master, I know. But it's so frustrating. Everything was going well, All Might wasn't there, the Munchkins were separated. And all of a sudden this secret superboss pops up and screws everything up. Which makes me wonder, how on earth did they know about the attack? Kurogyri, did one of the brats manage to escape by any chance? The bartender shook his head, stopping mid-movement as his ribs started to hurt again. And no, young Tamura. When the teachers came riding that bird, ouch. When they came riding the bird, I was at the entrance holding 13 and the kids with her. Shigaraki clapped a hand on the table with a resigned look, being careful to keep one finger up. Then I can't explain it. It looks like a cutscene made for plot reasons more than gameplay reasons. The voice from the TV reassured, we will have other opportunities. Now that we know UA has such an asset available, we will be more careful. Which will make it even more important to keep an eye on this year's sports festival. Alright. Ngh, stupid bear. The master chuckled, memorize the pain you felt, Shigaraki. It will be more coal that will fuel the fire of your fury. And soon, this fury will destroy this rotten civilization. And with that, the television set went off. Tamura waited a few seconds, looking at the TV as if it would turn on again at any moment. When he was sure it was really off, he went and threw himself on the couch with a grunt. Finally. How I hate unskippable cutscenes. I thought he would never shut up. Kurogyri raised an eyebrow. Sooner or later you will have to tell him your opinions about what you're doing, you know? The villain took artist's gloves from a drawer and put them on his hands, and give him an excuse to educate me, as he says? Thanks, I value what little mental stability I have left. Hey, Giri, can you get me Uncle Nietzsche? The bartender created a portal above the table, from which fell a heavy hardbound book. The cover read, The Twilight of the Idols, How to Philosophize with a Hammer. Tamura picked it up and began to leaf through it, stopping where the bookmark was and resuming reading. Kurogyri sighed, if sensei catches you with that. I know, I'm as good as dead. Give me a break. Shigaraki turned the page, tapping his finger on the table and starting to mumble, I'm not even mad about them beating me up, I mean, we were trying to kill them, fair enough. What makes me angry is that they came out of nowhere like that. The bartender nodded, understandable. Although them breaking my bones like that was not very nice. The villain shrugged, hey, I almost had a demonic bear smash my neck bone, don't whine. Then he sighed, and of course, we just had to go looking for troubles at UA. We are still villains. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, Kurogyri, villain is a label, not a job. We could do nothing and society would go to hell on its own. We're just speeding things up. The bartender sighed, maybe. Anyway, I hope the attack scared the shit out of those at the top. They must have well understood that not even the #1 school is above ruin. After a few moments spent reading, he added, while we're at it, let's get back in touch with Jiren. We can use the attack as an advertisement for the guild. But this time let's roll for ultra-rare units, quality over quantity. Sensei was right about one thing, we will have to keep an eye on the sports festival. I want the name and address of the minion spammer. Inko put the pot on the stove, smiling at the woman next to her, I didn't think you still knew your way around a kitchen, Salem. The witch raised an eyebrow with a smile, you should know that I have a good memory. 10 years is a short time for me. Of course, I spent 2 months in an unknown world and I must immediately become a corporate head. Come on, are you still rubbing it in my face? And always will. As the two women laughed, Izuku finished arranging his Grimm notes in his room. He was busy studying the anatomy of a leviathan when the doorbell rang. The boy rushed out of the room with a shout, "I'll get it." When he opened the door, he was confronted by 4 teenagers in casual clothes. "Hey Midoriya. We're not disturbing, are we?" Uraraka was exuberant as usual, to the point that Ida had to restrain her from entering without the greenies' permission. Izuku brightened, "Guys, what are you doing here?" Ida adjusted his glasses. "We thought it was only right to come see you after what happened the other day." Tokoyami nodded, "It is befitting to express proper gratitude." Yaoyorozu made a small bow, "That is, if you don't have any plans. We wouldn't want to disturb." The greenie moved from the entrance, "Of course not. Come on in." The moment the kids walked through the door, they found 2 women staring at them from the end of the hallway. One was shorter and chubby, with the same green hair as Midoriya and a jovial expression. The other was tall and menacing, with black and red eyes and white hair. The first smiled, "Oh dear, we weren't expecting guests. Are you Izuku's friends?" Ida nodded, "Yes ma'am. Ida Tenya, at your service." When he turned to introduce the rest of the kids, he was somewhat taken aback by the expressions of Tokoyami and Uraraka, both open in reverential awe at the white figure. Yaoyorozu, for her part, was much more composed. "Mrs. Hex. You here too?" The woman opened in a warm smile, "Oh, young Yaoyorozu. Well, how could I not visit my nephew after what happened at UA?" The other 2 kids took a few seconds to find the words, with Tokoyami swallowing. "Midoriya, is this Queen of Darkness your famous aunt?" Izuku nodded with a smile, "Yup. Guys, this is my Aunt Salem, who taught me how to keep my quirk under control." The boy bowed, Tokoyami fumigage. It is a great honor to stand before you, ma'am." Finally, Uraraka shook herself, making a bow that would rival Ida's. "Uraraka Ochako, M.I.M." And, same Izuku was fairly certain he heard her murmur something like, "Rich lady," but he asked no questions. The witch made a small bow in return, while Inko joined hands. "How well-mannered you are. I'm glad Izuku has found such delightful friends." The greenie blushed, but Salem was not looking at him. Her gaze was on a Yaoyorozu who was looking around with an increasingly confused look. The woman wrinkled her eyebrows and whispered something to Inko, who nodded and opened her arms. "Unfortunately, I didn't make dinner for everyone. But I can still offer you something to eat, especially since you have traveled so far for my son. Come on, come into the living room." As the rest of the boys followed Inko, Salem held Yaoyorozu by the shoulder. "Can we talk for a bit?" The girl became suddenly serious, trying not to show her nervousness and confusion. "It's fine." The woman sighed, "Yaoyorozu, is everything okay?" Momo nodded, trying to be as convincing as possible. "Yes ma'am. Don't worry. I wasn't worried until you said that." "What's wrong?" The girl blushed, trying to stammer an apology before giving up with a sigh. "It's just that. I don't understand." Salem raised an eyebrow. "You don't understand what?" Momo opened one arm. "All this. It's so mundane. I can't understand. If Midoriya is really your nephew, why doesn't he live like you, or like me?" The woman sighed. "Yaoyorozu, try to understand that Inko is an independent woman. Everything you see here she has earned by her own strength, and she is proud of it. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem for me to offer her and Izuku every possible comfort. But she doesn't want that, and I have to respect her wishes. And the same goes for Izuku. I help him with his quirk, but nothing more. He wants to become a hero on his own strength. It would be wrong of me to give him an advantage." The girl seemed to become even more confused. "But it doesn't make sense. If he has no ties to Remnant Industries. If he's unrelated to your business. What would be the point of becoming my friend? I mean, when you came to my place for dinner, you wanted to set up a deal, didn't you? That's why you advised me to approach him." "Oh, this poor girl. I grew up in a tower, she grew up in a zoo." Salem put a hand on her shoulder, shaking her head with a smile. "Yaoyorozu, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. When I told you that you would get along with Izuku, I had no ulterior motive. I sincerely believe that my nephew is a wonderful boy, and I really thought you would become friends. Apparently, I was right." Momo ignored the blush in her cheeks, too busy untangling the chaos in her head. "But if I am his friend. If he is my friend. There must be a point. A purpose, a goal, something to justify our relationship. Is that really necessary?" The girl looked at Salem like she had grown a second head. "Huh?" The woman smiled. "Being friends with someone else does not necessarily require material motivation. Sometimes it is enough to appreciate the other person for who they are." Momo stared blankly, like a world opened before her. Salem patted her on the back. Go on, go with your friends. We wouldn't want to worry them, would we? The girl seemed at that moment to recover from her thoughts and, red-cheeked, ran to join her group, busy admiring Inko's photos and food. Salem leaned against the wall, looking at the kids with a smile on her face. Salem, can you come and give me a hand? The witch went to the kitchen, just in time to miss the look Momo gave Izuku. After a 3-day break, classes resumed as usual. Aizawa entered the classroom exactly as the bell rang, stopping at the desk and looking around the class. Students, welcome back. I want to start the day with an announcement. As you can see, one of you is not present. All the students had a strong sense of déjà vu when they noticed that Mineta's desk was empty. The professor resumed. 2 days after the attack on USJ, Mineta Minoru voluntarily chose to withdraw from this school. This means you will have not one, but 2 new classmates. The class mumbled for a few moments, digesting the news. No one missed how the girl seemed particularly relieved. Before Aizawa could continue speaking, a hand went up. Yes, Mezu? Professor, did Mineta say why he wanted to leave? The teacher maintained his impassive expression and neutral tone. Mineta's motives are his personal business. I expect respect for his decision, understood? Aizawa didn't know how to explain that the purple midget had entered the principal's office in tears with the resignation letter in his hand, confessing that he did not feel safe inside the school after USJ. So he did exactly that, he did not explain it. In truth, the verbatim words were, I came to UA because I thought I would pick up easy. If being a hero means facing criminals like that, I'd rather use Tinder, with a lot of extra tears and stammering. How he had earned his place in the class in the first place was still a mystery. The class, fortunately, asked no more questions and nodded. Aizawa resumed, with this announcement out of the way, we can move on to the next point. In less than a month, there will be the UA Sports Festival. Reactions were varied. The more belligerent students like Kirishima and Satu were enthusiastic at the announcement, while the more reserved ones mumbled among themselves. One of these was Tsuyu, who raised a hand. Professor, is it really a good idea to hold the sports festival right after such an attack, Karo? The teacher shrugged. The Hero Commission, together with the Ministers of Sports, Entertainment and Education, want to assert that UA was not intimidated by what happened. Regardless of whether it is a good idea or not, it is certainly an important opportunity for your careers. Many professional heroes will watch the festival, and based on what they see they may choose to hire you after you graduate. It is imperative that you do your best. The students nodded, now sufficiently convinced. Aizawa continued, classes will continue as scheduled, therefore, it is up to you to train as much as possible. Midoriya, this means that your punishment is still valid. The greenie puffed but said nothing, while a couple of classmates, primarily Uraraka and Kaminari, had to restrain themselves from snickering at his adorable reaction. The professor yawned, okay, that's it. You have the hour free, as long as you don't destroy the classroom. Akaguro Kaizome squatted on the ledge of the roof, gazing at the streets below. The night was shaping up to be long and frustrating. Barely 3 days had passed since his arrival in Hosu, and the town's heroic presence had already been nearly halved. The situation was embarrassing, bribes to turn a blind eye, sexist comments, acting only in the main streets and not in the crime-ridden alleys. It sounded like the plot of some noir movie. Never before had he been so happy to have disciples with him. Speaking of which, one of them was sitting next to him, swinging her legs in the wind. Hey, Master. I'm getting bored. Aren't we bleeding someone tonight? Stain gave a sigh, I don't know. The heroes of this city went on the run once they realized we were the ones acting. Which makes them all the more fakes. They should at least try, DMN it. The girl giggled, maybe they are smart and know they would be filleted. The man looked at her dryly, intelligence without courage is cowardice. If they know I'm in this town, why don't they ambush me? Organize with the police? Form alliances so they can catch me? I know. Because the only thing they want is notoriety, catching the bad guy is almost a footnote. And allying means sharing the credit. Stain nodded, exactly. What society calls heroes are nothing more than bounty hunters, glorified soldiers with whom the system secures its hold over the population. A population that often finds itself in the middle of this puppet show, in the form of victims. A number that rises constantly, becoming a narrative tool to justify the perpetration of this charade. The other yawned, I see what you mean, but I'm still bored. The only heroes left are the few decent ones we don't have to kill. Should we move out sooner than planned? The man rubbed his pointed chin, HMM.at this point it is possible. You would be doing me a great favor if you didn't. The two turned in a flash, weapons in hand and ready to be drawn. On the roof, with his hands raised, was a man with silver hair and beard, a cigarette in his mouth and the expression of someone who was trying not to tremble. Whoa, ook. Can we put the knives down, please? I'm not a hero and I'm not the police. The girl did not move her hand an inch, but Stain loosened his grip on the hilt of the sword. Then who are you? The man bowed. Jiren, gentleman, the best information broker this side of Kanto. I struggled quite a lot to be able to find you. Do you know that Stain? He raised an eyebrow. How come you came looking for me of all people? I can do my own research, I don't need a consultant. I don't doubt that, but in this case I'm coming on behalf of someone else. A client of mine is interested in talking to you. They said they would like someone with whom to discuss the state of modern heroism in this country. This captured his interest. He completely released his grip on the sword and knife, but made no gesture to dissuade the girl at his side. Ah, really? Is there someone who wishes to parley with me? One of the most wanted criminals in the country. The broker shrugged. I'm not paid to ask questions. Stain furrowed his brow. And who wishes to see me? Is it by any chance this league of villains that attacked UA recently? The way Jiren paled was visible even in the dim nightlight. No. In fact, I'm pretty sure my client hates them with a passion. Then who? I'm not sure I can divulge that information. The girl sent a growl. If you care about your skin you'd better dash. Stain raised a hand to shush her. Himiko, relax. Then he turned back to Jiren. What my disciple meant is that it is very difficult for me to trust a meeting arranged by someone whose name I don't even know. For all I know, it could be a trap. The broker swallowed, looked away, pondered his options. Finally, he gave a sigh and replied, I see. The person looking for you is Mrs. Salem Hex. Founder and CEO of Remnant Industries. And just like that, Stain's irritation reached proverbial levels. I am not a mercenary or a hitman. No amount of money will ever buy my blade. Jiren put his hands out. I know that, and I assure you the lady knows it too. I told you, she just wants to talk to you. She said, and I quote, she wishes to have someone to debate the philosophies of modern heroism with. The other squinted his eyes, scanning the broker's face for traces of lies or deception. Finally, he beckoned the girl to lower the knife. I will trust your word. Don't make me regret it. Jiren seemed to grow lighter all of a sudden. Wonderful. I must ask you to stick around for a while longer, at least until I can arrange the meeting. Before leaving he added, oh, one last thing, I have been working with Mrs. Hex for years now. I can assure you that she values the word above the sword. And loyalty above all else. Izuku swallowed, looking at the wooden door of the principal's office. It was not the first time he had done something like this. But doing it himself was always unnerving. He reached out his hand to knock, but before his fingers could touch the wood the door opened by itself and a sharp voice called out to him, Come in, Mr. Midoriya. The boy took a deep breath and entered the office. On the other side of the room, sitting at his desk, the principal had put down some papers and was looking at him. You'll forgive me if I don't offer you tea, but you caught me in a bit of a busy moment. The boy stammered, oh, if it helps I can come by later. Nedzu waved a paw. Please, I just needed an excuse to think of something else. So, what can I do for you? Izuku wrinkled his hands for a moment before answering, well, USC, it's about my aunt. She told you she was going to send you a pea present, didn't she? The mammal nodded, his black eyes alight with a curious sparkle. Exactly. Do you happen to know what this is about? The greenie nodded. Actually, I am here to deliver it to you. If Nedzu wasn't paying attention before, he sure was now. Oh ho ho? Please proceed. I can't wait to see what it is. The boy swallowed, took a breath, and placed a hand on the ground. Before the principal's watchful eyes, out of the black puddle emerged a Grimm with the features of a jellyfish, with red, pointed tentacles. The mammal jumped onto the desk and approached. Could you enlighten me as to the nature of this Grimm, Mr. Midoriya? Izuku got back up and untied one hand. Its end name is Seer. It is one of the most intelligent Grimms there are, C capable of understanding C complex instructions and C commanding other Grimms. B but most importantly, its Aunt Salem's P preferred M method of communication. Communication? As if it heard him, the Grimm began to emit a steady whisper as the smoke in the round body cleared. In its place appeared Salem's face, sitting at her office desk. Good morning, Nedzu. I see you received my gift. The mammal opened his mouth in an animalistic grin. Mrs. Hex. Your choice in gifts is peculiar, I must say. Wouldn't it be more convenient to use a computer for video calls? The woman waved a hand. Seers are infinitely faster, efficient and impossible to intercept or track. They are a little spoil of mine that earns Izuku a fortune. The greenie chuckled embarrassedly. Why you told me, Auntie, if you're good at something, and never do it for free. The woman laughed. I taught you well. Would you mind leaving us alone now? The principal nodded to the boy. Mrs. Hex is not wrong. We don't want to take up any more of your time, especially since it's almost lunchtime. Izuku nodded, bowed, and left the office. As he left, he had the impression that he heard Nezu start to snicker, but he was probably just imagining it. Once he entered the cafeteria and grabbed his food, it didn't take him long to spot his friends, seated at the table, holding his seat. He did not tear up at that kindness at all, no sir. Once seated, they began to make conversation. Uraraka was even more energetic than normal. Are you also excited about the festival? I'm looking forward to it. Ida nodded, of course. To be able to participate in such an event is a huge honor and privilege. Tokoyami downed a mouthful of rice before commenting, we are threatened by the shadows all around us. In these weeks we should train hard not to be swallowed up by them. Izuku nodded, it's true. The S students who fail to enter the hero course seek and earn a P place if they do G good enough in the festival. And the 2 empty S seats will push everyone to give their B best. Oh? So you're not as good as you thought, huh? The 5 students turned around. Next to the table stood a blonde-haired boy with gray eyes and his face open in a sly grin. The famous Class A. Found itself without 2 classmates just 2 weeks after school started? Aren't you supposed to be the best class? Momo raised an eyebrow, and you are? The blonde threw his head back with a dramatic flair that could have played off Aoyama, Monoma Nito. Proud member of the, modestly, superior Class B. And rest assured that this sports festival will only prove our superiority. Before anyone at the table could retort, a new voice rose from nearby, if I were you, I would focus less on my superiority and more on keeping my seat. The heroic students turned, seeing approaching a boy with purple hair and eye bags to rival Aizawa. Those who couldn't get into the heroics class with the entrance exam can do so with the festival. Likewise, if any heroic students, especially SCK, they can take them out of there and put them somewhere else. So before thinking about Class A, make sure you stay in your course. Ida tilted his head, are you in general education? That's right. I tried to take the entrance exam, but my quirk is useless against robots, therefore, my best chance is the festival. I hope you are not too fond of your seats, because one of them will be mine. Ochako replied, look, you don't need to be so competitive. We have 2 vacancies in class, you could both pass. This seemed to catch the purple boy by surprise. 2 vacancies? What happened? Tokoyami shrugged, one was expelled after an incident during All Might class. And he deserved every last bit of it. The boy ignored Uraraka's interlude and resumed, I was saying, one was expelled, the other retired from UA after the attack on USJ. The grin on Monoma's face became so wide that it split his head in 2. Oh who? Are you serious? Who would be stupid enough to voluntarily throw away a position at UA? And what is this I hear? An expulsion? Oh ho ho, what a disgrace this must be for the class. Throughout the spiel, the 6 students had been listening, some more and some less concerned by the blonde man's tone. When he mentioned Bakugo, Izuku curled in on himself, again feeling the sensation of burns on his skin and the echo of insults in his ears. Fortunately, Yaoyorozu's voice brought him back to reality. The only shame is that a despicable person like that was able to enter the class in the first place. I'll be honest, I don't miss either of them at all, especially that Bakugo guy. Both Monoma and the purple boy were taken aback by the girl's harsh tone. The latter raised an eyebrow, really? What did they do to deserve such a rant? Ochako rolled her eyes before turning to Izuku, Midoriya, are you going to tell them or am I? The greenie put a hand forward, I want to try. Hound Dog D did say that talking about it could help me process it. The 2 non-class A students exchanged a look, okay, now I'm starting to worry. Is it that bad? Izuku rubbed his neck, well, it's a long story. But it can be summarized with, a b-boy I knew in elementary school . Momo interjected, your old bully. The greenie swallowed, that. Well, he used to call me V-villain, D-Deku and other non-pretty things, let's say, I see him again in C-class after a D-decade since we haven't seen each other, D-discover that he's gotten worse and, D during the All Might class, J just exploded. The other 2 were silent for a few seconds, finally Monoma muttered, okay. Wow. Yeah, sounds like enough of an a-hole to me. The purple boy looked at Midoriya for a few seconds, what did you say your name was? Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku. The other nodded, Shinso Hitoshi. Well, I hope you don't mind if that position is filled by another villain quirk. The air quotes were laden with sarcasm. The blonde widened his eyes, you too. Shinso raised an eyebrow, don't tell me you . Monoma nodded, yup. That or useless, pick whichever you prefer. Despite his constant nervousness, Izuku found himself laughing, I don't think I'd mind having one of you 2 in C class. Ida glanced at the blonde. Well, as long as they behave. Monoma brought a hand to his chest, replacing the arrogance of just before with mock indignation. Ah, the outrage. How dare you, you Class A infidels, doubt my good manners? They would have a point. Izuku leaned over to look. Speaking had been a girl with reddish hair and a face that screamed, I'm not paid enough for this. The blonde huffed, oh, hey Kendo. The girl sighed with a small smile, Monoma. You know, I was on the verge of coming to straighten you out, but when I saw that you started, finally, to break the ice with the A kids, I reconsidered. After that she turned to the others. Kendo Itsuka, representative of Class B. I see that you have met Monoma. Momo nodded. Yes, we were just talking about the festival and the 2 empty seats. Kendo took on a saddened expression. Yes, I heard. I'm sorry about what happened. Izuku shrugged. It's in the past now. And we have other things to worry about, don't we? Monoma burst out laughing. Indeed. But it's a foregone conclusion that Class B will come out on top. No one missed the theatrical end, but only Kendo noticed this, much more relaxed tone of the boy. Shinso rolled his eyes. Like I said, mind you don't get thrown out first. Well, I have to go eat. See you at the festival. The redhead nodded. We have to eat, too. Enjoy. As they walked away, Monoma turned to the A kids. Oh, Midoriya? Why yes? The blonde gave a smile that could have rivaled Aizawa's. You know, spite is a very good motivator, under any circumstances. Akaguro glanced at the huge building in front of him. The red eye above the front doors watched the street like a demon judging the sinners. Jiren had managed, in less than 3 days, to arrange a meeting with Mrs. Hex. Stain had not been too pleased to find out that the location would be the central offices of Remnant Industries. It was like going to talk with a lion inside its den. Guarantees of security and non-aggression meant little in the face of such a risk, and he had been seriously tempted to blow it all off until they proposed a true neutral zone. However, a part of him, a part he thought forgotten, was pressing to accept the conditions, albeit with guarantees, and go and listen to what this strange lady had to say. Before Stain and Stendhal, there was Akaguro Kaizome, professor of literature and philosophy at Tokyo University. And that professor was looking forward to putting down his sword, if only for an afternoon, and trying his hand in a symposium after so many years. A sound of approaching footsteps distracted him from these thoughts. He returned his focus to his surroundings in time to see a woman dressed in black with blue and purple hair. Mr. Stain, I presume. And you must be Hex bodyguard. In the flesh. Follow me, the lady is waiting. The two entered the building, striding across the hall at a brisk pace. Stain took the opportunity to look around. The architectural and interior style drew on futurist industrialism, with plenty of glass and very smooth surfaces. The interior of the elevator also respected this style, spacious and very brightly lit. Stain and the woman stood in silence for a while, the air filled only with the humming of cables and the elevator's engine. After what seemed like an eternity, the man scoffed. So this is where you were, Lady Nagant. If I didn't know what happened, I would have accused you of selling out your ideals. Kane aside, you don't have much room to talk Stendhal, given how you've turned out. Who was it, Crawler? Knuckle duster? I don't want to talk about it. The woman sneered. Right. Is that why, since you became Stain, you've been avoiding Naruhata like the plague? I said I don't want to talk about it. Kana chuckled, but did not add anything else. The doors opened after a few minutes, showing a hallway in a more classical style than the rest of the offices, with dark purple walls and garnet carpets. The two walked until they reached an ebony doorway, where Kana paused. This is the lady's office. She is waiting for you. Stain nodded and, taking one last look at the woman, opened the black door. The first thing that struck him was the dark tones. The floor was pitch black, the walls and ceiling were various shades of purple, and the desk and chairs alternated between red and black as dominant colors. Surprisingly good lighting was provided by an array of black and gold lamps hanging on the walls, which did not help diminish the gothic look of the office. Truly, it was like being in the castle of some stereotypical demon king. Speaking of which, sitting at the desk was Ms. Hex herself. Her white hair had been styled into a braided bun while her face was framed by a series of red veins that ran down her neck and spread through the rest of her body. She was wearing a black and red dress, which brought out the unnatural pallor of her skin, and her eyes seemed to glow when she saw the man enter her office. Ah, Mr. Stain, I finally meet you in person. Please have a seat, I have a feeling we'll have plenty to talk about. The man did as requested, nevertheless keeping his back straight and ready to get up if needed. Salem looked at him for a few seconds, then pulled out 2 glasses and a bottle of wine from the desk. I hope you don't mind something to drink. As the glasses were filled, Stain studied the woman's expression. I've heard that you have interesting opinions about the hero system. Salem looked up, straight to the point. I see you don't trust me. Stain's shoulders rose a millimeter, hands tense and ready to reach for the knives. The woman gave the snort of a laugh. I can't blame you. Only fools trust blindly, right? She handed him the glass full of wine, taking the other and swirling the crimson liquid a couple of times, as you wish. Soda, I find that Japanese society, that is, the heroic system in general, but more specifically the Japanese one, is based on concepts that have killed all forms of admiration and respect that the word hero once evoked. Oh, he liked this woman already. Akaguro took the wine glass with a grin, allowing himself to relax. He swirled the drink a couple of times before taking a sip, a lacrima Christi. The lady must like strong drinks. I share the sentiment, but I can't help but notice the way you said it. You refer to the pre-quirk connotation of the word hero, don't you? Salem nodded. One of my habits is the study of ancient history. Once I became NTMT with the origin of the term, and the examples that made it the synonym for self-sacrificing virtue, I have found it difficult to reconcile what I see today with the word that defined Hercules, Lincoln, and Schindler. It is as though they have become two different words. The man nodded in turn. I understand. Of course, the moment something becomes standardized it loses much of its symbolic significance. But even in its mundane connotation one can find examples of pure heroism, which coincide with the values the term conveys. Oh, no doubt, but these are isolated cases. I don't doubt that amidst the mass of charlatans and mercenaries that the state produces, there are diamonds in the rough who, all too often, are ignored because of their self-sacrifice. However, I want to focus on the bigger picture, on the trend that is the basis of this society and its problems. Akaguro took a sip of wine. You're talking about heroism itself, right? That's right. The man looked at the liquid for a few seconds before replying. It is a difficult subject. The hero phenomenon is a byproduct of the advent of quirks, sort of a response to the chaos that characterized the transitional era. I do not find it fair to judge heroism in and of itself, as it embraces a number of socio-political factors that, by themselves, are neutral. What I can judge, however, is the spirit of selfishness that has become the basis of the modern mainstream. It is a flat facade of heroism. A trend. It lacks real conviction. Salem took a sip of wine. So the basis of heroism for you is conviction. The sentiment, the spirit of self-sacrifice. Exactly. Conviction is necessary in every aspect of life, but in heroism it is sine qua non. The woman put down her glass. Which figure do you think best represents such values? Akaguro made to reply immediately, but froze. He was not in the streets, in hiding with his disciples, places where his ideals could run to extreme heights. He was in a symposium, in the company of a sharp, critical mind. He had to think carefully about what to say, and how the words would convey his ideas. After a few seconds, he said, All Might. The woman did not hide the skepticism in her expression. Really? Yes. Now, I know what you are thinking, and it is true that it is not correct to compare All Might with icons like Schindler or Gandhi. What I mean is that All Might is the person who best represents what modern heroism should be, putting one's life on the line for the good of others. Salem's gaze recovered some of its seriousness. She took a sip of wine before sighing. Bring myself to like All Might. Now it was Akaguro's turn to raise an eyebrow. Well, I guess you can't be liked by everyone. How come you don't like him? The woman stroked her arm. Well, first of all, he's a buffoon. Yes, he is very socially active and has held many charities and campaigns to raise awareness about quirk discrimination, but he is also impulsive, naive, and way too much in love with himself. That certainly hasn't helped to dispel this cult of personality so present in modern heroism. The man stroked the glass. Madam, All Might is a symbol. It is only natural that he uses his own image as a weapon. I agree, the idolization of heroes is what led society to become this nest of adders, but All Might became a hero first, the symbol of peace later. Are you saying he is a victim of the system? In one sense. After all, it is much older than he is. Salem joined hands, locking himself in his thoughts. After a while he sighed. I think I understand. But that doesn't save him. Akaguro caught himself smiling, swirling his wine glass. Accepting this lady's invitation might be the best decision I've ever made. Momo lowered her book, allowing herself a moment's distraction from her studies. Her gaze fell on the mirror hanging on the wall. As much as her parents did not even see Recovery Girl's diet, as the girl didn't have the heart to tell them about the accident, Lutch Rush's meals were starting to plump her up. In just 2 weeks she had started to put on muscle, and her flat stomach was starting to disappear under a layer of abs. And fat. Soft, helpful fat. To her surprise, and enormous pleasure, since she had started the diet her mastery over quirk had increased by leaps and bounds. Not being forced to ration allowed her to indulge in complex, automated tools. During one exercise she had managed to supply her team with muskets loaded with rubber ammunition, which had proved decisive in their victory. Had it not been for her parents, it would have been a spectacular time for her self-esteem. Momo heaved a sigh, stroking her arm and the muscles under her skin. As unremarkable as her development was, it was still visible, especially since her lean physique was what much of her wardrobe and home meals revolved around. Her mother was beginning to press for her to wear clothes with an increasingly narrow waist, while her father had commented, "I don't expect you to go very far in the tournament. After all, wouldn't you be better suited to be like Iwabumi? To ruin your perfect image with demonstrations of brute violence would be a disgrace." The girl tightened her fingers around her arm, taking a deep breath. It was fine, it was normal for her parents to worry about her image, her well-being. It wasn't a problem, she was fine. So why did she felt like suffocating? She was distracted from her thoughts when a knock came from beyond the door, followed by her father's voice, "Momo? Are you there?" The girl composed herself again, covering the mark of her fingers with her sleeve. "Yes, father." The door opened, letting the man in. He glanced at his daughter. "I wanted to tell you that it's almost dinner time. Put your books away before you go downstairs." Momo nodded, keeping her best polite expression. "All right." She expected that once he had said what he had to say, her father would leave the room to return to his activities. Instead, he lingered at the door, looking at the girl with his arms crossed. She swallowed. "Is something wrong?" The man nodded. "Actually, yes. Tell me, you're always careful about what you eat, aren't you?" "Oh, no. Of course, father." He approached the girl, stroking her arm and poking a couple of times. When he reached a finger to her stomach, earning a gasp from his daughter, he raised an eyebrow. "You're putting on a belly. My dear, you need to be stricter with your figure, it is one of your most important features." Momo ignored the thorn that pierced her heart and replied, "Father, with all due respect, UA classes emphasize physical exercise. A hero cannot be dash. My dear, I sincerely hope you are not planning to become like that animal of Mirko or, for goodness sake, those slots of Midnight or MT Lady." The man's tone suddenly became hard as steel, to the point that the girl instinctively tried to make herself small. "And no. Of course not, father. But, if I came face to face with a villain dash. Being a hero does not necessarily mean fighting villains. Iwabumi is an excellent heroine, and her patrols are always quiet, minus the inevitable admirers, right?" Momo swallowed, with a now leaden stomach. "Well, I guess so. However dash." The man's gaze became hard and cold as a glacier. "Yayorozu Momo, this is extremely disrespectful of you. I understand that what happened at USJ was a shock, but that is no excuse to talk to your father like this. We kept you at UA so we wouldn't throw away that recommendation, don't make us regret it." The girl lowered her gaze, to hide her damp eyes if nothing else. "Yes, father." The man nodded and walked out the door. Before he left he addressed his daughter one last time. "Don't forget, before being a hero you are a Yayorozu, always and forever. Try not to mistake what your priorities are." Momo stood alone in the room, the sound of footsteps getting farther and farther away. Tears ran down her cheeks, but no sound came from her mouth. The time had come. The UA Sports Festival was about to begin. The weeks had gone by in a flash, and everyone had trained as hard as they could. Sitting in the stadium changing room, Izuku put his hands together in front of his face and took a deep breath. Around him, the rest of the class was changing into their tracksuits, some more and some less nervous. In the background he could hear the buzz of the crowd, who were just waiting for the games to start. The greenie was just finishing doing some anxiety exercises when a voice called out to him, "Midoriya." When he looked up he saw Todoroki approaching with an indecipherable expression on his face. The tone in which he spoke was deadpan. "I am stronger than you." This made the locker room fall into silence. Despite his embarrassment at being the center of attention, Izuku managed to reply, "Okay? And? You don't understand. I am stronger than you." The greenie was increasingly confused. Okay. What does that mean? No matter how stoic the boy's expression was, it was still possible to tell that he was losing his patience. "Don't play dumb. First the incident on the second day of school, then the USJ. It is clear that you are strong, but I am stronger. And I will prove it to you during this festival. This is a declaration of war, I will defeat you, rest assured." An icy silence fell in the locker room, broken only by Kirishima's nervous voice. "Come on, Todoroki. No need to be so hostile, we're among friends." Izuku looked into the other boy's eyes for a few seconds. "Emerald green versus gray and blue." Finally he said, his tone firmer, "Todoroki. What makes you think I am as strong as you say?" This caught the double boy by surprise. "I beg your pardon?" "You heard me right. What makes you think I is so strong that I deserve this attention? There are 18 of us in the C class, soon to be 20, and each of us has every chance to win the tournament. So why did you declare war on me? The boy furrowed his brow. Do you seriously think you will lose? Izuku shook his head. That's not the P problem. I have every intention of winning, B, but I'm not the only one. Look around, each of us intends to do our best in order to win. And every one of us has the P possibility to do so. So, if you really want to declare war, you must declare it on everyone. A glance confirmed that none of the students seemed willing to give up or take it easy. Todoroki hardened his expression even more. Honestly, I don't think anyone but you will prove to be a real obstacle. But if that's how you want to play it, very well. After all, I'm here to be a hero, not make friends. The discussion was interrupted by the locker room speakers, who croaked, the opening ceremony is about to begin. The students are invited to get ready to enter the stadium. Remind me again why we are here. The avenue leading to the UA stadium was packed with people, some running to go watch the opening ceremony, some looking at the stalls set up by business and general education classes, or rather, the students not aiming for heroism. Salem, for her part, was trying to ignore the stares and murmurs buzzing around her. Kana, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort, replied while nibbling on a takoyaki. Well, you decided to sponsor UA. Coming to attend in person is the minimum for a good impression. The witch rubbed between her eyes. That doesn't mean I have to like it. Let's hurry up, I don't want to be around the impromptu paparazzi for too long. Her gaze fell on a couple of heroes on patrol, and immediately her expression took on a hint of disgust. And the heroes. The bodyguard chuckled, all right. Fortunately we have seats reserved, and they're in the gallery, too. We shouldn't have a hard time settling down. The two set off down the avenue, dodging civilians and heroes in equal measure. They were about to enter the stadium when a blonde hero with two huge red wings on his back stepped out, trying to take up as little space as possible. Excuse me. Pardon me. Salem raised an eyebrow, pausing to look at him for half a second longer than normal. Of course she knew him, Hawks, the number 3 hero in the national rankings. Immensely popular, especially among younger people, thanks to a very active social presence and a light-hearted, sardonic persona. As well as the holder of the all-time record for the shortest time between debut and reaching the top 10, beating All Might itself and Endeavor. The witch could smell the stench of corruption from there. That or a workaholism that would have put even Ashbin to shame. The man passed the two with a short bow, apparently unaware of who he had crossed paths with. Salem sighed, I couldn't expect there weren't heroes in the top 10. Come on, let's go Kana. After a few seconds, she turned around. Kana? The bodyguard had closed in on herself, her gaze low and her fists clenched. When her boss touched her on the shoulder she seemed to wake up from a dream. Oh, why yes? Are you all right? Actually I was going to ask you that. What happened? The woman lowered her gaze. Nothing. Come on, let's go. Salem was not convinced in the slightest, but made no argument. This was neither the time nor the place. She merely nodded and walked toward the galleries, reserving quick glances for the students who were trying to improve their marketing skills. They arrived at the gallery after a couple of minutes. The opening ceremony had yet to begin, but already the audience was going wild. The witch sat in the lined chair, politely refusing Kana's water bottle. Oh, Mrs. Hex, what a pleasure. Salem turned, watching a familiar couple sit next to her. She quickly slipped into her professional affability, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu. I should have expected that you would be there as well. The man smiled, it's only natural, ma'am. How could we miss the most anticipated event in all of Japan? Not to mention the fact that we are among its biggest sponsors. Salem raised an eyebrow, looking at the man for a few seconds before replying, I see. I won't hide that I'm a little skeptical at wanting to do this right after what happened at USJ, but I'm not here to lecture anyone. I understand your doubts, but I can assure you that the risk is worth the reward. The revenue this event brings to UA is considerable, not to mention the national publicity and the presentation of students in the heroic market. The witch kept her expression affable, but what she heard was raising red flags. He's going on and on about emphasizing the economic benefits, but he didn't say anything about the students' well-being per se, and he didn't mention his daughter half a time. Salem heaved a sigh and looked back at the field. Well, we're here now, we might as well enjoy the show. Izuku has put a lot of effort into this event, I think he has a good chance of emerging victorious. Mrs. Yaoyorozu snorted a laugh. My dear, don't worry too much about the podium. What matters are the first 2 events, the third is a brute test of violence that does not suit a dignified person like yourself. Salem and Kana exchanged a glance, holding a silent conversation. They did not have time to reply, however, as Present Mick's voice flooded the stadium. Good morning, listeners. Are you ready? Are you hyped up? I hope so, because the UA Sports Festival is about to begin. I am Present Mike, your commentator for this event. And next to me, as a special guest, is none other than Eraserhead himself. So Eraser, do you have anything to say before the opening ceremony? That I am here against my will. But, ignoring my woes, the first year's festival will probably be the most special one the school remembers since its founding. Mike laughed at the comment. Well said. So, without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to the stars of the show. The first class is the one everyone is talking about at the moment. Less than a month ago they survived a villain attack as never seen in UA history, showing a mental fortitude that would make some pros envious. At the forefront, with their heads held high, Class A of the Hero course. The audience erupted in celebration as the students entered the field. Salem gave a small smile as she saw Izuku looking around with a straight back and a much more confident bearing than normal. Eraserhead, meanwhile, commented. You may have noticed that there are 18 students instead of the usual 20. One student has decided to withdraw after what happened at USJ, which is all in all understandable, while the other has been expelled. On the decision of the entire faculty, I can already see you all ready to attack me. Mike echoed him. I can confirm that. But that means there are 2 vacancies in the hero class, which I'm sure many will be eager to fill. And now, taking the field, are the lucky kids, those who have been able to attend their classes regularly. Ready as they'll ever be and hungry for victory, Class B. The 20 students entered the field, positioning themselves next to Class A in front of the referee's small stage. Next came a group consisting of barely 20 students. Eraserhead this time was the first to comment. The group that has just entered consists of students from classes C, D, and E who are interested in competing to join the heroism class. Those who have no interest in participating, on the other hand, are around the school helping business students run the stalls. Familiar topic, right Eraser? In any case, we now also welcome the F, G, and H classes, from the support class. Armed to the teeth with their inventions, will they be able to compete with finely trained quirks? Spoiler, very likely. The rest of the classes got themselves in order on the field next to the hero classes. Once they were all settled, Midnight stepped onto the small stage and set up her microphone. Good morning, students. The referee for these matches will be me, your beloved Lady Midnight. The audience went wild at the news, much to Salem's annoyance. The heroine let the audience cheer for a few moments before resuming. Very well. It is time for the opening speech, brought for you by a representative of the hero class, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku felt anxiety come back to assail him. Although Todoroki's statement had made him a little uneasy, the excitement of finally being at the most awaited event in the country had managed to lift his spirits in no small measure. Plus, there was something nice about knowing that those people might be cheering for you. In short, he was doing just fine. At least until Midnight called him to make a speech. In front of the whole nation. Improvised. Yes, the return of anxiety was understandable. Nevertheless, he made his way through his classmates, who were giving him looks somewhere between pity and, you can do it, and took the stage, straight and stiff as a pole. Utter silence fell in the stadium. Which made his trembling even more visible. He opened his mouth to try to say 2 sentences of encouragement, but what came out was a steady babble that forced him to bite his tongue to keep from making things worse. His class was starting to feel embarrassed for him, and the rest of the students were on the verge of a collective facepalm. His gaze began to dart from one side of the stadium to the other, desperately searching for some distraction that would allow him to spit out 2 sentences in a row. And, fortunately, his prayers were answered. When he looked at the gallery, he saw the pale figure of Auntie, next to Cousin Kana, who was making all sorts of gestures to urge him to speak. Despite his anxiety, Izuku caught himself smiling. His nerves began to settle down, his trembling returned to human levels. After a deep breath to finally calm down, he began. Legends. Fairy tales. Stories scattered through time, passed down from generation to generation. Mankind has always loved to celebrate the exploits of great men and women, who are given the epithets of heroes and villains depending on the front they belong to. With the advent of quirks, we have tried as much as possible to make reality like the stories we have heard for centuries, giving what was ordinary a semblance of the extraordinary, to the point that even that turned ordinary again. The UA Sports Festival is a celebration of this uniqueness, a stage on which future heroes show the country their skills, their potential. Their strength. The strength to create their place in the world, the strength to overcome the battles and challenges of this profession, the strength to protect those in need. However, there is one thing that needs to be said. Heroism does not mean strength. The entire stadium was hanging on his every word. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel his aunt's smile on him. Heroism is, ironically, much more mundane. It resides in the actions we all take for granted: giving a hot meal to the hungry, helping a child find their parent, breaking up a fight. Pro-heroes don their costumes and wield their quirks not only to protect, but also to inspire. And with that inspiration comes a new kind of heroism, more domestic and genuine. The heroism of a smaller, more honest soul. The speech had caught the stadium, no, the whole nation by surprise, sober, solemn, a message quite different from the UA's own exuberant motto. Once the boy finished speaking, there were a couple of seconds of silence. The first cheers were subdued, almost as if the audience didn't want to break the mystical atmosphere that had been created. Once they gained strength, however, the crowd erupted into cheers that rocked the stadium. Mike commented with laughter, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a speech destined to go down in the annals of history." I don't know about the audience at home, but the impact here in the stadium was nothing less than biblical. Oh, the audience at home is very interested now. Inside the Kamino bar, the two members of the League of Villains were watching the ceremony from an old television set. Kurogyri made a noise of interest. "It's very different than what I expected from a UA student." Shigaraki scratched his neck. "The minion spawner has charisma in spades. And he raised some good points. If being a hero means being strong and beating up criminals, what makes them different from villains?" His gaze fell to his gloved hands. The memory of cold and despair clutched his heart. The heroism of a smaller, more honest soul. Could that have saved me before Sensei? Meanwhile, in an abandoned building in Hosu, 3 bloodthirsty executioners were nodding at the screen. "Bravo! Wonderful! Beautiful!" The girl was jumping like a cricket, while beside her a black-haired boy was clapping his hands with a grin on his disfigured face. "Oh, I like him. That brat just gave the most elegant the system ever." Behind them, a man with sharp features joined hands in contemplation. Strength does not mean heroism. That boy may have identified the core of this corrupt society. Violence does not bring justice, but example spurs men to action and shakes consciences. A domestic heroism. What interesting talk. Yes, he might have what it takes to be a real hero. The boy let out a snort. "They might just be pretty words." "Yes, I really like what he said, but it's not enough to make him a hero." The man nodded. "That's true, but those words are a discordant voice in society's chorus of exaltation. He had the courage to speak before the nation and, as you said, tell it to F off. That's a merit in itself." The girl chuckled. "I don't think he's a blowhard. But if he is. Can I bleed him?" The man gritted his teeth. "If he turns out to be a fake, there will be no place on earth or in heaven that can hide him from my wrath." Inside the government offices in Tokyo, a woman was glaring ruefully at the screen. Epithets given according to the front? Who does this kid think he is? The UA Sports Festival was supposed to be one of the cornerstones of the state system, an occasion to reiterate the importance that heroes have in Japan. It was not the place to question what society is based on. But the best, or worst, came later. Heroism does not mean strength. For the chairwoman of the Hero Public Safety Commission, everything that came after was scandalous at best and an incitement to crime at worst. This brat is actively discrediting the role of the hero in our society. You can't do whatever the hell you want as soon as you see something you don't like. Let the heroes act, as is their job. What you propose is called vigilantism, and it is a crime. If Nedzu has any brains at all, this speech will be cut from the recordings. A knock interrupted her musings. "Mrs. Takabana? I have the reports on the new recruits." The woman distracted herself from the live feed and called, "Come on in." The door opened, showing a dull, sleepy-looking man carrying a packet of papers under his arm. He laid them on the desk with a thud. "Here are the personnel files. They have all already started the basic training program, with only 3 struggling to keep up." The woman nodded. "Thank you very much, Mara. You may go." The man bowed and walked out of the office. The president opened the first of the files, running her eyes over the personal data. So 15 years old, expelled from UA, studied at Aldera. This one is very promising. A well-known fact is that a good portion of middle and elementary schools in Japan are state-run. This means that the faculty and school board are chosen through calls for applications organized by the Minister of Education. A lesser-known fact is that, during the time of the First Meta-Liberation War, Destro used to send his loyalists to work as teachers or principals in schools scattered all over the country, preferably kindergartens, making them de facto indoctrination centers. When the Meta-Liberation Army disbanded with the death of its leader, these demagogues were arrested and the schools closed, in some cases even demolished, only to be reopened under state direction. The president sighed, looking at the picture of the blonde, scowling boy. "I gotta give it to the MLA, their methods work. Cold. Everything was unbearably cold. The boy stood leaning against the wall of the room, feeling the tips of his fingers growing numb. Not even his quirk could warm him, not when he was barely able to activate it. Everything was cold. And dark. The room had no windows. Ventilation was provided by a fan system, but there were no lamps or LEDs. What little lighting there was consisted of the light that filtered under the heavy steel door. Everything was cold and dark. He did not have the strength to scream and shriek. But he would have endured. To be a hero. To be the strongest. Izuku stepped down from the podium amid the cheers of the audience and the pats of his classmates. He had no idea how he had managed not to stutter a single time, but he certainly wasn't going to complain about it. Midnight nodded in satisfaction and called attention back with a snap of her riding crop. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a moment of your attention. Time to see what the first challenge of this festival will be. The screen behind her lit up, showing the image of a colorful wheel spinning. After a few seconds it stopped on obstacle course. And the first event will be an obstacle course. Students are invited to start warming up while we prepare the track. It will be a matter of a few minutes, so don't get too relaxed. The various classes, or courses, in the case of general education, instinctively came together, stretching and checking the status of their support systems. Izuku began doing breathing exercises to calm his nervousness when he felt Momo's hand on his shoulder. You gave a beautiful speech, Midoriya. The greenie scratched the back of his neck with flushed cheeks. Thank you. I'm surprised that I didn't stutter at all. The girl smiled, watching Izuku begin stretching and muttering in a low voice. For some reason, she couldn't help but think that the festival would turn out to be more fun than expected. Salem had to call on all her willpower and good manners not to start howling and cheering like crazy. Her nephew, her dear Izuku, had just spoken to the entire nation with a fantastic speech. And without a stutter, to boot. And if anyone had said that the words used resembled those of a certain Queen of Darkness, it was just a coincidence. Nothing more. Beside her, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu clapped with composure. Mrs. Hex, I must say that your nephew has got a certain charisma. I guess you taught him that. The witch covered a giggle with one hand. Oh, much less than you imagine. We like to talk about this and that, but I was just quirk counseling. This is all him, and I couldn't be prouder. The man nodded, a little more warily. I see. Well, now I'm curious to see what will happen. It would be a disappointment if Midoriya did not make it to the second round after such a speech. Salem glanced at him, being careful to keep her expression neutral. What the heck does that mean? Are you valuing him as a merchandise? And, again, shouldn't you care more about your daughter? Midnight's voice brought her mind back to the event. Thank you for your patience. Preparations have been completed, so please turn your eyes to the screen. A few seconds later it showed a stylized view of the stadium and surrounding area, highlighting a route that had the field as its starting and ending point. The students will start from the exit on my right and have to cross the entire path until they reach the finish, which is the entrance on my left. Be careful though, there are 3 big obstacles that must be overcome. The first 42 students to arrive will be the ones who will be able to advance to the second round. Kana looked at the screen for a few seconds longer, shifted her gaze to the exit, and muttered, how sneaky. The Yaoyorosus tilted their heads. What do you mean, miss? Salem followed her bodyguard's gaze, then raised her eyebrows and nodded. Oh. I see. The couple looked at each other. Sorry, I'm afraid we're in the dark about something. What are you talking about? The witch sighed. Gentlemen, you have seen many sports festivals in your careers, I imagine. Tell me, what is the purpose of the first round? Mrs. Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow. Well, to thin out as many participants as possible, mainly with events where the individual competes against everyone else. Of course. You see, what Kana and I noticed is that Midnight gave false information. Or shall we say, deliberately incomplete information. The man shook his head. Oh dear. Are you saying that the referee is bullying the students? Kana had to clench her fists to avoid blurting out in the face of the couple. She managed to speak after a couple of calming breaths. We are saying that this first challenge is not as easy as one might expect. In fact, the obstacles are not 3, but 4. Before the two could reply, Salem pointed to the exit. That is a bottleneck. The moment the students are given the go-ahead, they will start pushing each other, creating a stampede and slowing each other down. Almost as if to prove her point, at the starting line students were already starting to crowd each other. Not far away, Midnight was brandishing a flare gun. All right. Are you all ready? The atmosphere in the stadium became electric. Among the students, ready on the starting line, ran a thrill of excitement, while the audience stood with bated breath. Salem clasped her hands in her lap, keeping her face neutral. The pop of the flare resounded through the field. Geo. And suddenly, it got cold. Mike began the commentary with a cry of amazement. DMN, it started off with a bang. Todoroki Shoto, from Class A, jump-started with a giant iceberg that blocked the way for the other competitors. And he is already gaining ground. The situation with the rest of the students was hectic, let's say. Monoma was cursing with a creativity that would put even Bakugo to shame, while Kirishima and 2 students from Class B were trying to break the ice with their fists. The redhead gritted his teeth, it's too thick. At this rate, Todoroki will be halfway there by the time we can leave. Shinso cursed in a low voice, you show off, what the heck are the rest of us supposed to do? Izuku looked at the ice wall for a few moments, then lowered his gaze to his hands. I wanted to start with a small Grimm, like a Beowulf or a Saber. But we can't be stuck here. Oh, the hell with it. Putting 2 fingers in his mouth, he caught the student's attention with a whistle, gee, get away. And don't touch the black L liquid for any reason. The A-class students understood on the fly what was about to happen and hurried to clear the area, dragging other students with them if necessary. The greenie then ran forward and placed his hands on the ground, creating a huge black puddle that soon began to swell, boiling and oozing out a mass of sludge that was increasing in size. Izuku looked at the wall of ice with a grin, is this how you want to play, Todoroki? All right then, let's play. Shoto ran down the track, not too worried about the possible competition. Even if they were able to break the ice, it would take them too long and he would gain a considerable advantage. He began to slow down when he came in sight of the first obstacle, a plane filled with robots from the entrance exam, complete with 5 0-pointers. The boy huffed, starting to cool his right hand, that's it? I dunno what I was expecting. He was about to create a glacier when there was a thump that made the ground shake. Todoroki looked around, expecting some hidden robot, but saw nothing. What the hell? A second thump made him turn toward the stadium. The iceberg he had created to block the rest of the participants was starting to lose some of its tips, and it looked like it was beginning to crack. With the third bang, the cracks became actual rips, which ran along the ice, compromising its integrity. Todoroki's eyes widened, don't tell me. His doubts were confirmed when the iceberg collapsed and a huge, black fur-covered elephant came out of the stadium with a monstrous barb. Perched on its head, predictably, was Midoriya with a huge grin on his face. You've got to be kidding. He had no time to reflect on the situation, because the Grimm began running at full speed toward him, followed closely by the rest of the student body. Swallowing an expletive, Shoto began running between the robots, sending a wave of ice that froze a good portion of them in place and in precarious positions. The smaller robots fell to the side, resulting in detached limbs at best. However, the larger, unbalanced 0-pointers began to collapse, creating a literal shower of mechanical debris the size of boulders. Izuku cursed the moment he saw the wave of frost, and immediately took action. With a leap, he slid over the Grimm's tusk, close enough to the ground to create a long puddle from which 3 specters emerged. These floated within the debris, possessing them and slowing their fall as they formed 3 huge golems. The whole thing was captured by the cameras and broadcast on the screens, with Mick's voice in the background. Midoriya blows Todoroki's plan for a second time. However, I can see your doubts from here, dear audience. What are these dark monsters? Well, it's time to put an end to this confusion. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Midoriya Izuku's quirk, Creatures of Grimm. A close-up of the boy showed his sneering expression as Mike continued to explain. Midoriya is capable of creating a multitude of monsters from a black liquid that he secretes from his hands or mouth. They come in all shapes and sizes, a real demonic menagerie. But don't worry, Midoriya is more than capable of controlling them and making them a formidable asset for any situation, from captures to rescues. Eraserhead took the floor. The Grimm ridden by Midoriya is called Megaliath. Its resistance to frigid temperatures and powerful constitution make it suitable for operations in polar environments. The other 3 are Geists and are able to possess various inanimate objects and make them move at will. They have a tendency to create giant bodies from what they find nearby. Mike burst out laughing, commenting on what was happening, and as we can see, they can turn out to be a bit of troublemakers. That was putting it mildly. The 3 golems, albeit with orders to take it easy, were waving their huge arms around trying to knock out or at least slow down the rest of the participants. The more agile ones, such as Ida, Uraraka, and Tsuyu, had managed to slip past them and were running toward the next obstacle. The rest were beginning to find themselves in a difficult situation. Kirishima looked at one of the golems with a grin, not holding back. Midoriya? How manly. But I'm no less. After dodging a swing from the golem, he hardened his arms and let out a shout, Zero. Throw me toward the Geist. The boy asked no questions but merely shot a tape at the redhead, catching him at the waist and throwing him like a slingshot at the golem. Kirishima managed to land right next to the white mask and, with a rock-hard fist, shattered it. The frozen golem, once the Grimm holding it together was dead, collapsed to the ground in a landslide of mechanical parts. A boy from Class B clenched his fists with eyes shining. That's so cool. I want to do that too. Hey Kendo. Throw me. The girl heaved a sigh, but still enlarged her hand enough to support a person. The boy turned his body to steal and got caught by the redhead, who threw him like a baseball toward the second Geist. The Grimm's attempt to protect himself ended up with a person-shaped hole through the mechanical arm. As with the first, a hardened fist was enough to destroy the mask and collapse the mass of mechanical parts. The third Geist charged the group of students with arms drawn back and ready to strike. Kirishima and Tetsu hardened to respond, but were surprised when the Grimm stopped short, the mask trembling and shrouded in a pale violet light. One of the B-class girls folded her hand, shrouded in the same violet light. So the weak point is the mask. Is it possible to exorcise these spirits by force? Her theory was tested when, with a movement of her arm, the Geist was forcibly jolted out of the golem it had created. The girl called, Kamakiri. It's all yours. A boy with insect-like features sneered, with great pleasure. Shuji approached him, turning 3 tentacles into muscular arms. Need a push? The 2 boys agreed with a nod, and the second after Kamakiri was thrown by the other boy like a javelin. Yanagi gave another tug with the quirk, lowering the Grimm enough to allow his classmate to let out sharp blades from his arms and slice the monster to pieces. Despite the competitive spirit, a good portion of the students could not help but cheer when they saw the golems collapse never to rise again. The elation was short-lived, after which everyone resumed running as fast as they could. Izuku tapped the Megaliath twice. Okay, stop. The Grimm obeyed, allowing the greenie to descend right at the second obstacle, a huge chasm from which pillars connected by ropes emerged. He could imagine that falling down wouldn't be fun, as well as most likely counting as a disqualification. The boy glanced at the mammoth and sighed, you won't be much help to me here. Go slow the others down, non-lethal force, mind you. The Megaliath launched a barb in the air, turned and went running toward the rest of the students. The fact that almost immediately it found itself stuck in a zero-pointer-size glacier, from which it broke free with ease, said a lot about how irked Todoroki was. Izuku looked at his hands, considering his plan of action for a few moments. Finally, he clenched his fists and grabbed onto the rope with his arms and legs, slowly and carefully crossing the chasm. In the distance, the battle against the Grimm raged, but it was clear that the mammoth would not last long. Meanwhile, in the stadium, Mick's reporting continued. Midoriya is making his way across the chasm the old-fashioned way. How come he didn't use a Grimm? I know at least 3 that would have made this obstacle a piece of cake. Aizawa replied, I think I know why. The Megaliath and Geists probably made him use his quirk more than he planned, and he decided to conserve his strength. It's a long-term investment. Mike nodded, oh, that makes sense. But this decision could cost Midoriya the advantage. Todoroki is crossing the ropes with ease, and Ida is immediately behind him. Shoto, in fact, had already arrived at the middle island, while Ida was crossing the ropes with the move of the engines. Izuku was hanging on to the rope connecting the last island to the rest of the path when he felt the cold wave send a chill down his spine, and immediately sped up the crossing. He managed to get safely to the other side just before he was surpassed by Todoroki, who gave him a look as cold as his quirk. The boys resumed running, with the rest of the students on their heels. Ida took a short time to catch up and outpace the 2 leading boys. Tsuyu was quickly gaining ground with long jumps. A B student was floating over her own horns as if they were a pair of skates. The students came to a halt when they saw the last obstacle, a wide, bumpy track, seemingly nothing special. If it weren't for the sign next to it, warning, minefield. Well, that explained why Ida had turned off the engines and was moving at a snail's pace. The rest of the students followed suit, walking slowly and paying close attention to where they put their feet. Todoroki considered for a moment simply icing the field and running forward, but that would pave the way for the others as well. Mike, from the commentator's seat, laughed, and here we come. To the last obstacle, ladies and gentlemen, the minefield. No use being fast here, it takes extreme caution. Aizawa, next to him, added, before you protest for the safety of the students, these mines are completely harmless, they make a lot of noise and smoke, nothing more. But even so they can make those who were in the lead lose momentum. This is a golden opportunity to turn the tide of the race. In the field, Izuku looked ahead, he had lost the lead, and the slow pace taken by the rest of the competitors was starting to clog the course. A couple of mines had already exploded simply because someone had been pushed over them. The boy clenched his hands, his fingers covered with red veins. At the rate he was going he would have ended up falling behind, but he couldn't speed up without running the risk of detonating mines. Wait. Detonating the mines. Of course. The grin from just before returned as he created a black puddle in a safe spot in the field. It wasn't too big, but it didn't need to be. The Grimm he needed was relatively small. The puddle bubbled up, a black and white body began to emerge, only to back up and immediately start digging like a drill, disappearing underground followed by two others like it. The greenie smiled, raising his voice enough to be heard even through the tunnels. Get the mines. Slow them down. The sentence plunged the area near him into silence. Uraraka, who was not far away, swallowed. Midoriya, what do you mean dash? Boom. Mines spread along the field began to explode at random. Students who were unlucky enough to be close were thrown off, often on top of other mines that sent them flying through the air like confetti. Todoroki's eyes widened when he realized what was happening, and he immediately lifted his foot to ice the field and get away from there as fast as he could. Before he could do so, however, a mine that was next to him exploded, breaking his concentration and sending him with his butt to the ground. The field had descended into chaos. The students had given up trying to avoid the mines and were running around haphazardly, disoriented by the smoke and noise of the explosions. Todoroki scrambled back to his feet, in time to hear a familiar screeching coming from somewhere amid the smoke. A second later, the griffin rose into the air above the camp with Midoriya on its back, heading swiftly toward the finish line. And with that, the recommendation student decided that holding back was no longer an option. With one hand slam, he covered the entire field with a layer of ice, then got back on his feet and sped toward the finish line on a glacier that rode like a surf. The layer of ice was thick enough to keep the blasts from being a real obstacle, so all the rest of the students suddenly ran as fast as they could, helping themselves to quirks, support gear, and other such things. Izuku looked back, seeing Todoroki chasing after him on a patch of ice. Not far behind, Ida was gaining ground at an alarming pace. I'm not going to lose a contest of speed. Izuku gritted his teeth, spurring the griffin to speed up as much as possible, but the other two students were gaining ground. The audience in the stadium was with bated breath. All eyes were turned toward the finish line, and Present Mix's voice fueled the anticipation, and they're almost at the end of the race. Who will be the first to cross the finish line? Izuku gritted his teeth, continuing to spur the griffin. He could start to feel the cold air on his skin, the sound of approaching engines, but the light of the finish line was getting closer and closer. Just a few moments more. And they have arrived. Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki Shudo, and Ida Tenya are the first to finish the race. It's a photo finish, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't seen one in years. The big screen lit up. Okay, just a moment of patience. And there it is. The shot froze at the frame showing the three crossing the finish line, the difference in their positions a mere matter of pixels. Well, there is no longer any doubt. The first to finish is Midoriya Izuku, followed in second by Ida Tenya and in third by Todoroki Shudo. The greenie laughed as the Grimm settled on the ground, ducking low enough for him to get down. Not far away, Todoroki stepped off the ice block as Ida caught his breath and let his engines cool down. The audience was in joy, and the uproar they were making was deafening. Salem clapped with a wide grin on her face, while Kana was cheering like a maniac. Great Izuku. Way to go. Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu were much more composed, but equally interested in the result. Before long, the court was filled with people, causing a siren to sound as the 42 contenders arrived. Midnight cracked her whip, and that's it. 42 people have crossed the finish line, and they will be allowed to proceed to the second round. As the audience cheered the winners, Uraraka approached Izuku with a huff. Midoriya. What happened in the minefield? I heard you give that order, you know. The greenie chuckled and gave a whistle. After a few moments, 3 Grimms with centipede-like features emerged from the ground, each segment spinning independently of the other. The girl jumped back, trying, and failing, to hold back a shriek. What the heck are those things? The boy smiled, patting one on the head. Sentinels. Grimm adapted to live in caves, they are exceptional diggers. Uraraka made a face, and I thought the Lancers were gross. Now it was the greenie's turn to pout. Hey, meanie. Lancers and Sentinels aren't gross, they're nice. The girl swallowed, taking half a step back when one of the Grimms turned its head toward her. If that's what you call nice, I don't want to know what's a prick in your book. The two stood looking at each other for a few seconds longer before bursting out laughing. The crack of Midnight's whip called everyone back to attention. Very well, time to move on to the next event. Which will be. The wheel projected on the big screen stopped and the professor smiled. A turf war. Here's how it's going to work. Participants will have to divide into teams of up to 4 members, who will be given a base, marked by a flag. The goal of the game is to capture as many bases as possible, while preventing other teams from taking them. Each team will be entrusted with 2 remotes. To capture an opposing base, simply point it in the direction of the flag and press the button, as long as it is within 3 meters of it. The team that loses all bases will be automatically eliminated. When time runs out, the 4 teams that have won the most bases will advance to the final event. The students listened intently, beginning to think about strategies. Izuku put his hand in front of his mouth and muttered like a machine gun, getting so lost in his thoughts that when Midnight spoke again he let out a yelp. You have 10 minutes of freedom while we prepare the field, but if you want my advice, I would already start thinking about team composition. 10 minutes. He could work something out with that time, he just needed to find teammates. With any luck, coming in first place would have him dash. Oh, before I forget. Whoever has the base of the first place finisher will automatically move on to round 3. Why did the universe hate him? All eyes turned toward him. It didn't take long to realize what they were thinking. He had just become the most valuable target, and surely everyone would target him first. The greenie swallowed. The whole thing was shaping up to be more difficult than expected. The students began to disperse, talking among themselves and starting to form teams. Todoroki Shudo glanced at the remaining class members, recalling their quirks and pondering how to employ them effectively. Kaminari was an obvious choice. His quirk was extremely powerful, and the progress the boy had made in its use made it even more valuable. Another one he would definitely have chosen was Ida. His speed would have been very useful. Having Yaoyorozu on the team would have been convenient, but not essential. Her quirk was versatile, but the girl lacked the confidence to be able to make it truly fearsome. Same story for Shiro and Kirishima. It would have been nice to have them, but not a tragedy if they refused. The rest were of little interest, either he didn't know them well enough to estimate their usefulness or they were not what he was looking for. The general and support students, moreover, were forgettable. And then there was Midoriya. His nemesis, as proclaimed by Todoroki himself. The incident during the heroism class in USJ had shown that the greenie could prove a fearsome opponent. In a matter of seconds he could pull off a pack of monsters of all shapes and sizes. A one-man army if ever there was one. And that's without considering the nightmare that is the demon form, as the class had called it. With any luck, that would not have been a problem. The recommendation student cast his gaze over the stands, hardening his features as he caught the figure of a certain man with a burning beard. With a scowl he returned his gaze to the rest of the boys, heading toward Kaminari. No matter who he faced, he was going to be a hero by his own rules. He would show them, both Midoriya and Endeavor. Momo took a deep breath. She had made it through to the second round, but she had no time to get complacent. The second event was always a team game, in which students' ability to work as a team was tested. With 10 minutes to spare, she would have to hurry to find teammates as soon as possible. With a hand on her chin, she reviewed the participants, trying to judge who had the best chance of passing. Todoroki was undoubtedly a very strong student, as well as having also passed through recommendation. He could have been a formidable asset. Ojiro and Ishido were also capable options, especially given their synergy with her quirk, creating acid balance and supplying weapons to the best martial artist in the heroism course. The competition would have had a hard time. She was mulling over these considerations when her gaze fell on Midoriya. The greenie was busy talking to a student in the support class, judging by all the machines hanging from her body, and he was also looking around. The girl lowered her head, pondering whether it was a good idea to join his team. He had demonstrated over and over again a brilliant mind, quick thinking and great analytical ability, not to mention that his quirk was formidable. Of course, his base was the most coveted. But was it really such a great handicap, given what he could do? The girl clenched her fist and raised her head, heading toward her classmate. When he was within earshot she called out, "Midoriya." The boy turned to look at her, the shadow of a blush on his freckles. "Oh, Yaoyorozu." The heiress felt something jump in her gut when she saw that smile, but suppressed her reactions with a breath. "I'd like to join your team." The greenie's smile grew wider until it reached his eyes, which were positively shining. "Are you serious?" "Yes. I find that you have the best chance to advance to the next round, although we will start with a little more difficulty." Izuku nodded, turning to the other girl. "Oh, this is Hatsum Mei from the support class." She nodded with a manic grin. "Nice to meet you, fella. Tell me, what's your quirk?" Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow. "Well, my name is Yaoyorozu Momo, for starters. And my quirk is creation. I can create inorganic matter from my fat stash." The next nanosecond, Mei's eyes were 3 millimeters from hers and had a crazy spark. "Wait. Are there limits to what you can create?" The girl backtracked half a step. I need to know the chemical composition. And of course, the bigger or more complex an object is, the longer I take and the more fat I consume." Incredibly, the smile on the other's face grew even wider. "I want you in my lab. With you by my side. Oh, so many possibilities. So many babies." Seeing, and feeling, her classmate's discomfort, Izuku pulled Mei back. Okay, I think that's enough. Don't worry, Yaoyorozu May calls her inventions babies. This made the girl relax not a little, and she pulled herself together. I see Midoriya, do you have a plan? The greenie nodded, I have an idea. Let's wait for Tokoyami to come back and then I'll explain it. Momo made a noise of surprise, is Tokoyami with us too? Where did he go? Izuku shrugged, to take care of the griffin and sentinels. Huh? Salem relaxed in her seat, watching the kids gather in teams and strategize while Cementos and the robots got the field ready. Apparently the second event emphasized teamwork and planning skills, where the former served to thin out the competition and the latter showcased the most promising students. In some ways it was not too dissimilar to the Vital Festival, although the spirit behind this tradition was much more commercial. Like much of Japanese society, come to think of it. Beside her, Mr. Yaoyorozu crossed his fingers on his lap. I must say that your nephew is quite peculiar. I thought I had him pegged, but his quirk forces me to re-evaluate everything. It won't be easy to sell him. Salem froze, feeling her veins begin to throb. Oh, he did not just say that. What do you mean? Her tone of voice was calm, but an attentive ear would have easily recognized the cold note that pervaded her. Mrs. Yaoyorozu, having one such ear, replied, Oh, don't misunderstand my husband, ma'am. We don't doubt that Midoriya has potential as a hero, but his quirk could prove intimidating, to say the least. A big chunk of heroism is composed of public image, and these Grimms could negatively affect it, which is objectively a problem. Remember, ma'am, that in this business appearing matters more than being. Salem and Kana remained perfectly silent throughout the speech, one with a disappointed expression and the other with her hand that was gripping the armrest of the chair like a press. Finally, the woman joined hands in front of her. I see that you know a lot about marketing. Mr. Yaoyorozu chuckled, Oh, this is the result of decades of experience in the industry. There comes a point where you can judge the credibility and success of a future hero at a glance. For example, our Momo has the best chance at becoming an image heroine rather than an action one. Her physical appearance is certainly her most important quality, and with a little practice she could occupy the same niche as Iwabumi. Even assuming she can make it to the third round, we don't expect her to progress much, it wouldn't fit her image. Kana had spent enough time with Salem to know when the lady was angry, and the throbbing in her veins was not a good sign. Without drawing too much of the couple's attention, she put a hand on her arm, reminding her where she was and encouraging her to calm down. The other, for her part, was on the verge of getting up, leaving, and telling the sports festival, the partnership with the Yaoyorozu, the UA sponsor, and the heroic industry in general to go to hell. Calm down, calm down, calm down, I can't kill them, even if they said those things about Izuku and their own daughter, I can't snap. Fortunately, the croak of the loudspeaker brought her attention back to the event. Okay, thank you for waiting. We're ready to start. Salem looked at the field, finding herself amazed at UA's efficiency. The grass area in the center of the stadium, previously flat and small, had become huge and made up of a series of hills of various sizes. The teams had already taken their places, the flags of a different color for each. No one failed to notice how Izuku's team, consisting of him, Momo, Hatsum and Tokoyami, had the central hill, the largest of all. Kana commented, the bigger they are, the more visible the target they paint on their backs. Salem nodded but still found herself smiling as she saw the team making preparations. She was sure her nephew had this event in the bag. Todoroki looked around, examining the rest of the teams. Midoriya's team had gathered around their flag and were tinkering with something unidentifiable. The team consisting of Kirishima, Shiro, Ashido, and Uraraka were doing warm-up exercises, while the team of Azui, Hagakure, Ojiro, and Satu were discussing strategies to be adopted. Another team that could be problematic was that of Jairu, Mezu, and two other B kids. Sneaking up on the students best suited for reconnaissance would be problematic, and the two B members could make people sink into the ground and manipulate thornbush-like hair. The rest did not seem too problematic, except perhaps one composed of two B students, one from the general class, and someone he was sure he had seen somewhere before. Oh well. Nothing insurmountable. Next to him, Ida was stretching while Kaminari was doing some meditation to get his quirk ready. The recommendation student turned to his teammates. Okay, here's the plan. Ida will be our attacker, capturing bases before the enemies have time to react. I will be on the defense, blocking anyone who tries to take our flag. Kaminari will be the wild card, helping the offense or defense depending on the situation. The blonde sighed, are you sure we did the right thing by not looking for a fourth? It will be much harder to defend multiple bases just the three of us. We're fine. Our quirks have a wide range, and Ida can go wherever we need in no time. If we conquer nearby bases it will be easy to defend them. Ida nodded, I see. So we don't target Midoriya right away. Todoroki sighed, not right away. Surely everyone will go after him first, therefore, we'd better go after the nearby bases left more exposed. Once the competition gets thinner, we can think about targeting Midoriya. Even if we don't conquer his base, we will still have loot as insurance. The other two boys nodded and got ready as Midnight's voice rang out over the speakers. Okay, is everyone ready? The turf war begins. Now. The chaos was almost immediate. As was to be expected, the central hill soon found itself attacked from all sides, with several students running to reach the coveted flag. A scenario for which Midoriya's team was ready. With monstrous cries, two Grimm stepped forward to meet the attackers. The King Taijutsu began flinging off and wrapping a group of students in its coils, while the Beowulf attacked with paws and headbutts anyone who managed to escape the snake. While the two monsters were dealing with one side, Tokoyami was giving a hard time to another group of attackers who were not prepared enough to face a dark shadow as big as the snake. This was crowned by the support of Mei's turrets and Yaoyorozu's bow. Present Mike enthusiastically took up the commentary again, and we're off. As expected, the first act of this event is a mass attack on the central base, but the team. Do these teams have a leader? Or is it a democracy? You know what, let's use some acronyms. Midoriya's team, which we will now call MYTH, is defending itself with nails, fangs, and rubber bullets. It looks like the central bastion will remain unconquerable. Salem had to make no small effort to keep from reacting very enthusiastically to the team's naming system. Aizawa looked the situation for a while longer before adding, I see that not everyone immediately aimed for the central hill, and are instead focusing on the more unguarded ones. This is a smart move. The teacher was referring to Todoroki's team, which had already eliminated 3 teams in less than 2 minutes. Ida looked at the chaos at the central hill for a moment longer before turning on the engines and running to the next base. Of course, the commentary pointed out to everyone that taking more bases was an option, and soon the central hill was empty of people. Which was exactly what Team Myth had been waiting for. With a whistle, Izuku called back both the Grimms and the rest of the team. When they were all together, the Greenie addressed the monsters. Taijutsu, listen to Tokoyami. Beowulf, listen to Yaoyorozu. Sentinels, listen to Hatsum. The 2 Grimms, plus the other 3 who had remained hidden underground, made sounds of agreement, approaching their masters. Izuku continued, you all know the plan. Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu, you 2 go and conquer the other bases. Hatsum, as soon as the 2 of them go start setting up the rest of the defenses. Remember, if your Grimm is killed, retreat and help us defend. Without those you will have to deal with numerical inferiority, and I'm already too proven from the first event to replace them. The kids nodded and sprang into action. The attackers climbed on the monsters and spurred them to head for the other bases. The inventor began to distribute metal discs to the centipedes, which immediately disappeared underground. Izuku began doing exercises to calm down and set back the transformation. The second phase had begun. With luck, it would have been enough. Momo tightened her grip around the bow, holding with her other hand to the fur of the Beowulf that was running on the edge of the hills. At one point she pulled the fur to one side, prompting the Grimm to curve and invade an opposing base. Defending it were Ojiro and Tsuyu, who visibly swallowed as soon as they noticed who had arrived. Nevertheless, they stood guard. Hey, Yaoyorozu. Don't you think that thing is a bit of an overkill? The girl, in response, created a rubber-tipped arrow and knocked it, pointing at the boy, only if you think you can't defeat it. Ojiro's face broke into a warrior's smile and he went off on the attack, with Tsuyu not far behind. Yaoyorozu avoided her tongue with a leap, leaving the Grimm free to face the boy. It was clear that it wouldn't have been an easy task for the defenders. The Beowulf was strong and relentless, and even with orders not to seriously injure it was a formidable opponent. But Ojiro was determined to do his best. The werewolf went on the attack with a variety of lunges and leaps aimed at crushing the boy, but this one had reflexes trained enough to be able to avoid the heaviest attacks and respond with kicks and punches aimed at sensitive spots. Throat, stomach, joints, anything went. The Grimm didn't look too tired yet, but neither did Ojiro, who resumed the attack after a brief moment's pause. Yaoyorozu, on the other hand, was holding Tsuyu at a distance with rubber-tipped arrows. Trying to get closer only made it more difficult to avoid the darts, and the one attempt to catch her with her tongue had risked earning her one in the mouth. The frog girl was constantly on guard, just waiting for a moment of distraction. After all, she was much faster than Yaoyorozu, and the moment she ran for the flag she would strike her. The two stood still and watched each other, keeping each other in sight. After a few moments, which seemed like an eternity, the heiress let out a whistle. Beowulf. Aim for Tsuyu. The frog girl widened her eyes, turning just in time to see and dodge the Grimm that was trying to land on her. Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, Yaoyorozu ran for the flag, but Tsuyu was right behind her. The frog girl gritted her teeth, jumping as fast as she could. I'm faster, I'm faster, I'm faster. Only to be hit in the side by a paw as big as her head. Not fast enough, Karo. The Grimm tossed her to one side like a rag doll, snatching a scream from Ojiro. Tsuyu. She got up shaking her head. I'm fine, Karo. Think about dash. A sharp sound interrupted her words. The two students turned to watch the heiress put the remote back in her pocket, their flag now the color of her team. With a whistle she called back the Grimm as midnight announced the elimination of Team Osha. The two defeated students made noises of disappointment before congratulating Yaoyorozu and leaving the field. The girl remained for a few more moments looking at the base, then climbed onto the Beowulf's back and set off in search of the next target. Aoyama and Tsunatori Pony exchanged a worried glance. Tokoyami alone was one of Class A's powerhouses. Pairing him with a 7-meter-long, two-headed snake Grimm was way too much. The three students were locked in a grueling fight for 5 minutes. Aoyama's laser was the perfect counter for Tokoyami, but the moment his stomach began to ache, he became easy prey for the King Taijutsu. Pony, on the other hand, could have inflicted serious damage on the Grimm using her horns, if only Dark Shadow didn't keep deflecting them every time they got too close. It was a constant hit and run. Tokoyami attacks with Dark Shadow, Aoyama fends him off with his laser. The blonde collapses from a stomach ache, the Grimm tries to hit him, Pony uses his horns to get his partner out of the way, but fails to attack because the Shadow Quirk has meanwhile recovered. As was to be expected, this dance was starting to get on everyone's nerves. After yet another laser, Tokoyami lost his patience. Grimm. Keep Aoyama busy. The snake pointed at the boy, who realized very quickly what it felt like to be a mouse, no offense to Nedzu. In less than a minute the situation came down to a blonde student running screaming from a 7-meter-long monster and another blonde student trying to help her partner and keep Dark Shadow at bay at the same time. From there it was all resolved quickly. Aoyama tried to use a laser to give himself the boost but his stomach chose that moment to betray him, immobilizing him from pain enough to allow Grimm to wrap his colossal coils around him. Pony was neutralized immediately afterward when she distracted herself for a second to check on her partner's situation and Tokoyami took the opportunity to pull off an attack that left her lying on the ground. The student let out a sigh and was finally able to approach the flag and capture it. That done, he called out to the Grimm, Taijutsu. Let him go, that's enough. The snake obeyed and let go of Aoyama, who crumpled to the ground. Tokoyami was immediately to him. How do you feel? The blonde man replied stammeringly, I watched my life flash before my eyes. It was Trace Deprimand. Pony sighed, patting his teammate twice on the shoulder. As the loudspeakers announced the elimination of Team KABP, Tokoyami made an apologetic bow, then climbed on King Taijutsu's head and set off at full speed toward the next target. Todoroki, beside his flag, considered the overall situation. There were 6 teams left on the field, which kept intermittently stealing and taking back bases. The center base was still firmly in the hands of Team MYTH. But it would remain so for a long time. Kaminari, stay on defense. I'm going to attack the central hill. The blonde boy stood up from his seat and approached the flag. Whatever. Good luck, man. The recommended student rolled his eyes and sprinted toward his target on a stretch of ice, leaving walls on the bases already occupied by his team. When he found himself at the edge of the central hill, he paused for a moment, looking toward the flag. He was well aware that one of Izuku's teammates, the support student, had missiles with which to hit opponents even at long range. But they were similar to mines in the obstacle course, noisy but harmless, unable to scratch his ice. Hardening his expression, he put his foot into the base dash. And was shot into the air by an explosion of pink smoke. He landed on the grass with a thud as mixed laughter could be heard from the speakers. I see Team MYTH still has some tricks up its sleeve. If I had to guess, I'd say this is the work of Hatsum Mei from the support class. Although I'm not exactly sure what it is exactly. Eraserhead replied, those are mines similar to those used during the obstacle course. And as for their placement, look at what's beside her. The cameras zoomed in on the figure of the student, sneering, holding some sort of remote control and surrounded by the sentinels. The teacher explained, Midoriya entrusted each member of his team with a Grimm to help them in their role. Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami, the two attackers, received a Beowulf and a King Taijutsu respectively, but Hatsum was given 3 sentinels. I am fairly certain that the central hill has a complex system of tunnels running under it, and that a good portion of these are stuffed with mines. Todoroki got back on his feet, feeling his tolerance diminishing more and more. After a small run-up he created a particularly thick strip of ice, which headed straight for the central flag. The mine explosions this time were not strong enough to worry him, and with a quick movement he pulled the remote control out of his pocket before he even got off the ice. He was almost within capture range when he was caught by an object that wrapped itself around his body and knocked him off the iceberg. Luckily he was already out of the minefield, but he still found himself tied by a bola. Hatsum sneered, "Baby number 273 works wonderfully. Good luck getting free." Challenge accepted. It took Todoroki just under a minute to freeze the ropes and make them brittle enough to shatter them simply by spreading his arms. As soon as he was free, however, he immediately had to defend himself against a new attack, this time from Midoriya himself, or rather, from the saber who jumped on him and tried to knock him out with his paws. The student was already at the limit of his patience. He had no intention of wasting time fighting against some Grimm. That was why his response to the attack was to slam his right hand on the ground, creating a thorn of ice that impaled the monster like a skewer. There was a gasp through the stadium as the audience watched the feline get gouged and gradually lose its strength. As the red eyes faded and the body began to disintegrate, Mick's voice rang out over the loudspeakers, "DMN, that's cold." Todoroki Shudo got rid of the Grimm in an instant and with efficient brutality. Eraserhead, beside him, sighed, "It's not a pretty picture, but when it comes to Midoriya's Grimm one can afford to be less delicate. As for the boy, I'm afraid he is in a difficult position." That was true. Having lost his Grimm, Izuku had no means of defense other than hand-to-hand, which would not help much against one of the most powerful quirks in the class. Fortunately, they were in Hatsum's territory. A series of explosions put distance between the two students and raised a curtain of smoke that covered Todoroki's view. The support student was immediately beside her teammate, so, first place. "What do we do now?" Izuku gritted his teeth, "He's too much for us alone. Call the others here, let's handle D defense. We can't afford to lose this B base." The girl immediately took a gun from her belt and fired a flare into the air, which exploded in a red and white cloud. There was immediately an answering howl, but the two kids couldn't focus on that because Todoroki had dispelled the smoke with a gust of cold air and was aiming at the flag again. Hatsum blew a whistle, and immediately out of the ground came the three sentinels. As he saw them, Todoroki hardened his features and created a glacier that trapped them inside and then began to run toward the flag. He made the mistake, however, of forgetting that the Grimms he had just frozen were exceptional diggers. In a flash he was pinned against the ice wall by three crawling bodies that squeezed him like belts. At that moment there were several things going on. The sentinels were pressing him hard to the glacier, Hatsum was pointing a net gun at him, Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami were returning to base riding their Grimms. However, the only thing Todoroki could see was the determined expression on Midoriya's face. The expression of someone who intends to give his all for the cause. The expression of someone who does not want to lose. What happened next was an accident. The boy had not the slightest intention of losing his focus. But that was what happened. For just an instant, the left side of his body casted strands of fire. When he saw the sentinels flee in terror from the fire, Izuku realized he was in trouble. Until then he had created Grimms that could, for better or worse, withstand low temperatures and not be deterred by walls of ice. But Todoroki's quirk could also create flames, and that was a field in which he could do little. He had no fireproof Grimms at his disposal. The best he could do were Goliaths, Dromeodons, Desert and Colossal Grimms, in short. But even then, fire would have been a problem. Fortunately, Todoroki himself seemed surprised at what had happened. Which gave his team a chance to reorganize their defenses. With a whistle he regained control of the Grimm around him, and immediately began barking orders, "Taijutsu. Get Todoroki. Keep him out of the area." The increase in speed was sudden, enough to knock Tokoyami off his feet. In less than a minute, the recommendation student was caught in the Grimm's mouth and thrown off the hill like an old toy. This, once he recovered from his little shock, created an ice ramp to keep momentum up and carry on attacking, but he was met by the Beowulf who threw a paw at his chest and sent him sprawling on the ground on top of a mine. The explosion threw him against another hill. Above the roar of the audience Mick's voice rang out, "Only 2 minutes left until the end of the event. There are 6 teams left, fighting furiously to qualify for the finals, but the middle hill remains firmly in the hands of Team MYTH. Not for long." Todoroki sprinted as fast as he could toward the central flag, riding the ice wave as was his custom. Momo's arrows and Hatsum's missiles were being blocked by walls raised at just the right moment, but he was forced to stop and change course when Dark Shadow stood before him with a claw drawn back and ready to strike. That moment of hesitation, however, was enough to allow the Grimms to gain ground, with the sentinels in particular digging as fast as they could into the ice trail the student was leaving behind. They managed to catch up with him after another minute of furious running, tying themselves around his leg and knocking him down along the lawn. Present Mike shouted, "1 minute to go." Todoroki looked up, and immediately his eyes grew wide. He had managed to land less than 2 meters from the flag. This was also noticed by Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu, who immediately started running toward him. The boy paid no attention to them, putting his hands in his pockets to get the dash. He checked in his pants pockets. In the back ones. Then in those of his jacket. Nothing. Todoroki looked at the flag, so close he could almost taste it. But there was nothing he could do. Because he lost the remote. At that moment, almost like he wanted to mock him, a siren resounded in the field, followed by Mick's voice, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The second event has concluded, and we have the names of our finalists. The groups that had passed appeared on the big screen, composed of the names of the people who made them up. In first place, with an impressive 5 bases 1, Team TIK, consisting of Todoroki Shudo, Ida Tenya, and Kaminari Denki. The recommendation student dropped his head to the ground as the sentinels let him go. In second, with 4 bases to their name, Team MYST, consisting of Monoma Nito, Yurashi Inasa, Shinso Hitoshi, and Kamakiri Taguru. The 4 students were busy exchanging compliments or loosening their muscles after the effort. In third position, with only 3 bases, we have Team Kusa, namely Kirishima Ijiro, Uraraka Ochako, Shiro Hanta and Ashido Mina. The 2 girls were busy cheering, embracing each other while the boys were fist-bumping. And finally, with only the center base in their possession, Team MYTH. Consisting of Midoriya Izuku, Yaoyorozu Momo, Tokoyami Fumikage, and Hatsum Mei. The greenie looked up at the screen, watching his name projected next to that of the team. His face opened into a wide smile as the rest of the students relaxed. He actually passed. He made it to the tournament.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.